Action to end child sexual abuse and exploitation. A review of the evidence 2020. About the authors. Lorraine Radford is Emeritus Professor of Social Policy and Social Work at the University of Central Lancashire, UK. Debbie Alnwick is Senior Research Fellow at the International Centre, University of Bedfordshire, UK. Patricia Hines is Reader in Forced Migration in the School of Applied Social Sciences, University of Bedfordshire, UK. Sarah Sharrock is Research Officer at the Institute of Citizenship, Society and Change at the University of Central Lancashire, UK. This publication has been produced with financial support from the End Violence Fund. However, the opinions, findings, conclusions, and recommendations expressed herein do not necessarily reflect those of the End Violence Fund. Suggested citation: United Nations Children's Fund, 2020, Action to End Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence, UNICEF, New York. Published by UNICEF Child Protection Section Program Division 3, United Nations Plaza, New York, NY 10017. Email, childprotection@unicef.org. Website, www.unicef.org. Copyright symbol United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, December 2020. Permission is required to reproduce any part of this publication. Permission will be freely granted to educational or non-profit organizations. For more information on usage rights, please contact nicdac.permit@unicef.org. Cover photo, copyright symbol UNICEF/Uni32827/Viet Hung. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 1. Acknowledgements. This evidence review was commissioned by UNICEF to support the work of the Child Protection Section, Program Division, UNICEF Headquarters in New York. Special thanks go to Rosho Asna Daban, Child Protection Specialist, and to Stephen Blight, Senior Child Protection Advisor, for their expert guidance, advice, patience and coordination of consultations throughout the course of the work. The primary authors of this publication are Lorraine Radford, Patricia Hines and Sarah Sharrock. UNICEF gratefully acknowledges the financial support provided for this program by the End Violence Fund. The End Violence Fund provides financial support to programs that deliver practical, innovative solutions to protect children from online exploitation and abuse. Valuable feedback and advice were given by a number of research and practice experts. These include Greta Massity, Branch Chief of the Field Epidemiology and Prevention Branch, U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Berit Kselbach, Technical Officer on the Prevention of Violence, World Health Organization, Dina DeLigeorgis. Policy Specialist, Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, UN Women, Upala Devi, Senior Gender-Based Violence Advisor. UNFPA, Chrissy Hart, Senior Advisor, Together for Girls. Anna Gaiudis, Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Officer. UNADC, Wendy O'Brien, Legal Officer, Violence Against Children, UNADC. Gabriela Elo, Associate Expert, UNADC. Hannah Tufen-Graber, Associate Expert, UNADC. Catherine Maternowska, Lead Data, Evidence and Learning, End Violence Lab, Global Partnership to End Violence Against Children. Manusda Barra, Child Protection Officer, Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary-General on Violence Against Children, Helena Dutch, Head of Solutions Program. Oak Foundation, Marie-Laure Lemonnier, Deputy Executive Director / Programs, ECPAT, Alessandra Guedes, Gender and Development Manager, Research, UNICEF Office of Research. Lauren Rumble, Principal Advisor Gender Equality, UNICEF. Andrew Brooks, Child Protection Regional Advisor, UNICEF. West and Central Africa Regional Office, Kendra Gregson, Child Protection Regional Advisor, UNICEF Latin America and the Caribbean Regional Office, Rachel Harvey, Child Protection Regional Advisor, UNICEF East Asia and Pacific Regional Office, Aaron Greenberg, Child Protection Regional Advisor. UNICEF Europe and Central Asia Regional Office, Jean-François Bass. Child Protection Regional Advisor, UNICEF East and South Africa Regional Office, UNICEF, Denise Ulwer, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF West and Central Africa Regional Office, Esther Ruiz, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF Latin America and the Caribbean Regional Office, Mona Aker, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF East and South Africa Regional Office, Anjan Bose, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF New York Headquarters, Catherine Poulton, Gender-Based Violence in Emergencies Manager, UNICEF New York Headquarters. Christine Heckman, Rapid Response Team, Information Management Specialist, UNICEF New York Headquarters. We are also grateful for the helpful advice provided by the anonymous peer reviewers of this report. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 2. Click on section bars to navigate publication contents. Acknowledgements 1. Acronyms and abbreviations 4. Glossary / definitions 5. Executive summary 9. 1. Introduction, Ending Violence Against Children 16. 1.1 Global Imperatives 17. 1.2 Why this evidence review was commissioned 17. 1.3 Methodology 19. 1.4 Structure of the report 21. 2 Child sexual abuse and exploitation, a global problem 24. 2.1 The nature and extent of the problem 24. 2.2 Drivers, risks and vulnerabilities 33. 2.3 Consequences 53. 2.4 Protective factors 54. 3 Evaluating the evidence on interventions 61. 3.1 Measuring change 63. 4 International responses and national frameworks 65. 5 Primary prevention strategies 76. 6 Identification, reporting and child protection responses 107. 7 Preventing reoffending 143. 8 Supporting child and adolescent victims 155. 9 Strategies for action 174. References 191. Endnotes 231. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Contents Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 3. Figures and tables. Figure 1, Inspire 7 strategies, 23. Figure 2, Respect, 7 strategies to prevent violence against women, 23. Figure 3, Examples of drivers and risks in a socio-ecological model, 33. Figure 4, Regional burden of violence against children, 57. Figure 5, Selected forms of violence according to the most likely age of occurrence, 57. Figure 6, The victim, offender and technology intersection, 58. Figure 7, Risks and drivers for violence against children, 59. Figure 8, Drivers and risks for sexual violence against children, 60. Figure 9, Framework for continuum of aftercare services, 72. Figure 10, Theory of change for preventing and responding to child sexual abuse and exploitation, 176. Table 1, Sustainable Development Goals and Relevant Targets 2030, 22. Table 2, Selected countries' prevalence of child sexual abuse, males and females aged 13 to 17 in the past year, PY, and any time before age 18, aged 18 to 24, LT. 28. Table 3. Drivers and risks of child sexual abuse and exploitation, 35. Table 4. Child sexual abuse. Common protective factors, 55. Table 5, Framework for presenting findings on the evidence, 63. Table 6. Summary of evidence on primary prevention across different sectors, 104. Table 7. Summary of evidence on identification, reporting and protection, 140. Table 8. Summary of evidence on preventing reoffending, 153. Table 9. Summary of evidence on victim support and recovery, 171. Table 10, Actions to support an enabling national environment, 180. Table 11, Actions to support service delivery, 184. Table 12, Actions to support social and behavioral change, 187. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Contents: Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence for acronyms and abbreviations. ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. CBT, Cognitive Behavioral Therapy. CCT, Conditional Cash Transfer. CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. CRC, Convention on the Rights of the Child. CSAM, Child Sexual Abuse Material. DHS, Demographic Health Survey. ECPAT, End Child Prostitution, Child Pornography, and the Trafficking of Children for Sexual Purposes. EMDRI, Movement Desensitization and Processing. FGM, Female Genital Mutilation. GBV, Gender-Based Violence. HIC, High Income Country. IPV, Intimate Partner Victimization. IRC, International Rescue Committee. LMIC's Low and Middle Income Countries. MIC's Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey. NAP, National Action Plan. NGO, Non-Governmental Organization. OPSC Optional Protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the Sale of Children, Child Prostitution and Child Pornography. RAP Regional Action Plan. RCT Randomized Controlled Trial. SSN Social Safety Net. STI Sexually Transmitted Infection. TFCBT Trauma Focused Cognitive Behavioral Therapy. UNFPA United Nations Population Fund. UNCA United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. UNICEF United Nations Children's Fund. UNODC United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. UNSVAC United Nations Study on Violence Against Children. VAX Violence Against Children and Youth Survey. WHO World Health Organization. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 5. Glossary / Definitions. Term, Source, Definition. Armed Conflict. International Committee of the Red Cross 2008. Resort to armed force between two or more states, or protracted armed confrontations occurring between governmental armed forces and the forces of one or more armed groups, or between such organized groups, arising in the territory of a state which reaches a minimum level of intensity. Adolescent. World Health Organization. Children and young people in the transitional phase between childhood and adulthood, those aged 10 to 19 years. Child. Article 1, Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, United Nations 1989. Any human being below the age of 18 years unless under the law applicable to the child, majority is attained earlier. Child maltreatment. Krug et al. 2002. All forms of physical and or emotional ill treatment, sexual abuse, neglect or negligent treatment or commercial or other exploitation, resulting in actual or potential harm to the child's health, survival, development or dignity in the context of a relationship of responsibility, trust or power. Child Protection. UNICEF 2008. Philosophies, policies, standards, guidelines and procedures to protect children from both intentional and unintentional harm. Child Protection System. Volchinet al. 2010. Structures, functions, and capacities, among other components that have been assembled in relation to a set of child protection goals. Child sexual abuse. Article 18, Council of Europe. Convention on the Protection of Children against Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse, Lanzarote Convention, 2007. Engaging in sexual activities with a child who, according to the relevant provisions of national law, has not reached the legal age for sexual activities. This does not apply to consensual sexual activities between minors, and b. engaging in sexual activities with a child where use is made of coercion, force or threats, or abuse is made of a recognized position of trust, authority or influence over the child, including within the family, or abuse is made of a particularly vulnerable situation of the child, notably because of a mental or physical disability or a situation of dependence. Child sexual exploitation. Lanzarote Convention. Child sexual abuse becomes sexual exploitation when a second party benefits monetarily, through sexual activity involving a child. It includes harmful acts such as sexual solicitation and prostitution of a child or Adolescent and, in the Council of Europe Convention, covers situations where a child or other person is given or promised money or other form of remuneration, payment or consideration in return for the child engaging in sexual activity, even if the payment/remuneration is not made. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 6. Term, source, definition. Child trafficking. Article 3, Protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. Supplementing the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, Palermo Protocol. United Nations, 2000 A. The recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring or receipt of persons, by means of the threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, of abduction, of fraud, of deception, of the abuse of power or of a position of vulnerability or of the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person having control over another person, for the purpose of exploitation. B. Exploitation shall include, at a minimum, the exploitation of the prostitution of others or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor or services, slavery or practices similar to slavery, servitude or the removal of organs. C. The recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring or receipt of a child for the purposes of exploitation shall be considered trafficking in persons even if this does not involve any of the means set forth in subparagraph A. Under the terms of this protocol, children under 18 cannot give valid consent and the means of trafficking is therefore not relevant. Evaluation. TFID 2012A. The systematic and objective assessment of an ongoing or completed project, program or policy, its design, implementation, outcomes and results in relation to specified evaluation criteria. Exploitation of a child in pornography/child sexual abuse materials. Article 2, C. Optional Protocol to the CRC of the Child on the Sale of Children, Child Prostitution and Child Pornography. OPSC, Lanzarote Convention, United Nations, 2000b. Any representation, by whatever means, of a child engaged in real or simulated explicit sexual activities, or representation of the sexual parts of a child, the dominant characteristic of which is depiction for a sexual purpose. Intentionally causing, for sexual purposes, a child who has not reached the legal age for sexual activities, to witness sexual abuse or sexual activities, even without having to participate. Child sexual abuse materials, the term most commonly used, can be created virtually, self-generated by the child or perpetrator-generated. Exploitation of a child in prostitution. Article 2, B, OPSC. The use of a child in sexual activities for remuneration or any other form of consideration. Exposure to pornography and corruption of a child for sexual purposes. Gregor and Doek, 2016. Causing a child to witness child sexual abuse or sexual activity that is developmentally inappropriate. Gender-based violence. IASC 2005. An umbrella term for any harmful act that is perpetrated against a person's will and that is based on socially ascribed gender differences between males and females. while men and boys can be survivors of some types of gender-based, particularly sexual, violence. Around the world, gender-based violence has a greater impact on women and girls. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 7. Term, source, definition. Grooming. Council of Europe 2007b. The deliberate preparation of a child for sexual abuse or sexual exploitation, motivated by the desire to use the child for sexual gratification. It may involve the befriending of a child, drawing the child into discussing intimate matters, and gradually exposing the child to sexually explicit materials in order to reduce resistance or inhibitions about sex. Harmful sexual behavior. Hackett S. 2014. Sexual behaviors expressed by children and young people under the age of 18 years old that are developmentally inappropriate, may be harmful towards self or others, or be abusive towards another child, young person or adult. Humanitarian crisis situation. UNICEF 2020c. Any circumstance where humanitarian needs are sufficiently large and complex to require significant external assistance and resources, and where a multisectoral response is needed, with the engagement of a wide range of international humanitarian actors. Online abuse. There is no agreed definition of online abuse of children in international law. For the purposes of this document, online child abuse is defined as an umbrella term covering use of the Internet, mobile phone or other form of information communication technology to bully, threaten, harass, groom, sexually abuse or sexually exploit a child. Live online child sexual abuse /live streaming. Greger and Doek, 2016. Where sexual abuse of a child is recorded live and streamed over the Internet. Migration. IOM 2004. A process of moving, either across an international border or within a state. It is a population movement encompassing any kind of movement of people, whatever its length, composition and causes. It includes migration of refugees, displaced persons, uprooted people, and economic migrants. Monitoring. TFID 2012a. A continuous process, conducted internally throughout the project cycle, either by managers or by beneficiaries, to measure the progress of development interventions against predefined objectives and plans. On-demand online child sexual abuse /child sexual abuse to order. Greger and Doek, 2016. Where a perpetrator / purchaser of online abuse requests or details beforehand where the abuse should take place and the type of actions involved. Online grooming for sexual purposes or. Greger and Doek, 2016. Online solicitation of the child for sexual purpose. The process of establishing or building a relationship with a child through the Internet or other digital technologies to facilitate child sexual abuse or exploitation. Neglect. Pinheiro 2006. The failure of parents or carers to meet a child's physical and emotional needs when they have the means, knowledge and access to services to do so, or failure to protect him or her from exposure to danger. Neglect includes failure to provide for the child's physical, emotional, health and educational needs and child abandonment. Prevention. Krug et al. 2002. Definition used is based on the World Health Organization, WHO, definition of primary prevention. Stopping child sexual abuse and exploitation before it occurs. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References. Ending child sexual abuse and exploitation, a review of the evidence 8. Term, source, definition. Recovery. Article 39, CRC. Definition is based on the CRC approach to recovery, paraphrased as, enabling the child to overcome the harm caused by child sexual abuse or exploitation and ensuring a safe and protective environment for the return of the child to his/her home, city, country or place of origin. Such recovery and reintegration shall take place in an environment that fosters the health, self-respect and dignity of the child. Refugee. 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees. A person who, owing to a well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion, is outside the country of his nationality, and is unable to, or owing to such fear, is unwilling to avail himself of the protection of that country. Reintegration. Paris Principles and Guidelines on Children Associated with Armed Forces or Armed Groups, 2007. The process through which children associated with armed forces or armed groups transition into civil society and enter meaningful roles and identities as civilians who are accepted by their families and communities in a context of local and national reconciliation. Sexting. Greger and Doeck, 2016. Sexting applies to adults and children, but in this report it refers to children and young people sending user-generated sexual images or sexual texts via cell phone and other electronic devices. Sexting may be consensual or unwanted and a form of sexual bullying/abuse. Sexual extortion of children. Greger and Doeck, 2016. Coercing a child into producing sexual material on threat of exposure. Sexual violence. Based on definition in Krug et al. 2002. An umbrella term used here to refer to all forms of sexual victimization of adults and children, child sexual abuse and exploitation, rape and other sexual assaults, sexual harassment, abuse in pornography, prostitution, trafficking, early and forced marriage. Any sexual act, attempt to obtain a sexual act, unwanted sexual comments or advances, or acts to traffic, or otherwise directed at a person's sexuality using coercion, by any person, regardless of their relationship to the victim, in any setting, including but not limited to home and work. Solicitation of child for sexual purposes. Article 23, Lanzarote Convention. Intentional proposal, through information and communication technologies, of an adult to meet a child who has not reached the legal age for sexual activities, for the purpose of engaging in sexual activities or the production of child pornography, child sexual abuse materials. Violence against children. Article 19, CRC. All forms of physical or mental violence, injury and abuse, neglect or negligent treatment, maltreatment or exploitation, including sexual abuse. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References. Ending child sexual abuse and exploitation, a review of the evidence 9. Executive Summary. Child sexual abuse and exploitation is prevalent in all countries of the world and has a significant impact on the health and well-being of children and adolescents. This report, commissioned by UNICEF, describes what is known about the extent, nature and consequences of child sexual abuse and exploitation. Reviews the evidence on effective interventions and strategies to prevent and respond. Synthesizes these findings within the overarching Inspire and Respect strategic approach for violence prevention to recommend specific actions to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation. Rationale: a joined-up approach is needed in violence prevention, as different types of violence, such as violence against children and violence against women, often coexist. Guides et al., 2016. Children who experience one type of victimization may also experience others. Finkelhor, Ormrod and Turner, 2007. Considerable efforts are being made to prevent and reduce violence by 2030 to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. International collaborations to coordinate efforts include the Global Partnership to End Violence, the We Protect Global Alliance to End Child Sexual Exploitation Online, We Protect, 2016. The development and implementation of 7 strategies for action to end violence against children in the Inspire program, WHO, 2016. The Respect program to prevent violence against women, WHO, 2019. A coordinated focus on ending child sexual abuse and exploitation is needed as part of this work because in many parts of the world child sexual abuse is still a taboo and hidden topic. To help break through cultures of inertia, secrecy and resistance to change, we need to share learning from the community level upwards about effective national strategies and what may or may not work. Child sexual abuse and exploitation have unique drivers, risks and protective factors that, if not highlighted and prioritized, might get lost in the larger landscape of preventing violence. Knowledge about interventions that specifically impact on child sexual abuse is needed for prevention. We need to know where general violence prevention interventions might work and where we need different approaches. Different forms of child sexual abuse and exploitation call for different interventions. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence. 10. Methodology. The review updates 2 earlier reports, Radford, Allnuck and Hines, 2015a, 2015b, and covers new research published from 2014 to 2019. It is based on a systematic search for peer-reviewed publications using predefined search terms, inclusion and exclusion criteria and quality assessment. It includes 168 high-quality research studies. All studies were assessed individually for rigor and then for the overall weight of evidence into 5 categories of effective, promising, prudent, needs more research, ineffective /harmful. The review was supported throughout by a process of consultation where experts in violence prevention scrutinized and shared their knowledge About how the findings could be used. 3 rounds of consultations took place online to give expert feedback on how to incorporate the evidence review findings into a theory of change and align this to concrete strategies for action that will sit comfortably with ongoing work on inspire and respect, nature and extent. The terms sexual violence against children or child sexual abuse and exploitation include diverse acts of abuse, in different settings and relationships, situations where a child is sexually abused by a relative or carer at home, raped by an intimate partner, made to or left with no option but to sell sex in exchange for food, cash or favors, sexually assaulted on the way to, or at, school by an adult, a gang or a peer living in the community, sexually abused by an adult in a position of trust or authority such as a pastor, police officer, care worker, or sports coach, groomed or sexually exploited online by an adult or older child, trafficked within or across borders for the purpose of sexual exploitation, sometimes by organized groups of child sex offenders, or raped by a combatant or peacekeeper in the context of war, displacement or disaster. Children and adolescents affected may not always recognize their experiences as sexual violence or abuse. A review of 217 studies found 1 in 8 of the world's children, 12.7%, had been sexually abused before reaching the age of 18, Stoltenberg et al., 2011. Although reported rates vary across and within countries, child sexual abuse is prevalent in wealthy countries and in countries where incomes are lower, Stoltenberg, 2011. Robust data on the prevalence rates for online abuse and for sexual exploitation is limited and needs to be improved. Although adolescent girls report the highest past year victimization rates, 12.9% of girls aged 14 to 17 in the US. Finkelhor et al., 2014a, and 15% of girls aged 12 to 15 in Spain, De Santisteban and Games Guadix, 2018. The scale, complexity and danger of online facilitated child sexual abuse and exploitation is escalating. We Protect, 2018, with technology enabling new modes of child abuse to emerge such as the live streaming of sexual assaults of children and sexual extortion of children, often to coerce a child to take part in the production of child sexual abuse material under threat. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 11. Child sexual abuse is gendered. Although it is important to be aware that women also sexually abuse and exploit children and adolescents, the majority of perpetrators, around 90% in most studies, are male. Parkinson and Cashmore, 2017, Pada et al., 2009, Preeb. Hansen and Goran-Svadin, 2010, Radford et al., 2017a. Girls typically report rates of sexual abuse and exploitation 2-3 times higher than boys, De Santisteban and Games Guadix. 2018, Finkelhor et al., 2015, Fisher et al., 2015, ONS, 2016. Although rates for boys have been found to be higher than for girls in some countries, G. Finkelhor and Dunn. 2013, Ministry of Women's Affairs, 2014, Nikolaides, 2013. Ward et al., 2018, and in certain organizational settings. Parkinson and Cashmore, 2017, Ward and Roger, 2018. Developmental aspects experiences of victimization and their consequences vary over the life course for girls and boys. No Violence in Childhood, 2017. Self-reported rates of sexual victimization increase with age through childhood, with adolescent girls aged 17 or young women aged 18-24 reporting the highest levels. Finkelhor et al. 2014. A. Bradford et al. 2011. More often abused by someone known worldwide. Children and adolescents are most likely to be sexually abused by a person known to them, usually a boyfriend, an adult or older child who is a family member, another relative, family friend, neighbor, or an adult in a relationship of trust or authority. No Violence in Childhood, 2017. The child's or perpetrator's home is the most frequently mentioned location for sexual assaults and rapes of children. Averdijk, Mueller-Johnson and Eisner. 2011, Ligiro et al., 2019, UNICEF Tanzania, 2011, with the privacy of the family home, where this exists, providing a location where detection is less likely. Children are abused in all settings, although the child's own home or the perpetrator's home are the most common locations. Child sexual abuse and exploitation can occur in all the settings in which children spend their time, from school. DeVries et al., 2017. Jukes et al., 2002, Taylor et al., 2013, To Work, or Do. Gidam and Jarman, 2019, Chowdhury et al., 2018, or Play and Sport, Alexander, Stafford and Lewis, 2011, Seth and Sabo, 2018, Brackenridge et al., 2010. Settings and organizations that provide potential perpetrators unregulated or unsupervised access to children, such as residential care or education facilities, faith-based and community youth services including sport, carry particular risks. Blakemore et al., 2017, Sher, Roberts and Gandhi, 2016, Scott and Swain, 2015. Child sexual abuse and exploitation is often unreported. Surveys with children and young people consistently indicate a substantial gap between the rates of child self-reported sexual victimization and reports made to authorities, suggesting that only a small minority of victimized children and adolescents are able to access professional help or advice. Ligiro et al., 2019. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 12. Consequences. Child sexual abuse and exploitation has a significant impact on the health and well-being of children and adolescents worldwide. The impact will vary in relation to the nature, severity and duration of the abuse. Developmentally in relation to the child or adolescent's ability to understand the abuse, their coping strategies, and the responses from family, friends, wider community, and services. Kendall Tackett, 2008. The harm caused includes the impact on physical health, such as high BMI, problems in childbirth, Fisher et al., 2017, higher likelihood of contracting HIV due to sexual risk-taking, such as having multiple sexual partners or inconsistent condom use, Samarin et al., 2014, drug or alcohol abuse, Fisher et al., 2017, Longman Mills et al., 2013. Anxiety, depression, psychological trauma and self-harm, Chen et al., 2010, Haley, 2013, Maniglio, 2013, offending behavior, missing school and lower educational attainment, Baker et al., 2013. A child who is sexually abused or exploited is also at greater risk of experiencing other types of violence or abuse. Victimizations tend to have the poorest outcomes. Radford et al., 2013. The consequences can be lifelong and include issues with intimacy, affecting relationships with family, partners and children, and socioeconomic consequences such as homelessness and unemployment. Fisher et al., 2017. Risks and drivers. Sexual violence against children is a diverse and complex issue, and no single factor can explain why this occurs, although very clear risk factors are gender inequalities and children's developmental vulnerability. No violence in childhood, 2017, Ligero et al., 2019. Violence does not happen between individuals in an isolated bubble unaffected by the wider social context. Most forms of interpersonal violence disproportionality affect groups in a community or population who are disadvantaged as a result of interacting structural inequalities such as poverty, gender inequity, racism, sexual orientation, together with institutional and organization practices that do little to challenge or even reinforce them. There is now an extensive literature on the risks and drivers that influence the victimization and perpetration of violence against children. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 13. What is known about effective responses, national strategies, legislation and implementation? There are few empirical studies of national strategies and effective policies for reducing child sexual abuse and exploitation. National child protection system building responses have included developing and implementing regional and national action plans, legislative reform, coordination, mapping needs and gaps in services, capacity building, developing service structures and mobilizing to change attitudes and behavior. Progress can be seen in the increasing number of countries that have adopted new laws and national action plans that include responding to child sexual abuse, exploitation and trafficking. Prosecution rates for child sexual offenders in many countries are low, and the main problem is enforcement and implementation of laws and policies. Lack of leadership, poor services for victim support, lack common structural drivers for child sexual abuse and exploitation, include norms in society that grant adults control over children and support male sexual entitlement and sexual violence, weak laws that blame victims and exonerate perpetrators, poverty, lack of protection for children who are displaced or migrating, Barker et al., 2011. Buller et al., 2020, CDC, 2014, Chowdhury et al., 2018, Fullew et al., 2013, No Violence in Childhood, 2017, Lilliston et al., 2017, Willman and Magisekar, 2011. Organizational drivers. Extensive research and public enquiries into institutional and organizational abuse have identified many situational and governance weaknesses in key organizations such as churches, residential care facilities, schools, orphanages, sport and youth serving organizations that have provided opportunities for adults in positions of trust or authority and peers to have unmonitored contact with vulnerable children and adolescents, putting them at risk of sexual abuse and exploitation. Isolated and hierarchical organizations with poor child protection responses and lack of external scrutiny are vulnerable contexts for children. Blakemore et al., 2017. Baum et al., 2014, User et al., 2014, John Jay College, 2004. No Violence in Childhood, 2017, Lineham and Fakini. 2019, Shea, Roberts and Gandhi, 2016, Scott and Swain, 2015. Risks in the community, family and relationships. Child sexual abuse and exploitation occurs across different relationships: family, partner, peers, children and adolescents who lack protection from the family or who have been exposed to domestic violence, child abuse and neglect, or those who associate with sexually aggressive peers are more vulnerable to sexual violence and to revictimization. Kluver, Orkin et al., 2013, No Violence in Childhood, 2017, Maink et al., 2015, Moots et al., 2019. Individual risks include age, learning disability, prior sexual victimization, being gay, lesbian, non-binary or transgender, misuse of drugs and alcohol. No Violence in Childhood, 2017, Ligero et al., 2019. Contents: Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 14. Of training, guidance and capacity in child protection and justice systems. Primary prevention: these are strategies that aim to prevent sexual abuse or exploitation before it happens. This area of the review yielded the most new evidence. 3 types of primary prevention strategies were found: a. Those aimed at mobilization or education to raise awareness and change social norms, attitudes, and behavior. b. Situational prevention to create safe spaces, and c. Prevention combining empowerment with reducing risks and vulnerabilities. It is likely that all 3 approaches are needed for an effective prevention approach, and promising research evidence was found for combined interventions, working mostly with adolescents in the community or in schools. Many primary prevention responses do not directly address child sexual abuse and exploitation but focus instead on parenting, gender-based violence/violence against women and girls, interpersonal/dating violence or HIV and AIDS prevention. Most promising developments have been in the area of preventing gender-based violence among adolescents, where multi-component, multi-layered approaches have developed. These are directed at individuals, economic strengthening, empowerment, gender equality, relationship skills, together with environmental/situational safety and strengthening organizational protection policies. There are few evaluations of primary prevention directed at child sex offending and the regulation of demand, identification, reporting and child protection responses. A wide range of efforts to improve the identification of children who are sexually abused or sexually exploited have been made. These include public education campaigns encouraging victims to access services, programs for children in education settings, or the community urging them to speak out, i.e. tell a trusted adult about abuse to themselves or to other children, providing confidential services such as helplines that allow children to talk about their worries, including abuse, improving the accessibility or child-friendliness of services, forensic methods of screening online to identify victims or perpetrators, hotspot policing and traffic stop policies, screening forward/directly asking about victimization in healthcare settings, screening vulnerable groups for indicators thought to be linked with sexual exploitation, training parents, communities or professionals on how to spot the signs of sexual exploitation and how to respond, setting up specialist outreach and advocacy services to engage with vulnerable groups such as runaway or trafficked children, multi-agency data sharing to aid early identification and coordinated action, programs that include adequate investment of resources with training for professionals and integration into wider child protection services, are more successful in increasing identification and access to services for children and adolescents. Promising developments were identified in one-stop shop services, case management, outreach and advocacy services, specialist task forces. It is not known if mandatory reporting laws improve safety for children and adolescents. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 15. Preventing re-offending, there are considerable gaps in the evidence on what works to prevent re-offending. All of the research on adult offenders found in the review originated from HICs and was limited to the small proportion of offenders who had been convicted and incarcerated, rather than the majority living in the community. More research is needed on disruption strategies and interventions to reduce demand and deal with the drivers for child sexual abuse and exploitation. There are mixed messages from research on treating convicted adult sex offenders with many programs that exist, such as drug treatments, being poorly evaluated. Programs that give offenders positive goals, motivate them and can be tailored to offense type and learning style, are thought to be more effective for engaging offenders in treatment, but evidence of impact on recidivism is poor. Further research is needed on earlier responses for children and adolescents with harmful sexual behavior in school and educational settings, especially in LMICs, where responses could be built into gender-based violence programs that take a whole school approach, supporting child and adolescent victims. There is still a need to develop broader research and evaluation on programs that aim to improve children's and young people's recovery from different experiences of child sexual abuse and exploitation across the continuum of care needs. Services that are trauma-informed, take empowerment approaches, involve young people in decisions that affect their well-being, are strengths-based, involve family or safe carers and able to provide vocational skills and education, are likely to be more effective and are showing some positive results. A series of systematic reviews reaffirm that for treatment of the trauma associated with child sexual abuse, the best evidence exists for cognitive behavioral therapy with a trauma focus. This approach has been tested in HICs and endemic contexts such as Zambia, with implementation adaptations such as apprenticeship models and task splitting to address the professional capacity challenges. Recommended strategies. A theory of change was developed from programs identified as effective, promising or prudent in the evidence review and in consultation with experts. The theory of change sets out actions and anticipated outcomes across 3 areas of interrelated activity to create enabling environments for prevention and response, build capacity for services and mobilize social and behavioral change. Contents: Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence. 16. Introduction. Ending Violence Against Children. Child sexual abuse and exploitation is prevalent in all countries of the world and has a significant impact on the health and well-being of children. Survey data shows that globally 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 13 boys have been sexually abused or exploited before reaching the age of 18. Stoltenberg, 2011. 9 million adolescent girls aged 15-19 have experienced forced sexual intercourse, one or other sexual acts within the past year. UNICEF, 2017a. The scale, complexity and danger of online facilitated child sexual abuse and exploitation is escalating. WIPROTECT. 2018. While males and females of all ages can be victims, child sexual abuse and exploitation has a clearly gendered pattern, with the majority of perpetrators being male and the majority of victims being adolescent girls. UNICEF, 2017a. It is a type of violence in childhood that includes diverse acts of abuse, in different settings and relationships. Situations where a child is sexually abused by a relative or carer at home, raped by an intimate partner, made to or left with no option but to sell sex in exchange for food, cash or favors, sexually assaulted on the way to or at school by an adult, a gang or a peer living in the community, sexually abused by an adult in a position of trust or authority such as a pastor, police officer, care. 1. The terms forced sexual intercourse and forced sex, rather than rape, are used in the reports discussed and therefore quoted in this report. Worker or sports coach, groomed or sexually exploited online by an adult or older child, trafficked within or across borders for the purpose of sexual exploitation, sometimes by organized groups of child sex offenders, or raped by a combatant or peacekeeper in the context of war, displacement or disaster. Children and adolescents who live in low-income regions of the world, in conditions of insecurity, armed conflict, or separation from their family are particularly vulnerable. Liggero et al., 2019, but it is important to note that all children are at risk of sexual abuse and exploitation. The sexual abuse and exploitation of children is a violation of human rights and a public health problem with significant consequences for global health and development. WHO 2017. Ending violence against children and adolescents is a strategic priority for UNICEF, now cemented in the Strategic Plan, UNICEF 2018b, and in the Organizational Theory of Change, UNICEF 2017b. This report was commissioned to inform this work and build on the tremendous efforts already made by global partnerships working to end violence by updating and consolidating the research evidence on what works to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation. 1. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 1. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 17. 1.1 Global Imperatives. International and national responsibilities for eliminating child sexual abuse and exploitation were set out comprehensively under the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC 1989, the Optional Protocol on the Sale of Children, Child Prostitution and Child Pornography, United Nations, OPSC 2000, the commitments made at the three World Congresses Against Sexual Exploitation of Children, United Nations 1996, Stockholm, 2001, Yokohama, 2008, Rio de Janeiro, and United Nations Security Council resolutions 1820, 1882, 1888, 1889 and 1960 addressing sexual violence in conflict. In September 2015, targets adopted by all United Nations member states in the Sustainable Development Goals 5.2, 8.7, 16.1 and 16.22 covered reducing levels of violence against children, including all forms of sexual violence, by 2030. Many countries have adopted national action plans to end violence against children, and a major step forward for supporting their implementation has been the agreement between 10 global organizations for a coordinated, system-focused approach to violence prevention, consisting of the 7 INSPIRE strategies. 3. The core document for INSPIRE describes the 7 evidence-based strategies and interventions, is supported by an implementation handbook, WHO 2018, and by a set of indicators to measure uptake and impact on levels of violence against children, UNICEF 2018a. 2. See Table 1 in Section Appendix. 3. See Figure 1 in Section Appendix. Implementation and enforcement of laws, norms, and values, safe environments, parent and caregiver support, income and economic strengthening, response and support services, education and life skills. Action against gender-based violence has also advanced, aided by the coordination of efforts for United Nations and partner responses made possible by the establishment of the Gender-Based Violence Area of Responsibility Working Group in 2008 and a UNICEF Gender Action Plan. UNICEF, 2018c. The overlap between gender-based violence towards adults, mostly women, and violence against children is increasingly recognized, and there has been more collaboration between people working to prevent violence in these two areas. Guidance now exists that brings together actions on preventing violence against women and the abuse of children and adolescents in the World Health Organization's Respect Framework. WHO, 2019a, C7 Respect Strategies for Action. In the appendix to this section, there are still, however, some significant gaps in knowledge and practice about protecting girls and boys of all ages from different forms of sexual violence, where further collaboration and gendered insights could be of benefit. 1.2 Why this evidence review was commissioned. Comprehensive strategies to end violence against children need to include all forms of violence, whether physical, emotional, sexual abuse or neglect. Children who experience one type of victimization may also experience others. Finkelhor, Ormrod and Turner, 2007. There is, however, a need for a specific coordinated focus on child sexual abuse and exploitation because Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 1. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 18. In many parts of the world, child sexual abuse is still a taboo, hidden and stigmatizing topic. To help break through cultures of inertia, secrecy and resistance to change, we need to share learning about effective national strategies and what may or may not work. Child sexual abuse and exploitation have unique drivers, risks and protective factors that, if not highlighted and prioritized, might get lost in the larger landscape of preventing violence. Knowledge about interventions that specifically impact on child sexual abuse could help to prevent this and help identify where general violence prevention interventions might work and where we need different approaches. Evaluations of general child maltreatment interventions, such as parenting programs, include limited evidence on outcomes for preventing child sexual abuse and exploitation. Child maltreatment research and policies have focused largely on caregivers and the family, and while much sexual abuse may occur in the home, the perpetrators and contexts of sexual abuse and exploitation are much more varied, warranting responses that take this into account. While other strategies on violence prevention, particularly on gender-based violence, have taken childhood sexual abuse into account, mainly towards adolescent girls, there are significant gaps in knowledge and practice about protecting young children and boys, and children who are intersex or who identify as non-binary. There is rapid growth in online facilitated sexual abuse and exploitation of children and adolescents. And in coordinated responses to this, learning from this work needs to be included in broader child protection strategies. Peers are a significant proportion of those responsible for acts of sexual abuse against other children and adolescents, but interventions have been mostly designed for adult offenders. Strategies to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation need evidence to address the developmental and safeguarding needs of children as victims and perpetrators, recognizing that a child can be both abused and harming others. This report aims to address these specific issues by updating two earlier publications for UNICEF, Radford et al. 2015a, Radford et al. 2015b, with a recent review of the evidence on what we know about the extent, nature and consequences of child sexual abuse and exploitation for children in different contexts. 2. The evidence on effective interventions and strategies to prevent and respond. A recent benchmarking of national responses across 40 countries encouragingly found that combating child sexual abuse is a priority in many countries, and progress Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 1. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 19. Is possible even where resources are limited, Economist. 2018. The findings from the present review are intended to aid further work by UNICEF, partner organizations, researchers, practitioners and policy makers on preventing and responding to child sexual abuse and exploitation. Taking into account these encouraging developments and complementing ongoing programs such as Inspire, WHO, 2016a, and Respect, WHO, 2019a. For easy reference, the definitions used in this report are set out in the glossary of definitions on pages 8-10 at the front of the report. Definitions of child sexual abuse and exploitation and related terms used are based on definitions used in international conventions, such as the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, agreed protocols and guidelines such as the Terminology Guidelines for the Protection of Children from Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse, referred to as the Luxembourg Guidelines, Greger and Doek, 2016. 1.3 Methodology. The current review builds on the earlier reports, Radford et al. 2015 and 2015b, and covers new research published from 2014 to 2019. Questions for the review were: 1. What is known about effective implementation and enforcement of national and transnational laws, policies and strategies to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation, online and offline? 2. What is known about effective primary prevention approaches to child sexual abuse and exploitation, online and offline? 3. What is known about effective approaches to identify and protect child and adolescent victims of sexual abuse and exploitation, online and offline? 4. What is known about effective approaches to prevent reoffending and ensure the recovery and reintegration of child and adolescent perpetrators of sexual abuse and exploitation, online and offline. 5. What is known about effective approaches to prevent re-offending by adult perpetrators of sexual abuse and exploitation, online and offline. 6. What is known about effective approaches to support, ensure the recovery, reunification and reintegration of child and adolescent victims of sexual abuse and exploitation. The review also aimed to include evidence on interventions to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation in armed conflict, humanitarian crisis and emergency contexts. A systematic search for evaluations of interventions to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation was completed. See Technical Appendix Sections 4 and 5. There were 4 strategies to the search. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 1. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 20. 110 Research databases, Medline, Public Health, PsycInfo, Social Work Abstracts, CINAHL, Criminal Justice Abstracts, ERIC, Education Abstracts. Campbell Collaboration, Cochrane Library of Systematic Reviews, were searched using predefined search terms and inclusion and exclusion criteria. 2. We conducted specific, targeted online searches for grey literature. 3. References and citations of primary research in publications included were followed up via a process of chain searching. 4. We contacted 161 research experts in the field and consulted with partner organizations and practice experts to identify recommended studies. Data were stored in EndNote libraries. Studies were assessed individually for rigor. Overall assessment. Ratings for the quality of evidence used in the earlier report were updated to incorporate WHO Inspire Evidence Rating WHO 2016A into 5 categories of effective, promising, prudent, needs more research, ineffective / harmful. Discussed further in Section 3. The online database searches yielded 2,052 unique references. 1,726 were screened out on abstract content as not relevant. Of the remaining 326, 121 were retained and filed as relevant for updating the report section on the prevalence, nature and consequences of sexual abuse and exploitation. The second step of screening involved reading the full text of 205 publications for relevance and rigor, and 79 publications were included in the review. A further 89 publications were included from expert recommendations, chain searches, additional focused searches and searches for grey literature. This gave 168 high-quality research publications to include in the updated review. These included studies are summarized in the data tables in the methodological appendix report and also marked with an asterisk, and listed in the reference section at the end of this report. Descriptive studies and those not yet meeting the research quality criteria were not discarded where these provided information on policy or practice as yet not robustly tested through experimental evaluations. These studies are also discussed and cited in The reference section at the end of this report, but are not identified with an asterisk and not included in the evidence tables in the technical appendix. Assessing whether or not a particular response has good evidence to support its use provides only part of the answer to the question what works. An evidence-based response needs successful implementation. Implementation can be affected by a number of factors including staff selection and training, availability of guidance and supervision for staff, resources, organizational contexts, cultural adaptation, sustainability, and scope for professional discretion. Implementation. Science is a relatively new area of research in the field of child maltreatment, and researchers have recently begun to identify and empirically test the factors that contribute to Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 1. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 21. Successful Implementation, Migden et al., 2013, and How to Monitor this from an Organizational Perspective, A. Rortit al. 2016, Hansen et al. 2016. An extensive review and consultation process with global experts on preventing violence in childhood found that there is still a bias towards research conducted in high-income countries, HICs, No Violence, 2017. Although the research evidence coming from low to middle income countries, LMICs, has increased in the past 5 years. The lower availability of resources for funding high-quality experimental research means that the literature is inevitably more limited, particularly in humanitarian contexts. It should be noted that even where the research evidence for a particular response is rated as being good from one jurisdiction, a cautious and carefully monitored approach with consideration of implementation issues, interactions with other elements, such as policy conflicts, adaptations, and any perverse consequences would be needed in another context. A well-evaluated response in one jurisdiction may not work as well elsewhere, and, as yet, the evidence is still developing on what works, for which groups of children and young people and in what contexts. No Violence, 2017, Kumar, 2017. There are many studies from LMICs discovered in the process of conducting the present review which have considerable relevance to our efforts to end the sexual abuse and exploitation of children and adolescents. They provide information on what interventions may be acceptable with which communities, what adaptations might be needed in different contexts, what the barriers to implementation may be, and what resources are needed for this to be effective. Findings from these more descriptive studies are discussed in the report, where they add to the overall weight of evidence on prevention and response in different contexts. 1.4 Structure of the report. The next section of the report, Section 2, summarizes what we know about the extent, nature and consequences of child sexual abuse and exploitation for children in different contexts, and sets out the conceptual framework that has informed this study. Section 3 introduces the research evidence on effective interventions. The findings are organized into sections according to the type of response, international and National Frameworks, Section 4, Primary Prevention. Section 5, Identification, Reporting and Child Protection. Section 6, Preventing Perpetrator Reoffending, Section 7, and Victim Support and Recovery, Section 8. The final section of this report, Section 9, draws together findings on promising programs and makes recommendations for future policy, practice and research. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 1. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 22. Section 1 Appendix. Table 1, Sustainable Development Goals and Relevant Targets 2030. Goal 5 Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Target 5.2 Eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. 5.2.1 Proportion of ever partnered women and girls aged 15 years and older subjected to physical, sexual or psychological violence by a current or former intimate partner in the previous 12 months, by form of violence and by age. 5.2.2 Proportion of women and girls aged 15 years and older subjected to sexual violence by persons other than an intimate partner in the previous 12 months, by age and place of occurrence. Goal 8. Promote sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. Target 8.7 Take immediate and effective measures to eradicate forced labor, end modern slavery and human trafficking and secure the prohibition and elimination of the worst forms of child labor, including recruitment and use of child soldiers, and by 2025 end child labor in all its forms. Goal 16. Promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all and build effective, accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. Target 16.1 Significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates everywhere. 16.1.1 Number of victims of intentional homicide per 100,000 population, by sex and age. 16.1.2 Conflict-related deaths per 100,000 population, by sex, age and cause. Target 16.2 End abuse, exploitation, trafficking and all forms of violence against and torture of children. 16.2.1 Proportion of children aged 1 to 17 years who experienced any physical punishment and / or psychological aggression by caregivers in the past month. 16.2.3 Proportion of young women and men aged 18 to 29 years who experienced sexual violence by age 18. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 1. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 23. Figure 1, Inspire 7 Strategies. Figure 2, Respect, 7 Strategies to Prevent Violence against Women. Implementation and enforcement of laws. Norms and values. SF environments. Parent and caregiver support. Income and economic strengthening. Education and life skills. Our response and support services. Inspire. 7 strategies for ending violence against children. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 1 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 24. Child sexual abuse and exploitation. A global problem. The term child sexual abuse and exploitation covers diverse victimizations perpetrated by adults and peers, with varied motivations. This section briefly reviews recent research on the scale, nature and consequences of child sexual abuse and exploitation, why children are vulnerable and what is known about protective factors. Knowing the scale and nature of child sexual abuse and exploitation across different country contexts is important for identifying priorities for action and service responses. 2.1 The nature and extent of the problem. National prevalence. A substantial proportion of children across all regions in the world have experienced physical and sexual violence in childhood. Figure 4, Section 2 Appendix. Child sexual abuse is a gendered crime, with the vast majority of perpetrators, around 90%, being male. Parkinson and Cashmore, 2017, Pada, Geilerer and Abade. 2014, Prebit al., 2010, Radford et al., 2017 A. Being female is a significant risk factor for sexual abuse and exploitation in most parts of the world and is linked to the gender-based power inequalities that persist globally, although it is important to recognize that boys can also be sexually abused and exploited and can be stigmatized and deliberately targeted because of their gender. WHO, 2012. Providing an exact figure for the scale of the problem is difficult. Research in HICs and LMICs shows the rates of sexual victimization found in self-report surveys are consistently higher than the administrative records of services such as the police and child protection. Research shows a lot of sexual abuse never comes to the attention of authorities. For example, surveys in Finland, Lahtinen et al. 2018, and in Germany, Stiller and Hellman, 2017, show that, although well over 3/4 of victims of childhood sexual abuse have told somebody about the abuse, most often a friend, at best only 14% of the disclosures were passed on to authorities. 76% in Germany, 80% in Finland. 2. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 25. Research on violence against children in 7 LMICs. Cambodia, Haiti, Kenya, Malawi, Eswatini, Tanzania and Zimbabwe, similarly found the proportion of victims who received a service was less than or equal to 10% in most countries surveyed. Sumner et al., 2015. A review of survey data from 30 countries collected for UNICEF found that only 1% of adolescent girls who had experienced forced sex reached out for help from services. UNICEF, 2017 A. Self-report surveys are considered more reliable estimates of prevalence in a population as these capture data on experiences that have not been previously reported. However, there can be substantial differences in how self-report surveys measure sexual abuse, and these differences influence the rates of prevalence. Matthews et al., 2020. 4 key questions to ask about prevalence surveys. 1. How comprehensive was the definition and measurement of violence? 2. Was violence measured over the whole of childhood and / or recently? 3. Who was asked about the violence? 4. How were they asked about the violence? Question 1. Definitions and measures of violence vary greatly across different studies. Those using narrow definitions that ask only about forced or coerced first sexual intercourse, for example Anderson and Ho Foster 2008, Bertisel et al. 2008, produce lower prevalence rates for childhood sexual violence than those that ask more broadly about all forms of unwanted sexual victimization from rape to sexual touching and forms of sexual abuse and harassment that may involve no physical contact, such as posting sexual images online. E.G. Verdijkit al. 2011. Asking about unwanted sexual acts also may not capture sexual exploitation that is not recognized as such by a young person. A review for the Centre of Expertise on Child Sexual Abuse in England of 29 methodologically different surveys found 14 possible areas of sexual abuse and exploitation were included in global prevalence research. The most commonly asked about forms of child sexual abuse were kissing and touching, included in 25 surveys, and penetration, included in 19 surveys. Few surveys included any measurement of child sexual exploitation. The least commonly asked about behaviors were statutory rape, trafficking and the role of intermediaries in sexual exploitation. Radford, 2018. Question 2. Prevalence estimates based on lifetime. Childhood experiences are generally higher than estimates based on experiences reported more recently, such as in the past year. Recent experiences may give better estimates of current prevalence rates. Question 3. Researchers have asked different types of participants, with some surveying adults retrospectively. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 26. About abusive experiences in childhood, for example, Olson et al. 2000, Tarchon and Quadura 2012, while others ask children and adolescents, of varying ages, about recent and lifetime experiences. UNICEF Kenya et al. 2012, Finkelhor et al. 2015. Recall over a long period of time may influence adult reports. Hart and Rutter, 2004. Some surveys have found that older adults report higher rates of sexual abuse in childhood than younger adults. The Crime Survey England and Wales in 2016 found 9% of adults aged 45 to 54 and 55 to 59 years reported having been sexually abused before age 15, compared with 5% of those aged 25 to 34 and 3% of those aged 16 to 24, ONS, 2016. It is difficult to tell whether these differences are caused by older survivors being more willing to disclose, or because the prevalence of abuse has changed over time. Some studies have been set within a gender-based violence context and have only asked about the sexual violence experiences of women and girls, for example. Bertisel et al. 2008. Other researchers may include boys, but do not always show the findings for females and males. Separately in the publications, Ndatier et al. 2007. Question 4. How the questions were asked can influence what is reported. Children and young people respond best to questions that have been cognitively tested and are neutrally worded. Asking about behavior-specific acts such as being touched or kissed is less confusing than asking a child whether she or he has been abused, raped or molested. Radford, 2018. Generally, the more questions asked about sensitive topics such as sexual abuse, the higher the rates. Reported, Barth et al., 2012, Stoltenborg et al., 2011. Safe and private methods to ask about experiences of victimization are especially important. Rumble et al., 2018. High rates of violence tend to be reported when participants are asked using computer-assisted self-interviewing, CASI, or audio CASI methods compared with being asked directly in a face-to-face interview. In CASI interviews, the interviewer hands over a tablet computer to the interviewee to read sensitive questions and enter answers privately on screen. A national survey of children and violence in South Africa tested different methods to interview 9,730 young people aged 15 to 17, in households 5,635, and in schools 4,095, using an administered interview and a self-completion, CASI, interview. Highest rates of reporting were found in the self-completion surveys, especially those completed in schools. Burton et al., 2015, Ward et al., 2018. Similar findings on sealed envelope methods to collect questionnaires from school children in Uganda confirm the importance of privacy. Barr et al., 2017. Studies that invest in training interviewers and the development of high-quality ethical protocols have the highest response rates to questions on child sexual abuse. Rumble et al., 2020. Systematic reviews and meta-analyses that have analyzed the International Self-Report Survey data on the prevalence of child sexual abuse. Andrews et al. 2004. Barth et al. 2012, G et al. 2013, Jones et al. 2012, Pada et al. 2009, Stoltenborg et al. 2011, UNICEF 2012. Cover a large number of global studies from different regions of the world. These reviews and other studies show that findings on the prevalence of child sexual abuse present a very mixed picture on the extent of the problem even in the same region. Rumble et al., 2020, and comparisons are difficult to make. Barth et al., 2012, UNICEF, 2017. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 27. The systematic review and meta-analysis of 217 studies. Published between 1980 to 2008 by Stoltenberg et al. 2011, estimated the global prevalence of lifetime child sexual abuse based on self-report surveys as being 12.7%, almost 1 in 8 of the world's children. Lowest rates for males and females were found for Asia. 4.1% males, 11.3% females, then followed by Europe. For males, 5.6% males, 13.5% females, and South America for females, 13.8% males, 13.4% females. Highest rates for females were found for Australia, 7.5%. Males, 21.5% females, followed closely by Africa, 19.3%. Males, 20.2% females, and the USA and Canada, 8%. Males, 20.1% females, Stoltenberg et al., 2011. Self-report surveys using standardized measures of gender-based violence, of sexual health, and of violence against children, implemented with careful attention to ethical issues, have been used and increasingly validated in different national and cultural contexts. This is a noticeable change in the research since the earlier evidence review, Radford et al., 2015, and it has greatly improved the availability of data. Self-report surveys with adults. A survey of violence against women across Europe covering 28 members of the European Union asked over 42,000 adult women about experiences of sexual abuse before the age of 15, FRA, 2014. 12% self-reported childhood sexual abuse. 8% sexual touching, 1% forced sex, 9% exposure. Highest rates of childhood sexual abuse were self-reported for France and the Netherlands, 20%. Under 4% of women self-reported these experiences. In Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Hungary, Portugal and Romania, FRA, 2014. An analysis of survey data collected by UNICEF and the WHO compared responses across 38 LMICs from young adults aged 18 to 29 years asked similar questions about forced sex in childhood. Highest rates of self-reported forced sex experienced in childhood came from Cameroon, 15% females, 4% boys, UNICEF, 2017. Very few surveys had data on boys and girls. Where this existed, lowest rates of forced sex in childhood came from Sierra Leone, 2% females, 5% males. Based on these findings, UNICEF estimates that globally 1 in 20, around 13 million adolescent girls aged 15-19 will have experienced forced sex at some time in their lives, UNICEF, 2020, and 9 million will have experienced this in the past year, UNICEF, 2017. Self-report surveys with children. The most commonly used child self-report surveys with standardized measures of violence are the IPCAN Child Abuse Screening Tool, ICAST. https://www.ipcan.org/learn/icast-abuse-screening-tools/right . Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 28. The Juvenile Victimization Questionnaire, JVQ, http://www. un.edu/ccrc/JVQ/index_new.html, and the Violence Against Children and Youth Surveys, VACS, https://www.togetherforgirls.org/about the VACS/ Main et al., 2016, Radford, 2018. These surveys mostly measure forced sex, sexual touching, and non-contact sexual abuse. All show consistently high rates of self-reported sexual abuse, especially for adolescents aged 15 to 17 years. For example, the national survey based on the JVQ in South Africa found 8% of boys and 14% girls aged 15 to 17 had experienced some sexual victimization, Ward et al., 2018. Prevalence rates for the past year in the U.S., also measured using the JVQ, were 9.4% for boys and 14% for girls aged 15-17. Finkelhor et al., 2015. Surveys using the ICAST measure in 9 Balkan states, with over 42,000 children aged 11, 13 and 16 years. Found past year sexual violence was lowest in Romania. 5.0%, 4.7% females, 5.4% males, and highest in Bosnia, 13.6%, 12.4% females, 15.4% males, Nicolaides et al., 2018. The prevalence of sexual abuse in childhood from 9 of the most recently published Violence Against Children and Youth Surveys, VACS, defined mostly as sexual touching and attempted and forced sex, is shown in Table 2 below. Table 2, selected countries' prevalence of child sexual abuse, males and females aged 13 to 17 in the past year, PY, and any time before age 18 aged 18. 24, LT. Country. PY. Male. PY. Female. LT male. 18 plus. LT female. 18 plus. Botswana 4.1%, 10.4%, 5.5%, 9.3%. Colombia *8.1%, 7.8%, 15.3%. El Salvador 2.7%, 6.6%, 2.5%, 13.5%. Honduras *4.9%, 6.2%, 9.9%, 16.2%. Lao PDR 6.2%, 4.1%, 12.0%, 7.3%. Rwanda 5.4%, 11.7%, 9.6%, 23.9%. Uganda 11.2%, 25.4%, 16.5%, 35.3%. Zambia 5.6%, 16.6%, 10.0%, 20.3%. Zimbabwe 0.3%, 4.1%, 1.1%, 9.1%. Asterisk includes coerced or alcohol-facilitated sexual abuse. Sources: Gift of Colombia, 2019, Gift of El Salvador, 2019, Gift of Honduras, 2019, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, 2015, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Child Development. 2018, National Commission for Mothers and Children, 2016, Rwanda Ministry of Health, 2017, Statistics Botswana, 2019, Zimbabwe Ministry of Health and Childcare, 2019. Prevalence of online facilitated child sexual abuse. Research on the extent of online facilitated sexual abuse and exploitation relates mostly to HICs, Jones et al. 2013. With one review, Wager et al. 2018, finding just one study covering the prevalence of online abuse in the Global South. Byrne et al. 2016. As with other prevalence surveys, Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 29. Self-report surveys covering online facilitated child sexual abuse ask about different things, online grooming and sexual requests, meeting offline someone met online, a contact sexual offense taking place at an offline meeting. Someone taking pictures or recordings of victims when they were undressing or naked, unwanted exposure to online pornography and non-consensual sharing of images. Surveys have focused mostly on young people's exposure to sexually explicit material, online sexualized conversations, sexting, self-generated images, and receiving sexual requests and, to a limited extent, on online grooming. Other than sexting, they have rarely asked young people about sexualized images being taken of them, including web cam live streaming, or experiences of commercial sexual exploitation or sextortion. A meta-analysis of online sexual abuse towards adolescents aged 12 to 16 covering studies from the US, Europe, Canada and Taiwan found the prevalence of online solicitation to be 11.5%, 9 studies, and the prevalence of unwanted online sexual exploitation to be 20.3%, 7 studies, Madigan et al., 2018. The Global Kids Online Survey, Byrne et al., 2016, asked children aged 9 to 17 in the Philippines, N equals 121, Serbia, N equals 197, and South Africa, N equals 913, and children aged 13 to 17 in Argentina, N equals 1,106, about Internet use and experiences. Fewer than 1 in 20 Internet using children, in South Africa and the Philippines, reported experiences of online sexual solicitation. A school-based survey in Spain asked 2,731 adolescents aged 12 to 15 about experiences in the past 12 months of online sexual solicitation and sexual interactions with adults. In the past 12 months, 15.3% of girls and 9.3% of boys had received sexual solicitations from adults, 7.4% of boys and 8.2% of girls had sexual interactions with adults online and 3.6% met an adult previously only known online, 7%. At age 15, most, 87%, of the adults involved were under the age of 30, and no differences were found between the ages of those who first engaged with the child online and those who met them first offline, and thereafter made online solicitations or had sexual interactions. De Santisteban and Games Guadix, 2018. A recent review of online abuse has similarly confirmed that research on police reports and self-report studies show that most online offenders are not strangers but are instead acquaintances known from other offline contexts. There are few differences in the dynamics of the relationship between victims and offenders in offline and online contexts. Finkelhor et al., 2020. Online sexual victimization is linked with victimization that occurs offline in a number of ways, being part of overall grooming by adults. Burke and Hernandez, 2009, Svadin and Back, 2011, Wallach et al. 2008, Monitoring and Sexual Coercion by Abusive Partners, Barter et al. 2009, 2017. Stanley et al., 2018, and an overall pattern of violence that reaches across different settings of home, school and community. Ybarra et al. 2007. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 30. Researchers have also asked men in the community to self-report their own use of child pornography online. Sexual interest in children and sexually coercive behavior. Iwager et al., 2018, found between 1 in 10 and 1 in 5 adults from Finland, Germany and Sweden had engaged in online sexualized conversations with young people below the age of 18 in the past year. Around 1 in 20 men admitted sexualized behavior involving children below the age of 12. A school-based survey of the sexual experiences of 1978 Swedish males aged 17 to 20 years found 4.2%. N equals 84, reported having viewed child pornography. Cito et al., 2015. The largest community survey on men's self-reported sexual interest in children, an online survey of 8,718 German men, aged 18-89 years, found 5.5% indicated some pedophilic interest, 4.1% reported sexual fantasies involving children under the age of 12 and 3.2% reported sexual behavior involving prepubescent children. Domert et al., 2016. The German survey found a crossover between use of pornography and sexual fantasies about prepubescent children and offending behavior. Among the 3.2% reporting sexual behavior involving children under the age of 12, 1.7% used child pornography but did not report sexual contact with children, 0.8% exclusively committed sexual contact offenses against children and 0.7% committed both contact and child pornography offenses. Domert et al., 2016. An online survey of 435 adults, 262 females, 173 males. Found 10% of males and 4% of the females said they would be likely to have sex with children or view child pornography if they could do so without being caught. or punished, Vertel, Simons, and Moreno, 2014. This disturbing finding affirms the need for tough law enforcement and detection. Prevalence of child sexual exploitation. Rates of child sexual exploitation have been included in some community-based population surveys, where commonly children and adolescents have been asked about exchanging sex for food, favors, material gain or gifts. CDC 2014. The VAX reports show varied rates of prevalence. See www.togetherforgirls.org/violence-children-surveys. But data is not directly comparable due to differences in data presentation. Research in Europe has also found varied prevalence rates, possibly due to varied methods of measurement. Surveys in Baltic Sea nations found males in some countries, Lithuania, Norway, Poland and Sweden, reporting higher rates of selling sex than females. Rates ranged from 1% in Norway to 14.6% in Poland, for females reporting having sold sex, and 0.4% in Estonia to 25.2% in Poland for males. Gorensveden, 2007. The online survey of German men by Domert et al., 2016. Discussed above, found 0.4% of men self-reported they had paid a child under the age of 12 for sexual services, n equals 33. And 0.4%, n equals 37, intended child sex tourism. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 31. Trends in prevalence rates. Research at present cannot tell us with certainty whether violence against children, including sexual violence, is increasing or declining globally. There are too few studies using standardized measures of violence that have been repeated over time, and very few cohort or longitudinal studies that have assessed the prevalence of child sexual abuse and exploitation. There are a few studies in HICs that have explored a possible decline by analyzing trends in the data from multiple sources such as self-report and incidence surveys. Sedlak et al., 2010, Child Protection and Criminal Justice Records, Fallon et al., 2019. The U.S. studies found a decline in administrative data rates from the 1990s onwards, yet no changes in prevalence from child self-report surveys since 2008. Finkelhor et al. 2013. Finkelhor et al. 2014b and 2015. This decline in rates from administrative data could be due to changes in reporting and recording practices, in willingness to report, or in actual prevalence rates. Reports grow with increased public awareness, and there has been a recent rise in the rates drawn from administrative data on child sexual abuse and exploitation. In some HICs such as UK, Bentley et al., 2018, where there have been a series of high-profile investigations and child sexual abuse has been designated a national threat. It can be said that some of the situational opportunities for perpetrators to sexually abuse children have changed over time. Online technologies have provided new routes to abuse. They facilitate direct access to children and young people and the distribution of abusive imagery. Cross-sectional surveys conducted over several years in the United States, however, present a mixed picture of trends in online child sexual exploitation, with rates reported by young Internet users not increasing as expected with wider access. Rates of unwanted sexual solicitation declined from 19% in 2000 to 13% in 2005 and 9% in 2010, pre-BIT-AL 2013. Global efforts to police online abusers have expanded. Police data from various sources of child sexual abuse materials show a growth in reports. ECPAT International, 2018. Although it is difficult to say whether this is because of the success of increased efforts at detection or due to increases in the actual amount of material. Arrests for adolescents sexting and producing abusive images of other children have increased. Wallach-et al. 2012a, 2012b, 2012c. Our ability to monitor and respond effectively to child sexual abuse and exploitation has been frustrated by the lack of robust epidemiological data on prevalence and trends over time. It is nonetheless accepted that the nature of child sexual abuse and exploitation has changed with time, and that globalization and new technologies present new challenges for child protection. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 32. The substantial experience gained from national surveys of violence against children, including the VACS, could be used to guide improved monitoring of prevention efforts, prevalence, and trends at regional, national and community levels. Key messages. 1 in 8 of the world's children have been sexually abused and or sexually exploited at some time in their lives. Stoltenberg et al., 2011. 1 in every 20 girls aged 15 to 19, around 13 million, have experienced forced sex during their lifetime. UNICEF, 2020a. Child sexual abuse is gendered, around 90% of perpetrators being male and girls typically reporting rates of victimization 2-3 times higher than boys. Victimization of boys has been found to be higher than for girls in some contexts and organizational settings, although reported rates vary across and within countries. Child sexual abuse is prevalent in wealthy countries and in countries where incomes are lower. Robust data on the prevalence rates for online abuse and for sexual exploitation is limited and needs to be improved, although adolescent girls report the highest past year victimization rates, 12.9% of girls aged 14 to 17 in the US, Finkelhor et al., 2014a, and 15% of girls aged 12 to 15 in Spain, de Santisteban and Games Guadix, 2018. A review of surveys asking men in the community about their use of online child sexual exploitation materials and sexual behavior online towards children, found between 1 in 10 and 1 in 5 adults in studies from Finland, Germany and Sweden had online sexualized conversations with children in the past year. 1 in 20 men admitted online sexualized Behavior towards children who were known to be below the age of 12, Wager et al., 2018. Recommendations. Future research should employ consistent definitions and measures of past year as well as lifetime childhood experiences, covering penetration, sexual touching, non-contact forms of sexual victimization, sexual verbal harassment, exposure, involvement in abusive materials, etc., online solicitation, online victimization and on- and offline sexual exploitation, and the overlaps between these. Mixed methods of data collection, such as community surveys followed up with qualitative interviewing, will also help advance understanding of the meaning of reported experiences in the context of individual children's lives. Data collected and triangulated from a range of different sources should be used to improve monitoring of trends in the prevalence and incidence of child sexual abuse and exploitation over time. Gender-based violence research should present findings separately for adolescent, typically aged 15 to 18, and for adult experiences. Data on both boys and girls should be included and shown separately. There are gaps in knowledge to be addressed regards the prevalence of child sexual abuse and exploitation among children from ethnic minority groups, those with different forms of disability, as well as among children and young people who identify as gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender or who are intersex. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 33. 2.2 Drivers, Risks and Vulnerabilities. The burden of violence, including sexual violence, falls unevenly on particular groups of children across the world. There are a variety of theories which seek to explain why children are vulnerable and why offenders target them. There is no space in this report to comprehensively review this area of work beyond noting that no single theory covers all manifestations of these crimes. For example, psychosocial theories on perpetrator psychopathology, commonly used to explain the behaviors of pedophilic child sex offenders, Nielsen et al. 2011, Cito, Reeve, and Jung, 2010, may not be useful for explaining other forms of sexual violence, such as date rape, where risks and determinants may differ. Eek, Cito and Williams, 2011. A very clear risk factor is a child's developmental vulnerability. Conceptually, this report has been informed by an adapted version of the socio-ecological framework. Bulsky, 1980 and 1993, Bronfenbrenner, 1977 and 1986. Which takes into account the developing child's interaction with her/his family and relationships, community and wider environment and the intersecting experiences of violence against women and violence against children. Hayes, 2011. Rubenstein and Stark, 2017, Moots et al., 2019. Violence does not happen between individuals in an isolated bubble unaffected by the wider social context. Most forms of interpersonal violence disproportionality affect groups in a community or population who are disadvantaged as a result of interacting structural inequalities such as poverty, gender inequity, racism, sexual orientation together with institutional and organizational practices that do little to challenge or even reinforce them. In their multi-country study of violence against children, Maternowska and Fry, 2018, distinguished between drivers of violence at the structural and organizational levels that create the conditions in a particular society where violence against children is more or less likely to happen, and risks and vulnerabilities at the levels of the individual child, family, and relationships, and in the community, that influence whether a particular child is abused. Society. Structural drivers. Social norms blame victims and exonerate perpetrators. Community. Organizational drivers. Disorganized and poorly resourced police force does not protect vulnerable children. Relationship. Risk factors. Association with sexually aggressive peers. Child. Risk factors. Misuse of drugs and alcohol. Figure 3. Examples of drivers and risks in a socio-ecological model. See also Figures 7 and 8 Section 2 Appendix. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 34. Figure 3 illustrates the four nested levels in the socio-ecological framework, including an example of just two of the known risks and just two drivers that can together influence the child's experiences of sexual abuse. From this perspective, addressing a risk at the level of an individual child, such as legislation to limit adolescent access to alcohol, would be helpful, but by itself not enough to end child sexual abuse and exploitation. Other risks and drivers contributing to the persistence of sexual abuse, such as peer relationships, inadequate police protection and norms blaming adolescent girls for their own sexual victimization, would be untouched. System change is needed to tackle the multidimensional causes and consequences of sexual violence. While there is no standard blueprint for this, current global violence prevention strategies support coordinated action simultaneously across several different levels of the system. WHO 2018, WHO 2019a. Table 3 provides a summary of drivers and risks for childhood sexual violence victimization and perpetration that have been identified from research. Many are also drivers and risks for other forms of violence in childhood and for violence towards adult women. It should be noted that risks are not fixed but are dynamic and subject to change over time, particularly over stages of development in growth to adulthood, and protective factors that can be put in place. Similarly, the interactions between structural drivers and risks in different country contexts will vary and cannot be solely understood through abstract academic commentary. Indeed, this was a key finding from the Drivers of Violence study, Maternowska and Fry, 2018, which built alliances between researchers, practitioners and policy makers to map and co-produce knowledge about drivers and risks across different country contexts to better understand challenges and opportunities for change. Drivers and risks. unique to child sexual abuse and exploitation are highlighted in the table and in the discussion below. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 35. Table 3. Drivers and risks of child sexual abuse and exploitation. Drivers' risks. Influence on structural community and organizational relationships, individual, perpetrator, and victims. Social norms and stigma that support child sexual exploitation and abuse. Ideologies of male sexual entitlement, child marriage, armed conflict, humanitarian crisis, general tolerance of sexual abuse and exploitation, normalization of violence in the community or organization, situational risks, organization / setting provides unregulated private access to vulnerable child, gang membership, lack of parental involvement and family support, childhood experience of sexual, physical, emotional abuse or neglect, exposure to parental, domestic violence, age, gender and developmental vulnerabilities, harmful use of alcohol or illicit drugs, victim lack of recognition and legal protection of boys as victims of sexual violence, poverty, unsafe migration, social inequalities and discrimination on the basis of age, gender, ethnicity, religious belief, revictimization risk due to lack of support from police and other services, criminalization, punishment or blaming and stigmatization of the victim, separation from family, man other than biological father in family home, disability, mental health issues, internalizing and externalizing symptoms, sexual orientation and gender identity, perpetrator weak community or organizational safeguarding, policies and sanctions against perpetrators, family honor / norms of sexual purity for girls and women, association with sexually aggressive peers, perpetrator is person in position of trust or authority / older than victim, learning disability, mental health issues, antisocial personality and conduct disorder, motivation, attitudes and beliefs that support child sexual exploitation and abuse. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 36. Structural drivers. Key structural drivers identified in the research include age and social inequality, gender inequality, stigma, and social norms supporting gender-based violence, and violence against children, poor capacity and weak legislation, poverty, migration, crisis, conflict and breakdown in stable governance, Ligero et al., 2019. Hines et al., 2019, Maternowska and Fry, 2018, Moots et al., 2019. Many of these are drivers for both victimization and perpetration of child sexual abuse, contributing to social inequalities that disadvantage children, especially girls, and exculpate or condone abusers. Age and social inequality, the status of children in a society, their legal protection and the extent to which violence against children is accepted or sanctioned will influence both levels of general violence and sexual violence in childhood. Wilman and Majisakar, 2011. Discrimination and poor access to protective resources and services means that children in disadvantaged and socially excluded groups are more vulnerable to sexual abuse and exploitation. Chowdhury, 2018, and perpetrators who are motivated to abuse children are free to do so without fear of sanctions. Age and victimization, the prevalence rates for different types of violence, including sexual abuse and exploitation, vary with age. Ajdukovic et al. 2013. Bebbington et al. 2011, Finkelhor et al. 2014. A. Radford et al. 2013, UNICEF 2017. A. See Figure 5 in Section 2. Appendix. Violence and neglect by a caregiver, hereafter referred to as child maltreatment, is a dependency related form of violence so that infants and younger children with high dependency on caregivers to meet their basic needs, for food, shelter, safety, affection, are those most vulnerable to harm. Finkelhor, 2008. Sexual violence, however, can occur at any time in childhood and throughout adult life and, unlike child maltreatment in general, the vulnerabilities to victimization increase with age and are highest for girls in late adolescence. In the UK, a national survey found young adults reported higher prevalence of sexual abuse in childhood than adolescents who had not yet reached the age of 18. The prevalence of lifetime child sexual abuse involving physical contact and or rape was 7.2% for girls and 2.8% for boys aged 11 to 17, and 18.6% for females and 5.3% for males aged 18 to 24 years. Radford et al., 2013. Self-report surveys in the U.S. found the prevalence of sexual abuse in childhood rose from 16.8% at age 15 to 26.6% at age 17 for girls and from 4.3% at age 15 to 5.1% at age 17 for boys. Finkelhor et al., 2014. A. Among girls aged 18-24 who disclosed experiences of sexual violence in childhood, the first ever experience was after age 14 for 70% in Botswana, 63% in Colombia, 64% in El Salvador and 87% in Rwanda. Statistics Botswana, 2019, Guftov. Colombia, 2019, Guftov. El Salvador, 2019, Rwanda. Ministry of Health, 2017. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 37. The likelihood of being sexually abused increases with age, particularly for girls. In the U.S. surveys 49% of girls had their first experience of child sexual abuse after age 14 compared with 27.4% of boys. Jewett, Maiden and Finkelhor, 2020. One explanation for the developmental increase in risk of sexual violence with age is the increase in situational risks linked to children's routine activities. McKillop et al. 2015, together with the varying age-related vulnerabilities children and adolescents experience. Finkelhor, 2008. Younger children are most likely to be sexually abused by a family member or caregiver as they spend more time in the home with the family. Older children and adolescents spend more of their time outside the immediate family or home environment and are likely to be exposed to a wider range of perpetrators. In addition to the risks within the family, adults in positions of trust or authority, peers, employers, neighbors and intimate partners. Finkelhor, 2008, No Violence, 2017, Kumar, 2017, Ligero et al., 2019. Developmental risks also vary for online child sexual exploitation in relation to the child's or adolescent's own access to online technology, with victimization rates rising with age in adolescence. However, preverbal children and infants with no direct access themselves to online technologies can still be at risk from online sexual exploitation by older offenders. The WIPROTECT Global Alliance Threat Assessment has illustrated the intersection between victims of different ages, offenders and technology as shown in Figure 6 in the appendix to this section. WIPROTECT, 2018. Age and offending. While childhood is a structural driver for child sexual victimization, age of onset for known child sex offenders is broad. Research is inconclusive but shows there are clusters of perpetrators who first commit contact sexual abuse in the 11-15 age range and the late 20s to early 30s age range. Proev, Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016. A survey of over 10,000 men in Bangladesh, Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and Sri Lanka found that many men who admitted perpetrating rape had done so first while a teenager, and a substantial number were at the time below the age of 15. Fullew et al. 2013. One community-based confidential survey in South Africa similarly found 75% of the men who admitted rape had done so first when they were teenagers. Jukes et al. 2010. Gender inequality. Gender inequalities are key risks for sexual violence victimization and perpetration across the life course. Adult power in sex-segregated societies can present risks of sexual abuse and exploitation for girls or for boys, depending on the cultural context. However, from childhood through to adolescence there is a progressive gendering in experiences of sexual victimization, with adolescent girls in most nations reporting the highest prevalence rates of sexual violence. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 38. Gender and victimization. Where there are high levels of violence against women, there are often also high levels of partner abuse and sexual violence towards girls. Bot. Geedzit al. 2012. Girls and young women have the highest rates of past year violence from an intimate partner, FIA, 2014. Higher rates of sexual abuse in HICs are reported by girls compared with boys, typically 2 to 3 times higher. Finkelhor et al., 2015, Fisher et al., 2015. ONS, 2016. Girls form the majority of victims in child sexual abuse materials online, ECPAT International, 2018. And are most of the targets of online solicitation, Jones et al., 2012a. While gender is clearly an important factor in the sexual abuse and exploitation of girls, the influence of gender on the abuse of boys and of children of other genders and sexual identities has been neglected by the research literature and warrants further investigation. Ligero et al. 2019. Sexual victimization rates reported by boys in some countries and environmental contexts are close to or even higher than those reported by girls. Studies in Taiwan, Chengfang et al. 2008, in China, G. Finkelhor and Dunn, 2013, Lung et al. 2008, Poland. Svadin 2007, some countries in the Balkan region. Nicolaides, 2018, in South Africa, Ward et al., 2018. In Laopdr, National Commission for Mothers and Children, 2016, and the Lebanon, Uster et al. 2008, found boys reporting similar or higher rates of child sexual abuse/child sexual victimization than girls. The age of the boys at the time of sexual victimization may be a factor, with younger boys in some studies reporting higher rates than older boys. Ministry of Women, 2014, Nicolaides, 2013, or earlier age of first victimization, Jewitz and Finkelhor, 2020. Boys who are gay or questioning their sexual orientation may also be more vulnerable to online solicitation. Wallach et al., 2008. Surveys and national inquiries into child abuse in institutions in Australia, England and Scotland show that boys may be particularly vulnerable to abuse from persons in positions of trust, such as a teacher, carer, youth worker, priest, and in single-sex residential schools for boys. ONS, 2016, Parkinson and Cashmore. 2017, Radford, 2017a, Ward and Roger, 2018. Gender and Offending, research with perpetrators in the general population is limited. Most of what we know is drawn from research in HICs with perpetrators in treatment, or in the criminal justice system, or with convenience samples such as college students, Jukes, 2012. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 39. Victimization self-report surveys in HICs and some LMICs typically find most adult perpetrators of child sexual abuse, around 70 to 90%, are males, who are already known to the victim. Verdigit al. 2011. Ministry of Women's Affairs, 2014, Radford et al. 2011. Among offenders known to authorities, female child. Sexual abuse offenders are a minority, between 6 to 11%, Proev, Malviso and Del Fabro, 2016. Online facilitated child sex offenders are also mostly men, and predominantly from a white or European background. DeMarco et al., 2018. It is important to be aware that females also sexually abuse and exploit children. Bunting, 2007, with risks to boys typically being from older females. Self-report surveys in the US found that for over 3/4 of sexual victimizations, the perpetrator of the first incident was another young person below the age of 18. Jewitz and Finkelhor, 2020. Including adult and peer perpetrators, males were perpetrators in 88% of the first incidents for sexually abused girls and 46% of the first incidents for sexually abused boys. In 54% of the first incidents where boys were sexually abused, the perpetrators were females, generally older girlfriends or acquaintances. Jewitz and Finkelhor, 2020. Some of the VACs have similarly found females, aged 18 to 24, reporting overwhelmingly child sexual abuse. Perpetrators were male, 90% Lao PDR to 99% Zambia. But male victims reporting few males as perpetrators of their first experiences of child sexual abuse, 44%. Lao PDR and 8% Zambia, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Child Development, 2018, National Commission for Mothers and Children, 2016. Boys are less likely to tell anyone about sexual abuse experiences than are girls. Alagia, Colin Vazina and Latif. 2019, Allnuka and Atkinson, 2019, London et al., 2008, Mainck. 2014, UNICEF Kenya, 2012, often due to concern that their sexual orientation will be questioned or believing that nobody is willing to respond or the response may be unhelpful. 1. Of the main motivations for bullying globally includes gender conformity, so that children perceived to be gay, lesbian, bisexual, of non-binary gender or simply perceived to be not conforming to expectations about norms of behavior of boys or girls, experience higher rates of bullying. USCO, 2019. It is not known if this concern about their sexual orientation might influence willingness to disclose, even in a confidential survey, sexual victimization by a male perpetrator. Social norms. Social norms have been defined as being shared perceptions about others that exist within social groups which are maintained through group approval and disapproval. Lilliston et al., 2017. Highest rates of child homicide exist in low-income countries with low levels of legal protection for children and adolescents, and high acceptance levels for violence. Pinheiro, 2006. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence. 40. UNICEF, 2017a. Where there are high levels of violence in a society, there also tend to be high levels of violence in the family, violence in intimate relationships and sexual violence towards women and girls. WHO 2013. Child Sexual abuse and exploitation are widely recognized as unlawful, but laws prohibiting these crimes are not always enforced and may conflict with other policies, practices, and norms and beliefs regulating sexual behavior. Social norms that support gender inequality, condone gender-based violence and promote double standards of sexual behavior for females and males are widespread. Barker et al. 2011, and predict high prevalence rates for physical and sexual violence against women and girls. Chowdhury et al. 2018, Hayes and Kosadam, 2015. In contexts where there are high levels of tolerance towards sex with underage girls, adolescent girls are particularly vulnerable to sexual abuse and exploitation. Buller et al. 2020, Human Rights Council, 2013. For example, social norms support the persistence of child marriage in many countries and regions such as Sub-Saharan Africa, where 35% of females are married before age 18, UNICEF, 2020b. Child marriage exposes girls to increased risks of sexual abuse and other forms of violence from the intimate partner. Garcia Moreno et al. 2005, Hongler et al. 2014, UNICEF, 2017a. Due to the strong association between age disparity and intimate partner abuse, Barter et al. 2009. Pinheiro, 2006, and the privileging of male power and sexual entitlement that often exists where child marriage is widespread. In a systematic review of 49 studies on social norms and sexual violence, Buller et al. 2020, found 6 norms perpetuating child sexual abuse and exploitation: social pressure on young people to own status goods, to be sexually active, to exchange sex for favors, such as receiving food or gifts, to contribute financially to the household, stigma and discrimination against young people who experienced sexual abuse or exploitation, and the lack of social sanctions for perpetrators. These norms were supported by greater tolerance of child sexual exploitation and abuse when it involved older or more physically developed adolescents and when it occurred in poverty-affected contexts. In addition, commonly held factual beliefs in a community about puberty, signaling a child's readiness for sex, men's entitlement to sex and inability to resist sexual urges, and the perceived benefits for a child and an older adult in an intergenerational relationship, also contributed to the maintenance and reproduction of child sexual abuse and exploitation. Contents: Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence. 41. Shame, Secrecy and Weak Legal Sanctions. Shame and secrecy are widely associated with child sexual abuse. Worldwide, children are most likely to be sexually abused by a person known to them, usually a boyfriend, an adult or older child who is a family member, another relative, friend, neighbor, or an adult in a relationship of trust or authority. Finkelhor et al., 2014a, 2015, No Violence, 2017, Kumar, 2017, Pinheiro, 2006. Adults or older peers may create and exploit emotional ties with a victim through the process of grooming, the deliberate preparation of a child for sexual abuse or sexual exploitation. Council of Europe 2007b. Grooming involves the abuser getting into an environment where access to the child for the purpose of sexual abuse is possible, creating emotional ties with the child, ensuring secrecy and compliance and gaining the trust of other adults in the child's life, such as the mother. Craven et al., 2006. The grooming relationship and emotional ties that exists between a perpetrator and victim can mean that the child or adolescent is not aware or able to name her/his experience as being abuse or exploitation. Mudaly and Goddard, 2006. Children lack protection across the range of settings in which they spend their lives and are too frequently not believed when they disclose experiences of child sexual abuse and exploitation. Alagia, Colin Vazina and Latif. 2019, Finkelhor, 2008, or do not obtain a helpful response from services. Maink et al., 2017. While studies suggest that adolescents and older children may tell peers about experiences of sexual abuse, Preeb and Svadin, 2008. Between 30 and 80% of victims do not disclose experiences of child sexual abuse before adulthood. London et al., 2008. Payne and Hansen, 2002. Younger children typically delay disclosure and are less likely to report abuse by a family member. Alagia, Colin Vazina and Latif, 2019, Collings. Griffiths and Kumalo, 2005, Hershkowitz, Horowitz, and Lamb. 2005. While many feel ambiguous about reporting sexual assaults perpetrated by peers, Weiss, 2013. Although prosecution and conviction rates for child sexual offenses have increased in some countries, very low rates of prosecution relative to the high levels of reported prevalence persist in many countries across the world. Economist. 2019. For example, HICs such as Sweden, Iceland and the US show an estimated 10% to 52% of child sexual abuse cases reported to the police proceed for prosecution. Ernberg et al., 2018. If the police do not enforce the law, and child protection services do little to respond to children who are sexually abused or sexually exploited, then victims are more reluctant to disclose their experiences and seek help, are vulnerable to further victimization, and perpetrators have impunity. For refugees and other migrants, tough law enforcement around immigration regimes can act as a barrier to disclosure. Hines, 2009. Corruption in, and risk of violence from, the police makes it unlikely that child victims will want to approach them for assistance. Poverty and inequality. Poverty is linked with increased risk of child maltreatment. Macmillan et al., 2013. Maternowska and Fry, 2018. Although the impact on risk of sexual abuse is less clear-cut. Black et al., 2001. Butler, 2013. A runaway or abandoned child with no means of self-support is vulnerable to sexual exploitation if exchanging sex for money or food is the only option to provide for Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 42. Subsistence Needs, Estes, 2001. Poverty can also create conditions where a child or young person may be at increased situational risk from perpetrators, such as having to walk a long way alone to school, work on the streets, or in domestic labor, or with a parent working long hours away from home, CDC, 2014. However, some surveys have found with higher levels of economic wealth, the self-reported rates of violence against children increase. A study in Nigeria, for example, found significant associations between high economic status and high rates of self-reported emotional, physical and sexual violence. Children and adolescents aged 13 to 17 with high economic status were 1.81 times more likely to self-report experiences of sexual violence in the past 12 months than children in the lowest economic status group. Miller, Chang and Hollis, 2018. It is not known if the higher prevalence rates are due to more violence experienced or greater willingness of children in high-income families to disclose / talk about violence. The fact that child sexual abuse and exploitation persists in high-income countries suggests that poverty is not the sole driver. In Sweden, Fredlund et al., 2018 investigated motives for selling sex among 5,839 adolescents, mean age 18, surveyed in a high school. 51 students reported selling sex, and 3 different motivations for doing so were reported: emotional, often as a result of abuse, mental health issues, or having a non-heterosexual orientation, financial or pleasure, mostly heterosexual. Males selling sex to someone under age 25. Conflict, migration and humanitarian contexts, victimization, the risks of sexual abuse, sexual exploitation and other forms of sexual violence towards children increase significantly during and after armed conflict or within humanitarian contexts. 4 different contexts have been identified where sexual violence often occurs. A. Where militarized sexual violence is a systematic means of terrorizing or humiliating communities. B. Opportunistic sexual violence by perpetrators who take advantage of any contexts of impunity. C. Sexual abuse and exploitation by peacekeepers or humanitarian staff where abuses of trust occur as a result of positions of power. And D. The exacerbation of gender inequalities and breakdown of regular social norms following emergencies. Spangaro et al. 2013. And B. Conflict and / or persecution or escaping violence and persecution can force children into migration or hazardous work and the risk of exploitation and abuse. Baba, 2013, UNICEF, 2017. D. Children without documentation may find it difficult to prove their identity and status, and as a result they are vulnerable to predators and exploiters. Food distribution and transit routes can be sites of violence and conflict if poorly managed, and men control resources. In refugee camps, women and children can be vulnerable to violence and Sexual assaults in conditions of overcrowding, poor lighting, lack of privacy for female sanitation and long distances to collect food, water or cooking fuel. Chowdhury et al., 2018, Who, 2012. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 43. Prevalence data is difficult to gather and research. Evidence somewhat limited. A survey in Haiti after the 2010 earthquake found that children living in camps or tent settlements were significantly more likely to report experiences of sexual abuse than their displaced and not displaced peers not living in camps or tent settlements. CDC, 2014. Sexual abuse on the road was a particular risk for children and young people in Haiti. CDC, 2014. Stark et al., 2017. Interviewed 1,296 girls living in refugee camps in Ethiopia and the Democratic Republic of Congo and found 27% reported experiencing sexual, touching, unwanted or forced sex in the past 12 months. The most significant association with sexual violence was having an intimate partner, a finding similar to research on risks in non-crisis contexts. Ligero et al., 2019. Mistrust in these contexts may reduce possibilities around disclosure, thereby making victims vulnerable to further continued abuse. Hines, 2003, 2017. Conflict and offending during armed conflict. Children, often as a result of force or manipulation, may become involved in combat or in committing acts of violence and sexual abuse against other children. Who, 2012. Organizational and community drivers. The family or child's own home is the most frequently mentioned location for sexual assaults and rapes on children. For example, the National Surveys of Children and Violence found 60% of sexual assaults on children and adolescents in the UK and 58% in Zambia occurred in the home. Radford et al., 2011, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Child Development, 2018. The privacy of the family home, where this exists, provides a location where detection is less likely. Government responses to the COVID-19 pandemic are likely to have increased risks of domestic and sexual violence towards women and children, primarily because the stay-at-home message promoted in many countries left many in the environment where they were at highest risk. Frasers, 2020, Review into the Impact of COVID-19 and Other Epidemics on Levels of Violence detailed anecdotal evidence about the increased risks of sexual violence on children during epidemics where supervision is compromised due to caregiver illness or hospitalization, or where outsiders are transporting goods and providing services to communities. See, for example, the Alliance for Child Protection in Humanitarian Emergencies, 2018, and Increased Exposure to Sexual Violence for Adolescent Girls as a Result of School Closures. See, for example, Christian Aid et al., 2015. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 44. Child sexual abuse and exploitation, however, can occur in all the institutional and community settings in which children spend their time. No Violence, 2017. For example, schools. High rates of sexual harassment in schools from peers have been found in surveys in HICs, AAUW, 2001, Chiodo et al., 2009, Felix and McMahon. 2006, Landstedt and Gilander Gadin, 2011, Ormerod, Collinsworth and Perry. 2008, Skug, Bayramas Demir and Statin, 2016. Inalmix surveys found high levels of sexual harassment and abuse by peers and teachers, as well as sexual assaults from people in the community while on the journey to school. Dunn, Humphreys and Leach, 2006, Leach et al., 2003, Ligero et al., 2019. Lundin and Westlund, 2016, Pinheiro, 2006. Evidence on the extent of sexual abuse of children in residential schools is still limited. Ward and Roger, 2018. Workplace. Children are vulnerable to all forms of violence, including sexual abuse and exploitation, in the workplace, particularly if they are involved in domestic labor, hazardous work or bonded or forced labor. Ordu et al. 2009, Banerjee et al. 2008, CDC, 2014, Chowdhury, 2018, Pinheiro, 2006. Lack of legal protection, economic dependence on the employer, and workplace settings such as isolated working conditions and informal settings such as domestic households put children in vulnerable situations. Sport can provide a context where children and adolescents are vulnerable to physical, sexual and psychological abuse from peers and coaches. Although the extent of abuse in sport in HICs and LMICs is unknown. A systematic review of the research literature found 14% of participants made retrospective reports of sexual abuse in one online survey, with most perpetrators being other peer athletes. Jornseth and Sabo, 2018. Abuse by coaches appears relatively rare in samples of children in the community. 0.5% reporting this is one survey included. Jornseth and Sabo, 2018. Although rates of exposure to sexual abuse increase with the intensity of the child's involvement in sporting activities. Brackenridge et al. 2010. 1. Survey in Australia found 46% of elite athletes interviewed retrospectively reported experiences of child sexual abuse in sport, compared with 26% of athletes who participated in sports clubs. Lee et al. 2002. Travel and tourism. Few studies have asked children in high-risk areas about experiences of sexual abuse or exploitation by tourists. Findings indicate that children are most often abused by a person living in the same locality, with rates of abuse by foreigners living in the country varying across studies and areas. Esker HC 2011, Sorensen and Clarimont, 2003. An anonymous online survey of 8,718 men in Germany found 0.4%, N equals 36. Reported having been involved in tourism to gain access to and sexually abuse or exploit a child. Coops et al., 2017. Institutional or alternative family care. International organizations have noted a worrying increase in orphanage tourism providing situational opportunities for child sex offenders and additional vulnerabilities for children to sexual exploitation in Southeast Asia, Lineham and Faxini, 2019. Children separated from family or living in alternative family, orphanage, residential or foster care, a residential school or correctional facility are known to be vulnerable to sexual abuse and exploitation. Blakemore et al., 2017, Scott and Swain, 2015. The prevalence of abuse in alternative care and orphanages is not known and monitoring any harm to children has been notoriously poor. Blakemore, 2017, Radford et al., 2017, Shea et al., 2016. Research from the Netherlands, User et al., 2014, which looked at physical violence only from carers, found the risk of physical abuse in care was 3 times higher than for a matched sample of young people surveyed in the general population. 1 in every 4, 25.7%, n equals 81, of the young people in care reported experiences of physical abuse in 2010. More boys, 31%, than girls, 18%. Reported physical abuse in care. The rates of physical abuse varied across care contexts, with 15.2% reporting physical abuse in foster care, 18.5% in group care, 30.5% in secure care and 8.9% in juvenile detention. User et al., 2014. Online abuse offline can also occur online, and some abuse may be online only. Online and mobile phone technologies can increase the situational opportunities for abusers. WIPROTECT, 2018, whether intimate partners. Barter et al., 2015, Stanley et al., 2018, Piers, Ybarra et al., 2007, or known or previously unknown adults, Livingston and Haddon, 2009, to gain access to and groom or harass children, as well as making this more difficult for a parent or caregiver to detect. Contents: Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 45. There are a number of situational and organizational factors that can increase children's vulnerabilities to violence and provide safe contexts for abuse perpetrators. Parkinson and Cashmore, 2017, have identified the following 4 dimensions of organizational risks. 1. Situational risk, settings which give adults in positions of trust or authority unmonitored, private access to children and activities such as physical contact or personal care, which provide situational opportunities for child sexual abuse and exploitation. And creating a grooming relationship, ONS, 2016. Parkinson and Cashmore, 2017, Proev, Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016, Radford, 2017. B. Ward and Roger, 2018. Closed or isolated organizational settings, such as geographically remote children's homes, orphanages, or correctional facilities and institutions that require or allow unsupervised physical contact between adults and children, such as care homes, single-sex boarding schools, sporting facilities or some faith settings. Carry increased risk. Reviews of child sexual abuse in the Catholic Church suggest that unmonitored and unquestioned access between clergy and young boys left children situationally vulnerable. Baum et al., 2014. Proev, Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016. Institutional practices, such as ritual baths in some African churches, may present opportunities for perpetrators and risks for children. AJI, 2020. Using data on crime events from adult sexual offenders in Australia, Leclerc, Smallbone, and Wortley, 2013, found that the presence of a potential guardian reduced the duration of sexual contact and the occurrence of penetration, highlighting the importance of good supervision. 2. Vulnerability risk, arising from the characteristics of the children cared for, particularly the young age of children and other vulnerabilities for victimization such as disability. 3. Propensity risk, arising from a greater than average clustering of those with a propensity to abuse children and young people, for example the gender of adult staff being mostly male. 4. Institutional risk, stemming from the characteristics of an institution that may make abuse more likely to occur or less likely to be dealt with properly if disclosed. Closed, isolated or hierarchical organizations without outside scrutiny and poor policies on safeguarding children, where children themselves have no recourse for independent complaint, such as churches /faith groups, correctional facilities and residential schools have been found to be environments that are more likely to support child maltreatment and sexual abuse. Baum et al., 2014. Blakemore et al., 2017, John Jay College, 2004. Identifying situational and vulnerability risks helps focus prevention efforts on the risks associated with institutional activities and practices. Identifying the propensity and institutional risks helps focus prevention efforts on the characteristics of the institution and staffing. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 46. Relationship Risks. Inequalities of power, emotional ties, dependency or trust are very common features of sexually abusive relationships. Different patterns of relationships may exist across and within jurisdictions and contexts and between perpetrators and adolescents or younger children, although emotional manipulation is still often a common feature. Once a relationship has been created, offenders frequently begin a process of desensitizing the child or young person to taking part in sexual acts. Online sex offenders who have developed a rapport with children often use sexual images to desensitize the child or adolescent to sexual interactions. DeMarco et al., 2018. Guilt, shame and being made to feel responsible for the abuse is very common and adds to the secrecy about what is happening and entrapment of the child in the abusive relationship. Craven et al. 2006. Parenting and family support. There is a considerable overlap between intimate partner violence against women and child maltreatment. Geeds et al., 2016. A poor or distant relationship with a parent and or living with domestic violence, abuse or neglect, or in a chaotic household with a low level of parental supervision, poor support and maternal emotional detachment can increase the risk of exposure to sexual abuse and exploitation. Asink et al., 2019, Chowdhury, 2018, Carlson et al., 2020, Proev, Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016, and, in particular in neighborhoods where this is more prevalent, make children and adolescents more vulnerable to victimization and to associating with others involved in criminal, abusive or exploitative behavior. Birolowitz et al. 2012, Helwig-Larsen et al. 2009, Ibrahim et al. 2008, Kim and Kim, 2005. Being born to a sex worker was found to be associated with increased risk of later sexual exploitation in a review of research in India, Chowdhury, 2018. These family and peer relationship risks apply to victimization and perpetration. On the other hand, the impact of violence and abuse may be mitigated for children where there is a secure attachment with an adult carer and practical and emotional support from the wider family or from friendships or the wider community. Orphanhood due to AIDS has been found to be indirectly associated with sexual risk-taking among adolescents in South Africa if it occurs in combination with other family-related risks. Kluver et al. 2013b. However, findings from research are mixed as to whether orphans in sub-Saharan Africa experience more sexual violence than non-orphaned children. Nichols et al. 2014. In emergencies or in the context of a humanitarian crisis, children may be exposed to particular risks such as separation from family, making them less able to protect themselves and vulnerable to trafficking or sexual exploitation. CDC, 2014. Association with sexually aggressive peers / gangs. Sexual abuse and exploitation has been linked with gang activity, both youth gangs and organized gangs and networks of adult criminals. Beckett et al. 2012, Birolowitz et al. 2012. There may be a small network of exploiters, often involving family members and associates, or there may be a large criminal network involving numerous exploiters, related or unrelated to Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 47. The child, operating in direct contact with the child or via distributors of child sexual abuse materials operating online, Ainsar and Loof, 2011. Some studies have found that peer relationships, especially with delinquent peers, are associated with increased risk of sexual violence perpetration, although this may have less influence on partner sexual violence. Jukes 2012. A meta-analysis on risks associated with sex offending however found that although adolescents who engaged in harmful sexual behavior showed a fairly high degree of conduct problems, such as suspension and expulsion from school, they had a less extensive criminal history and less involvement with criminal gangs than other adolescent offenders. Proev, Malvaso, and Del Fabro, 2016. Much existing research suggests that perpetrators of online facilitated child sexual abuse are less likely to have criminal backgrounds, previous convictions or prior antisocial histories than contact offenders. DeMarco et al., 2018. Individual risks. Research on individual child-level risks for victimization is well established in the field of child maltreatment. But studies, for example, Ruang-Kangshanaster et al. 2005, do not always clearly distinguish risks associated with specific types of violence for children of different ages. A meta-analysis of research with convicted adult sex offenders found only one difference in individual risk factors: externalizing behavior, between those who abused children and those who abused adults only. Whitaker et al. 2007. Child sex offenders are a diverse group who may operate individually or collectively, within wider organized criminal activity, as part of a group or gang, in a relationship or family setting. Much of the research on both victimization and perpetration risks has been based on retrospective and cross-sectional research studies, which are helpful for seeing what individual risk factors may be associated with violence and abuse but are limited for understanding the possibly diverse causal pathways, attitudes, beliefs and motivations. Therapeutic practice with all types of sex offenders has been based on the recognition that they have offense-supportive beliefs that are both implicit, subconscious or unknown to the individual, and explicit, outwardly advocated offense. Supportive beliefs justify the antisocial behavior by distancing the offender from responsibility for causing harm. DeMarco et al., 2018. It is common for abuse perpetrators to deny or minimize their criminal behavior, and research with convicted online sex offenders has found that further crimes, including sexual abuse involving physical contact, are usually uncovered during offender treatment. Buch and Hernandez, 2009. Attitudes and beliefs about child sexual abuse are important precursors to offending, and distorted beliefs about male entitlement and the appropriateness of having sex with children are prevalent among sex offenders and among young people who abuse their partners in heterosexual dating relationships. Beach and Ward, 2004, Basilit al. 2013, Fulluit al. 2013. 1. Research study in Norway compared attitudes of convicted sex offenders towards child sexual abuse with the attitudes. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 48. Of a randomly selected sample of the general public and with a sample of Christians, and found sex offenders to be more accepting of child sexual abuse as appropriate behavior. The strongest predictor of accepting attitudes was found to be views supporting male power towards women. Skuptenfjord, 2006. A community-based survey in South Africa found motivating factors for child sexual abuse were also masculinity, manhood and sexual prowess, men's boredom, quest for entertainment and the situational factors that made children, rather than adults, Convenient targets, Dukes et al. 2010. A recent study in England comparing male and female teachers who sexually abused children in their care found that 17 of the 20 in the sample could be described as minimizers and deniers. Christiansen and Darling, 2019. Motivations for online offending. Exposure to violent pornography has been associated with adult sex offending and with sexually harmful behavior by adolescents. Research indicates that consumers of violent sexually explicit material are almost 6 times more likely than non-consumers to report sexually aggressive behavior. Proev, Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016. 4. Online sex offenders. The online environment can provide a context enabling disinhibition, the minimization of harm to the victim and normalization of the abusive behavior. Online perpetrators typically use online child sexual abuse materials to objectify child victims as not real children or as sexually sophisticated or willing. DeMarco et al., 2018. Beach et al., 2008, found 4 patterns among identified online child sex offenders in HICs, those who used child sexual abuse materials online to fuel a developing sexual interest in children, contact sex offenders who used the images as part of a wider pattern of sexual abuse and exploitation, impulsive or curious individuals, and those who deal in child sexual abuse materials for non-sexual reasons such as financial gain. Prevention responses need to address these varied motivations. There are some online offenders who are aware that their actions are criminal but have a high level of technical expertise and are able to use these techniques to evade detection for as long as possible. Multiplayer gaming sites and certain social networking sites are known to be areas accessed by online offenders, but there is an absence of research on motivations and modus operandi of these offenders. DeMarco et al., 2018. Disability and victimization. Between 93 million and 150 million children around the world are estimated to live with disabilities. USCO, 2015. Children with a disability are more vulnerable to maltreatment for a range of reasons. Kaur and Milagros Santos, 2017, including their greater vulnerability to harm as a result of physical impairment or different needs for medical and social care and greater dependence on a caregiver, which can put them in a very unequal power relationship. Sullivan and Knudsen, 2000. Hershkowitz et al. 2007, study of over 40,000 alleged victims of child maltreatment found that children with disabilities, who were 11% of the total sample, were more likely than non-disabled children to report sexual abuse. Those with higher levels of disability were more likely to report sexual abuse. A systematic review and meta-analysis. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 49. Of the research on the relationship between disability and child maltreatment in the United Kingdom found that disabled children are almost 3 times more likely to be sexually abused than their non-disabled peers. Hughes et al., 2012, Jones et al. 2012. Different types of disability may contribute differently to victimization risks for children. A Swiss study found that physical disability was a significant risk for sexual abuse victimization among adolescent males, but not adolescent females, Verdigit et al. 2011. There are, however, significant gaps in knowledge about the vulnerabilities of disabled children to the range of different types of sexual abuse and exploitation. Disability and offending, both adults and young people with intellectual disabilities are overrepresented in the population of child sex offenders identified by the criminal justice system. Hackett, 2014, Lindsay, 2002. Marotta, 2017. In the US, for example, the prevalence of intellectual disability among the general population was stated as being between 1 to 3%, but there are between 4 to 10% of the sex offender prison population with intellectual disabilities. Marotta, 2017. A study of 700 adolescents referred to services due to harmful sexual behavior to other children found that 38% had learning difficulties and intellectual disabilities, and suggested that those with intellectual disabilities are a distinct sub-group of sex offenders, more likely to be apprehended for nuisance offenses such as indecent exposure and less likely to be aware of the social taboos of behavior. Hackett, 2014. It is not known to what extent rates of intellectual disability among sex offenders overrepresent prevalence or undercount rates among this group of the population. Intellectually disabled males with sexually aggressive behavior may be more visible to professionals, and therefore more likely to be sent for assessment. Although screening rates for intellectual disability among young offenders have increased, adults with intellectual disability may confess more readily and not be assessed. Lindsay, 2002, Marotta, 2017. Mental health issues, mental health and victimization. Mental health problems are risk factors for sexual victimization in childhood, Asink et al., 2019, and may increase children's social isolation, so that they are more likely to be singled out by perpetrators and as a result be re-victimized. Cuveza et al. 2010, Jones et al. 2012. Mental health and offending, mental health disorders, anxiety, depression, psychopathology and psychopathic traits, social skills problems are more common among the broader population of perpetrators of contact child sexual abuse, offline and online sexual abuse. DeMarco et al., 2018. Adult male sex offenders are also more likely to have insecure attachment styles in adult relationships, intimacy problems and emotional congruence with children than comparison groups. Proev. Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016. Although the research on female sex offenders is rather limited, this suggests that females who sexually abuse children experience higher rates of mental health difficulties, adverse childhood events and sexual abuse than comparison groups. Proev. Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016, Christiansen and Darling, 2019. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 50. Substance misuse. The research does not show a causal relationship between sexual abuse and intoxication, whether with alcohol or drugs, but there are many features of substance misuse that significantly influence victim vulnerability and the offender's propensity to commit an assault. Lorenz and Ullman, 2016. Alcohol has been cited as one of the major risk factors for both experiencing and perpetrating sexual victimization in HICs such as the United States, Abbey, 2005, and also in middle-income countries such as South Africa, King et al. 2004. Alcohol consumption is a significant factor in girls' and women's experiences of rape and of abuse from an intimate partner. Flatley et al. 2010. Intoxication may increase their vulnerability because perpetrators target girls and women under the influence of alcohol or use alcohol or drugs to lower their ability to resist assault. Tester et al. 2004. Research with offenders has found a relationship between the quantity of alcohol consumed and the level of aggression. Abbey et al. 2003. Drugs or alcohol may also contribute to victimization risks because a young person with addiction difficulties needs to find money to get drugs or alcohol. Use of drugs or alcohol to create victim dependencies is sometimes part of the exploiter's grooming or entrapment tactics. Sorensen and Claremont, 2003. While neither drugs nor alcohol alone explain the high levels of child sexual abuse and exploitation across the world, substance misuse and their illegal trading is also linked with high levels of violent crime, which are environmental risk factors for children and adolescents. Child maltreatment and victimization. Community surveys of child maltreatment have found that domestic violence and child maltreatment often coexist. Asink et al. 2019, Garcia Moreno et al. 2005, Hamby et al. 2010, Herenkol and Herenkol 2007, Radford et al. 2011. Abused children are likely to experience multiple victimization. Alfaez et al. 2012. Previous experience of sexual abuse increases the risk that the child will be re-victimized. Arata 2002, Asink et al. 2019, Ollie 2008. Scolio et al. 2019. The more severe the sexual abuse, the greater this risk. Brian Elliott, 2003. Researchers in both HICs and LMICs have explored the relationship between child sexual abuse and subsequent risk-taking behavior, such as using drugs or alcohol as a means to block out or cope with the abuse, and whether or not this can explain the increased likelihood of re-victimization. Icard et al. 2014, Macy 2007, Messman Moore et al. 2014, Moore et al. 2007, Slonim Nevo and Mukukub 2007. Children who live with abuse and violence at home may be more likely to run away, drift into street life and be vulnerable to sexual exploitation. Smeton, 2013. It has been suggested that the traumatic sexualization caused by early exposure to sexual activity can decrease the child's ability subsequently to resist unwanted sexual experiences, thereby increasing their vulnerability to further victimization. Finkelhor and Brown, 1985. Early sexualization, as well as exchanging sex for food or drugs, has been observed among children living and working on the street so that they are effectively socialized into a culture of early and abusive sexual activity. Mahmood et al. N.D. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 51. Child maltreatment and offending. A high proportion of identified sex offenders have histories of experiencing abuse and neglect in childhood themselves. Cross-sectional and some longitudinal cohort studies show statistical associations between childhood maltreatment and subsequent delinquency or criminal behavior. I research with 325 convicted sex offenders found 55% have been sexually abused in childhood themselves. Burton et al., 2011. Mapping from birth to age 51 years any criminal records for a cohort of 907 male and female children referred to child protection due to child maltreatment with a matched sample of 667 not abused or neglected. Widom and Massey found 6.7% of the total sample were arrested for sexual offenses. Most of those arrested were men, 84%. Widom and Massey, 2015. Controlling for age, sex and ethnicity, offenders who experienced child abuse and neglect had 2.17 times higher risk of being arrested for sexual offenses when adult. Widom and Massey, 2015. Having been sexually abused as a child is reported to be less frequent among online perpetrators of child sexual abuse material offenses than contact offenders, with rates as low as 6% for online-only offenders, compared with 13% for contact offenders. De Marco et al., 2018. Abused to abuser /cycle of violence. Children and adolescents who are sexually abused or exploited may exhibit harmful sexualized behavior that can sometimes be directed at other children. There is a commonly held belief that violent behavior develops in childhood and that if children witness domestic violence or are maltreated by parents they are likely to reproduce this behavior in subsequent aggression towards peers and in an intergenerational cycle of violence as adults. Gels, 1980, Widom, 1989. The cycle of violence position draws from diverse strands of research into the impact of child exposure to domestic violence on the development of partner violence in adult relationships. Radford et al., 2019, on the impact of child maltreatment or child sexual abuse on later parenting problems, mostly by mothers. De Vries et al., 2018, and on the impact of bullying or childhood maltreatment and other childhood adversities on violence and crime in adolescence and later adult life. Farrington and Toffe, 2011. A major limitation of the cycle of violence studies is the failure to identify gender. Most studies involving Single-sex samples, either mothers who were abused or neglected in childhood or convicted male sex offenders. The majority of sex offenders are male, and it has been suggested that the pathway from child maltreatment to adult violence and offending mirrors the gender pathway from maltreatment to adverse mental health and behavioral outcomes, where girls are more likely to exhibit internalizing symptoms, show anxiety, depression, withdrawn behavior etc., and boys to externalize, act out and be involved in crime. However, research studies Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 52. Comparing males and females show that in fact, child maltreatment has an impact on subsequent offending for females and for males. Widom, 2017. Prospective cohort studies that use careful controls do not support the conclusion that sexually abused children will grow into abusive adults. Proev, Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016. Research with adolescents who were maltreated or who sexually harm others has found that only a minority of them will continue to abuse or exploit into adulthood. Hickey et al. 2006, Vizard et al. 2007 and 2007b, Widom, 2017. Widom and Masses. Prospective cohort study in the U.S., 2015, mentioned earlier found no support for the sexually abused to sex abuser hypothesis, as histories of physical abuse and neglect significantly predicted arrest for a sexual crime. But history of sexual abuse did not. Physical abuse or neglect, which commonly co-occur with sexual abuse, may be stronger predictors of sexual offending. There is diversity among males convicted for sexual offending, with some engaging in sexual offending as part of general criminal behavior, not specializing in child sex offending. In the U.S., Burton et al., 2011, compared outcomes for three groups of convicted male adolescent offenders. N equals 325. Those who committed non-sexual offenses only, non-sex offenders, those who sexually offended only during adolescence, desisters, those who committed sexual offenses in adolescence and adulthood, persisters, adolescents who persisted with harmful sexual behavior into adult life had experienced higher levels of childhood maltreatment as well as other family and environmental adversities. They began offending and had been sexually abused at an earlier age, had more adverse developmental experiences such as trauma, witnessing and experiencing more violence at home and in the community, had exposure to pornography before age 10, and high scores on personality traits associated with criminality. The group who had committed sexual offenses only during adolescence but not into adult life were less likely to have been sexually abused in childhood and more likely to be as involved in delinquency and other criminality as well. Sexual offenses, Burton, 2011. Children and young people who sexually victimize others are a very diverse group. Proev, Malvaso and Del Fabro, 2016. Responses to children and adolescents who sexually harm others need to be different to responses to adult sex offenders. to protect children but also avoid criminalizing children early on when it is more appropriate to assess and deal with the problem behavior. This is especially important if children and adolescents who are sexually abused or exploited may, as a consequence, do the same to others. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 53. 2.3 Consequences. Child sexual abuse and exploitation has a significant impact on the health and well-being of children and adolescents worldwide. The consequences have been well documented elsewhere. Fisher et al., 2017, and for reasons of space, will not be reviewed in depth here. The impact will vary in relation to the nature, severity and duration of the abuse, developmentally in relation to the child or adolescent's ability to understand the abuse, their coping strategies and the responses from family, friends, wider community and services. Kendall Tackett, 2008. The harm caused includes the impact on physical health, such as high BMI, problems in childbirth. Fisher et al., 2017, higher likelihood of contracting HIV due to sexual risk-taking, multiple sexual partners and key messages. There is a substantial research literature on the structural, organizational, relationship and individual child-level factors associated with child sexual abuse and exploitation. A gendered socio-ecological model is helpful for understanding and mapping these drivers and risks in different country contexts and to inform responses. Many of the structural drivers for child sexual abuse and exploitation are drivers for child maltreatment in general, so general responses to reduce risks of child maltreatment are likely to be helpful. However, there are specific and important drivers for child sexual abuse and exploitation that should also be considered when thinking about prevention. Important drivers for child sexual abuse include structural drivers such as gender inequalities and social norms around masculinity, sexuality and male sexual entitlement, and hostile, disbelieving, victim-blaming and stigmatizing attitudes. Organizational and institutional practices towards child and adolescent victims. Research on institutional abuse, mostly into abuse in churches, child care facilities, residential accommodation and schools, has identified organizational factors that provide situational opportunities for sexual offenders and unmonitored relationships between vulnerable children and adults in positions of trust and authority. Findings from these studies can be used to improve organizational safeguarding policies. The online world expands the situational opportunities for offenders, and research and theory on the impact of perpetrator disinhibition could be useful for informing prevention strategies in partnership with service providers. The distinctions between online and offline abuse and exploitation are increasingly blurred as online forms of communication are part of daily interactions. Risk factors are age-related and some start from birth. Developmentally relevant prevention strategies are needed. For example, infants may benefit from Prevention initiatives that support strong attachments with parents. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 54. Inconsistent condom use, Samarin et al., 2014, drug or alcohol abuse, Fisher et al., 2017, Longman Mills et al., 2013, Anxiety, Depression, Psychological Trauma and Self-Harm, Chen et al., 2010, Haley, 2013, Maniglio, 2013. Offending Behavior and Lower Educational Attainment, Fisher et al., 2017. A child who is sexually abused or exploited is also at greater risk of experiencing other types of violence or abuse from adults or peers in a range of settings. Eyoninai and Salmi, 2011, Finkelhor, Ormrod and Turner, 2007, Fisher et al., 2015. Children who experience multiple victimizations, polyvictimization, tend to have the poorest outcomes. Radford et al., 2013. The consequences can be lifelong and include issues with intimacy, affecting relationships with family, partners and children, and socioeconomic consequences such as homelessness and unemployment. Fisher et al., 2017. 2.4 Protective factors. While severity, age at onset of victimization and experiences of revictimization are strongly associated with adverse outcomes for sexually abused children, the consequences vary and not all children will have problems that continue into adult life. Between 6% to 48% of survivors of childhood sexual abuse have been found to demonstrate some level of resilience. Marriott, Hamilton Gayakritsis and Harop. 2014. Resilience is usually defined on the basis of the exposure to risk factors and the child showing a normal range of competence across various developmental domains: behavioral, social, emotional, academic etc. Afifi and Macmillan, 2011. Researchers have started to explore the protective factors that may predict resilience, but, compared to the number of studies on general child maltreatment, the research specifically looking at child sexual abuse and exploitation is far more limited. Main et al., 2015 found only 3 studies on child maltreatment in Africa that explored protective factors for child sexual abuse. Most of the research has focused on protective factors at the level of individuals, families and relationships, and far less is known about wider community and societal influences. Table 4 summarizes findings from research on some of the individual, child, family and community factors found to predict resilience among survivors of child sexual abuse. At the level of the individual, key protective factors are the feelings, attitudes and beliefs that help a child to avoid feelings of shame, stigma and betrayal of trust that can result from sexual abuse. Fisher et al., 2017. Children and adolescents who do not blame themselves and are able to attribute responsibility to the abuser have been found to have fewer adverse consequences. Afifi and Macmillan, 2011. Bentovim et al., 2009. a review of over 50 published studies on protective factors and child sexual abuse found the child's inner resources, coping skills, interpretation of the experience, self-esteem, etc., and their family relationships, friendships, academic success, spirituality and sense of community were factors frequently linked with more resilient outcomes. Children who were older at the time of the onset of the abuse tended to be more resilient than were children abused at a very young age. However, the severity of the abuse was also important. Marriott, Hamilton Guyakritsis and Harop, 2014. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 55. Table 4. Child sexual abuse, common protective factors, ecological level protective factors, individual personality factors, doing well at school, easy temperament, active coping style, positive disposition, positive self-esteem, hobbies and interests, hope / spirituality / faith belief, relationships and family, warm and supportive relationship with non-offending parent, perceived parental care, stable family, emotional support from caregivers at time of abuse discovery, extended family support and involvement, including child care, good peer relationships, supportive partner when an adult, having a confidant, community school engagement, access to health care, therapeutic, protective and social services, supportive adults outside of family, for example, teacher, minister, coach, positive responses from professionals to disclosure / reporting, social cohesion in community, social connections. Key factors in the family and relationships are having a stable, secure family and supportive relationship from the non-abusive caregiver or from a partner when an adult. Afifi and Macmillan, 2011, Scolio et al., 2019. The research that exists shows that the response of the family after discovery of the abuse, especially a supportive and believing response from the mother, has an impact on whether or not the child will subsequently develop depression and other adverse consequences. Fisher et al. 2017. In addition, having someone to confide in outside of the family, such as friends, or a teacher, minister or other supportive adult, is also highly influential on resilience. Fuller-Thompson et al., 2019, Marriott, Hamilton Guyakritsis, and Harop, 2014. Access to support services and rights to legal protection are essential protective factors at the wider community and societal level. Having and seeking out sources of social support was found to be associated with better outcomes in one study with self-identified adult female survivors of child sexual abuse, Johnson and Lindblad, 2006. Positive responses from professionals following disclosure of sexual abuse and having effective therapeutic or other health care support has been found to aid resilience. Fisher et al., 2017. Several studies highlight the importance of education, especially engagement with schools and completing education, as a protective factor influencing resilience. Fisher et al., 2017, Marriott. Hamilton Giacritsis and Harop, 2014, Maink et al., 2015. Williams, and Nelson Gardel, 2012. Sources, Afifi and Macmillan, 2011, Fisher et al., 2017, Fuller Thompson et al., 2019, Marriott, Hamel. Giacritsis and Harop, 2014, Scolio et al., 2019, Sethi et al., 2013, Williams and Nelson Gardel, 2012. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 56. Protective factors can be static or fixed, such as a person's age, gender or type of victimization, or they can be dynamic and therefore potentially amenable to change. Dynamic factors include family and peer relationships, schooling, community and the availability and quality of professional support. Actions taken to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation need to draw from the review of evidence on the prevalence, consequences, risks and protective factors. Key messages. Child sexual abuse and exploitation has a significant impact on the health and well-being of children worldwide. The harm caused to children includes early pregnancy, high likelihood of contracting HIV, drug or alcohol abuse, depression and psychological trauma and suicidal, sexualized and risk-taking behaviors. A child who is sexually abused or exploited is also at greater risk of experiencing other types of violence or abuse from adults or peers in a range of settings. Children who experience multiple victimizations tend to have the poorest outcomes. Children who have a supportive and believing response from the family, especially the mother, after discovery of the abuse have fewer adverse outcomes. Children who do not blame themselves and have someone to confide in have fewer adverse consequences. Other factors associated with resilience after child sexual abuse include being older, having more inner resources to draw on, support from friends, engagement with school and academic success, spirituality, a sense of belonging in a community, access to protective, support and recovery services. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 57. Section 2 Appendix. Figure 4, Regional Burden of Violence Against Children. Figure 5, Selected Forms of Violence according to the most likely age of occurrence. East Asia and the Pacific 581 202 0.015 713. Central and Eastern Europe /CIS 718 161 0.016 620. Eastern and Southern Africa 880 422 0.064 817. Numbers abused per 1,000 children in that age cohort. Corporal punishment 1 to 14 years. Bullying and physical GHTS 13 to 15 years. Physical and sexual violence against adolescent girls 15 to 19 years. Child homicide 0 to 19 years. West and Central Africa 960 460 0.099 862. South Asia 790 294 0.023 831. Middle East and North Africa 821 342 0.023 801. Latin America and the Caribbean 638 158 0.113 665. Industrialized countries 616 83 0.016 582. Source: Shivakumar and others 2017 for No Violence in Childhood 2017. 559 10 17 18 plus. Bullying, youth violence, child maltreatment, including violent discipline, emotional or psychological violence and witnessing violence, war and other collective violence, dating/intimate partner violence, sexual violence. Source: adapted from Inspire, 7 Strategies for Ending Violence Against Children 14p. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 58. Figure 6, The Victim, Offender and Technology Intersection. Source: We Protect Global Alliance, 2018, Global Threat Assessment 2018, Open Government London, p. 18. Offenders. The offender population in CSAE has been quick to make use of both common and emergent technologies to enable their offending. As we become more connected, with greater access to the Internet, law enforcement is seeing a more permissive environment online for international offender behavior, grooming and sextortion. Modern, accessible and cost-effective technologies are permitting the most extreme offenders to connect and form persistent, highly skilled communities, which in turn are compounding and ratifying their offending behavior. Victims. As a child progresses through childhood, they may become susceptible to a range of different and variant threats. These are in many ways compounded by the socio-economic environment they end themselves in, but also by the addition of Internet technologies and by how and with whom they interact. 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18. Stable offender community. Environments. On-demand. Menu-driven services. Minimum local stored content. Anonymous offender services. Organized offending. Tech use without comms ability. Tech use with limited comms ability. Increased comms ability, increased ownership. Own devices, hyper-tech use. Usually unsupervised. Pre-verbal. Interest. Virtual /tech. Enabled. Access. Physical. Access. Technology. Ownership. No tech use. Traveling offenders. Live streaming. Curated content. On demand. Use of darknet. Forums for the exploitation of pre-verbal children. The commercialization of child sexual abuse material. Sextortion of teenagers engaged in online social networking. Using a children's website to ND and exploit victims. On-demand child sexual abuse and cybersex trafficking. Crowdsourcing the Abuse of preteen victims via social media. Victim impact and re-victimization. Sextortion. Trafficking. Crowdsourcing herding. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 59. Figure 7, Risks and Drivers for Violence Against Children, Maternalwska and Fry 2018. Community. Community. Interpersonal. Interpersonal. Individual. Risk factors. Individual. Institutional. Drivers. Institutional. Structural. 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 The macro-level political, economic and social policy environments. Institutional, formal institutions, organizations and services that are governed by a set of rules, policies or protocols, expected to determine how things function. Community, social capital or networks induced by particular opinions, beliefs and norms that may affect interpersonal relations, including informal institutions and places of social gathering. Interpersonal, immediate context of violence and situational interactions between individuals involving household, family or intimate or acquaintance relationships, i.e. children's relationships with their parents, peers and community members. Individual / child, personal history and individual developmental factors that shape response to interpersonal and institution. AL / community stressors. Importantly, the integrated framework maintains the child, rather than the individual representing a list of risk or protective factors, at the center, interacting, interfacing and overlapping with a variety of drivers, risks and protective factors throughout the lifespan. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 2. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 60. Figure 8, Drivers and Risks for Sexual Violence Against Children. Source Ligro et al., 2019. Society Community Relationship Individual. Individual Relationship Community Society. Victimization. Gender. Age. Sexual orientation. Gender identity. Lack of education. Orphanhood. Alcohol and drug use. Social isolation. Physical or mental disabilities. Perpetration. Alcohol and drug use. Delinquency. Lack of empathy. General aggressiveness and acceptance of violence. Early sexual initiation. Coercive sexual fantasies. Preference for impersonal sex and sexual risk-taking. Exposure to sexually explicit media. Hostility towards women. Adherence to traditional gender role norms. Hypermasculinity. Suicidal behavior. Prior sexual victimization or perpetration. Victimization. Parental / family support. Family disintegration. Weak parent-child attachment. Lack of awareness, on behalf of the parents, of risks and vulnerabilities of children to sexual violence. Child maltreatment. Revictimization. Association with sexually aggressive peers / groups. Involvement in crime, gangs. Perpetration. Family environment characterized by Physical violence and conflict. Childhood history of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse. Emotionally unsupportive family. Environment. Poor parent-child relationships, particularly with fathers. Association with sexually aggressive, hypermasculine, and delinquent peers. Involvement in a violent or abusive, intimate relationship. Family honor considered more important than the health and safety of the victim. Strong patriarchal relationship or family environment. Victimization. Poor economic development. Violence supportive social norms. Weak legal sanctions and poor child protection systems. Acceptance of child labor. Armed conflict. Humanitarian crisis. Lack of recognition / acceptance of boys as potential victims under the law. Norms granting adults control over children. Lack of a safeguarding culture, and inherent societal trust in adults who serve children, schools, religious groups, youth serving organizations. Perpetration. Societal norms that blame victims, promote silence, and exonerate perpetrators. Societal norms that support male superiority and sexual entitlement. Societal norms that maintain females inferiority and sexual submissiveness. Weak laws and policies related to sexual violence and gender equality. Gender inequality. High levels of crime and other forms of violence. Acceptance of violence as a way to solve conflict. Notion of masculinity linked to dominance, honor, or aggression. Inadequate provisions of services to children and women experiencing sexual violence. Victimization. Violence in the community. Poor police service or response. Weak community sanctions against perpetrators of sexual violence. Poverty. Attitudes regarding age, development, and sexual behavior. Lack of awareness of risks and vulnerabilities of children to sexual violence. Weak institutional support from police and judicial systems and social welfare systems, including low levels of reporting sexual violence to authorities. Social tolerance of sexual violence in communities. Perpetration. Poverty, disparities, and exclusion. Low socioeconomic status. Lack of employment opportunities. Lack of institutional support from police and judicial system. General tolerance of sexual violence within the community. Weak community sanctions against sexual violence perpetrators. Family honor considered more important than the health and safety of the victim. Strong patriarchal relationship or family environment. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 2 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 61. Evaluating the Evidence on Interventions. The need for research is increasingly recognized in the area of child protection and funding for services dependent on it, particularly where resources are stretched. The learning identified and presented in this section comes from a wide-ranging desk-based review of the literature on responses to child sexual abuse and exploitation in high, middle and low income countries. Two distinct types of evidence are included. 1. Research-based evidence, including meta-analyses, systematic reviews, experimental and non-experimental studies, qualitative studies, evaluation reports and monitoring data, and 2. Practice-based evidence, based on knowledge developed in the field, which can usually be found in desk reviews of good practice in program development. The research on violence is fragmented across different disciplines of social and psychological sciences, education, health, policy studies, development studies, criminal justice, criminology, victimology and law. The literature reviewed here includes that found specifically on responses to child sexual abuse and exploitation, as well as literature focusing more generally on child protection responses and responses to gender-based violence, responses to child sexual abuse and exploitation need to be integrated into these broader responses to child protection and gender-based violence. Research on preventing violence against children in LMICs has grown in the past 5 years, but the literature is still largely concentrated on studies completed in HICs where evaluating the impact of single, service-based interventions, such as therapies for abused and troubled children, has tended to dominate. Scaling up studies to address the broader issues of social change and research on policy implementation and service development remain infrequent, although there is ongoing work under the Global Partnership to End Violence Against Children, https://www.end-violence.org/fund. There are few evaluations that have examined the process and changes across multi-sector systems, although within public health and violence prevention research, there are recent studies which have aimed to understand the complexity of patterns of interaction between system elements at different levels and times, taking into account adaptations in different systems, how interventions may be undermined or changed. Gear, Eppel and Kazul-McGlane, 2018. And 2018b, Ho, 2015, Moore et al., 2019, and the relationship between changes in national policies and changes at the level of communities, Wessels, 2015. Although this area of research is relatively new, there are useful messages that can be applied to monitoring and evaluation, particularly the attention given to the relationships between formal 3. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 3 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 62. And informal responses, adaptations, organizational system conflicts and unforeseen /unintended consequences. The review was guided by UNICEF's child protection approach, where the focus is on actions that can strengthen child protection system responses to child sexual abuse and exploitation, legislation, policies and comprehensive services for children, and support social change to address the inequalities, attitudes, social norms and practices that harm children. The focus is not only on the evidence from specific service-based interventions that reduce risk, but on the coordinated, multi-layered framework of services, laws, and policies across all sectors that can together respond to prevent child sexual abuse and exploitation and protect children from the harm that results. The quality of individual research studies including systematic reviews was assessed as described in the technical appendix. Add web link, ADDWEBLNK, using established rating criteria relevant to the type of research study design. The overall body of evidence was then assessed using criteria adapted from the Inspire Evidence Rating, Ligero et al., 2019, WHO, 2016a, and agreed in consultations with practice and research experts. The following 5 categories were used to rate the overall evidence for effectiveness in preventing or responding to child sexual abuse and exploitation. 1. Effective programs that have been rigorously evaluated through at least 2 high or moderate quality studies using experimental, well-designed RCTs, or quasi-experimental design, longitudinal cohort or pre-post design studies with comparison groups, showing statistically significant impact on either attitudes or behaviors towards child sexual abuse and exploitation and formalized to the extent that outside parties could replicate the program, or the intervention is recommended based on high-quality meta-analyses and systematic reviews of findings from multiple evaluations. 2. Promising programs in need of further research in context where there is at least 1 high or moderate quality experimental or quasi-experimental study showing statistically significant impact on child sexual abuse and /or exploitation, or there is at least 1 high or moderate quality experimental or quasi-experimental study showing statistically significant impact on risk or protective factors for child sexual abuse and /or exploitation. 3. Prudent, where global treaties or resolutions have determined the intervention as critical for reducing violence against children, or the intervention has been demonstrated by qualitative or observational studies to be effective in reducing sexual abuse or exploitation of children. 4. Needs more research, programs that have a limited evidence base. Because, a. they are new and evidence is just emerging, for example, online prevention education programs. B. They are programs where evaluation may be difficult but there is some data that can be used for monitoring and evaluation purposes, for example, helplines. Classifying a program as needing more research allows us to recognize what is being done in the field, particularly in settings where resources /possibilities for evaluation may be severely lacking and where nothing may have been done before. Including such programs helps to identify areas where there is practice experience indicating that research is clearly needed. 5. Ineffective /harmful, where the research shows no positive impact or there are findings of harmful consequences. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 3. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 63. There are some areas where the research evidence is mixed or conflicting and these areas are identified in the discussion. 3.1 Measuring Change. The report presents a narrative synthesis of findings, organized across different levels of system intervention, guided by the socio-ecological model adopted in UNICEF's theory of change on preventing and responding to violence against children and adolescents, 2017, the Inspire, WHO 2018, and Respect Guidance, WHO, 2019a. The findings are presented as shown in Table 5 below according to the type of public health response, i.e. whether the intended intervention outcome is primary prevention, identification, reporting and child protection, preventing perpetrator reoffending, or victim support and recovery. To clearly identify research specific to particular sectors, subheadings in each of the following sections cover research across different ecological system levels from national and policy levels, multi-sector systems and institutions, health, justice, education etc., communities, and individual children, their families and relationships. Each section also contains evidence found for humanitarian, emergency and conflict contexts where this was identified. System Level 1 covers the state's efforts to develop macro-level responses to prevent and respond to violence, creating an environment in which change can occur, implementing the CRC in a framework of national laws and policies, gender equality and violence strategies as well as broader responses to crime, action plans, coordination of responses at the national and regional levels, capacity building, resources invested in child protection, etc. Table 5, Framework for presenting findings on the evidence. Type of response. System-level primary prevention, identification and child protection. Preventing reoffending, victim support and recovery. 1. Cross-national and national and policy, limited evidence found. Example: National Action Plan on Violence Prevention. Example: Policy for mandatory reporting. Example: Diversion policy for young offenders. Example: Allocate resources for therapeutic care. 2. Multi-sector systems and institutions. Example: Public awareness campaign. Example: One-stop shop services. Example: Disruption activities. Example: Victim recovery and empowerment programs. 3. Community/civil society. Example: Situational prevention activities. Example: Crisis shelters. Example: Restorative justice conferencing. Example: Strengthen community support. 4. Child, family and relationships. Example: Parent support. Example: Child lines. Example: Bystander interventions for sexual violence. Example: Safe Carer programs. Contents: Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Section 3. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 64. Level 2 covers responses across, multisectoral, and in different sectors delivering services, such as health, criminal justice and security, education, social welfare, private sector, humanitarian work and peacekeeping. Level 3 covers services provided in the community by civil society, NGOs, community groups, the voluntary and informal sectors. Level 4 covers responses targeted directly at individual children and their families. It should be noted that family means different things in different cultural contexts. It may include extended family members living in or outside the Child's household, not only the parents. Not all children will live in the same household as their birth families. Children may be separated due to poverty, bereavement, abandonment or migration. In some circumstances, such as living on the streets, a child's or adolescent's relationship with other children or adolescents may be their most important emotional attachments and caregiving relationships, NU 2002, and in these circumstances are regarded as family. The discussion in each of the following 4 sections is structured around this framework. National responses. Level 1 in Table 5 are discussed first as a separate section. In Section 4, as comprehensive national action plans. NAPs aim to address all 4 types of response: primary, prevention, protection, offenders and victim support, and recovery. The following sections, sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, then present the evidence on the 4 types of response separately, analyzing these where possible across the remaining system levels, 2, 3 and 4 in Table 5. Inevitably, any attempt to categorize child protection responses in this way simplifies the reality and complexity of developments, especially where holistic responses have developed that integrate, for example, prevention and protection. Efforts have been made to acknowledge this complexity where relevant. In the final section of the report, a theory of change for preventing and responding to child sexual abuse and exploitation is presented, based on the findings from the evidence review and consultations with representatives from global violence prevention partner organizations, research experts and UNICEF regional and specialist program leads. The theory of change sits within the overarching inspire and respect strategies for action for violence prevention, but has a specific focus on child sexual abuse and exploitation. This is the final stage of the evidence synthesis, drawing together the review findings on effective, promising and prudent responses to inform strategies for action. Contents: Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Section 3. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 65. International responses and national frameworks. Across different countries, a variety of child protection responses have developed. Cross-national comparative research on child protection has not, however, identified any particular model of child protection as bringing better outcomes for children. Gilbert, Partan et al., 2011. A child protection system, however, generally has the following components. 1. Child protection laws and policies, compliant with the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, and other international standards and good practice. 2. Meaningful coordination across government and between sectors at different levels, including informal and community sectors. 3. Knowledge and data on child protection issues and good practices. 4. Effective governance, enforcement / regulation, quality standards and accountability through monitoring. 5. Preventive and responsive services across a continuum of care, processes of identification, reporting, referral, investigation, assessment, treatment and follow-up. 6. A skilled child protection workforce. 7. Adequate funding, human resources and infrastructure. 8. Mechanisms for the meaningful participation of children in safeguarding policy and services. 9. An aware and supportive public, Fluke and Vulchine, 2010. This section covers responses made by governments at the national level and through cooperation at the regional and international levels to create enabling environments for effective child protection by implementing international, regional and national standards and responsibilities. Gathering and using knowledge to inform action. Regional and national planning. Implementing legislation. Building service capacity. Coordinating activities. 4. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 4. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 66. Global and regional bodies and national governments also provide leadership and support for the range of different sectors involved in safeguarding children, especially health, education, social welfare, justice, and civil society. These aspects of national and international leadership for specific sectors are discussed in more detail in subsequent sections. Much is known from experience and research about what does not work well in child protection. An effective response needs to have the resources and capacity to cope with the level of need. In high-income countries, HICs, protection responses for sexually exploited and abused children are embedded within broader child welfare and child protection system responses, including for children seeking asylum or having experienced human trafficking. Many HICs have seen a shift in focus within child protection towards earlier intervention and developing responses that meet the range of needs and rights children have to ensure safety and well-being across a continuum of care, from universal and targeted primary prevention to more specialized and focused protection, care and recovery needs. Gilbert, Partan et al., 2011. In many low and middle income countries, LMICs, child protection systems are less well developed. There may be no formal social work, child protection agency, and many of the responsibilities for the immediate and longer-term safety of children are handled informally by communities or taken on by police, health agencies, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, faith-based institutions and services set up in the context of humanitarian crises. This can mean that formal services run parallel to, or are not well integrated with informal responses, are patchy or may provide services that overlap as a result of being concentrated in areas where they were initially established. Wessels, 2015. Experimental research on policy impact and the process of policy change is not common. Most of the evidence on policy impact comes from more descriptive or observational studies, retrospective reviews drawing from administrative data, such as arrest rates, qualitative research with stakeholders and monitoring and progress reports. There are, however, some high-quality systematic reviews of this type of data, looking at responses in specific sectors or regions, for example Wirtz et al., 2016, 2017. Wismyanti et al., 2019, and these have been included where available The content of this section draws largely from this type of information. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 4. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 67. International Standards and Cross-National Collaborations. International and national responsibilities for eliminating child sexual abuse and exploitation were set out comprehensively under the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, over 30 years ago in 1989. 196 states have now ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC. The CRC was followed by the optional protocol on the sale of children, child prostitution and child pornography, United Nations, OPSC, 2000, the commitments made at the 3 World Congresses Against Sexual Exploitation of Children, United Nations 1996 Stockholm, 2001. Yokohama, 2008 Rio de Janeiro, and United Nations Security Council Resolutions 1820, 1882, 1888, 1889, and 1960 addressing sexual violence in conflict. The 3 World Congresses on the Sexual Exploitation of Children in Stockholm, Sweden, 1996, Yokohama, Japan, 2001 and in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, 2008 did much to encourage international and regional collaboration as well as national action against child sexual exploitation. The Stockholm Declaration and Plan of Action, United Nations, 1996, first set out international commitments for action, long-term strategies with 5-year progress reviews. Progress was reviewed and global, regional and national action against child sexual exploitation endorsed by the Yokohama Global Commitment in 2001, United Nations, 2001. This called for comprehensive strategies with monitoring and midterm reviews. The Rio de Janeiro Declaration and Call for Action, United Nations, 2008, set out further specific actions for national strategies and indicators of progress. There are standards in model strategies and practical measures on the elimination of violence against children in the field of crime detection and criminal justice, United Nations General Assembly, 2014. The adoption of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, in 2015 with a specific target -16.2, to end all forms of violence against children by 2030, provided an accelerated impetus for change. Progress towards reaching the SDGs is reviewed annually by the High-Level Political Forum, HLPF, under the auspices of the ECOSOC and quadrennially by the General Assembly. United Nations, 2019a. The Global Partnership to End Violence Against Children, launched in 2016, has attracted growing attention from member states, United Nations agencies and civil society, and faith-based organizations. It works with 23 Pathfinder countries worldwide to accelerate progress towards SDG Target 16.2. United Nations, 2019a. Other global alliances such as the WIPOTECT Global Alliance to End Child Sexual Exploitation Online bring Together national governments, global technology providers, major international organizations and civil society organizations. Currently 82 countries, 20 global technology industries and 24 international and leading NGOs are in the alliance. It has developed the model National Response, MNR, WIPROTECT, 2016, giving detailed guidance on developing a coordinated approach to prevent and respond to online child sexual exploitation. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 4 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 68. This is currently being rolled out in a number of countries. A global threat assessment was published in 2018 to raise awareness among nation-states about the nature and extent of online child sexual exploitation, WIPROTECT. 2018. This will also be used to inform the development and implementation of a global strategic response, gathering and using knowledge to inform action, gathering evidence on the nature and extent of violence against children and their experiences of child protection services is an essential first step in developing an effective response. WHO 2016a, 2019. 5 Common Approaches to gathering evidence for action against violence towards children are 1. Drawing together administrative data and mapping services working to prevent or protect children, nationally or within a community. For example, over 100 countries have mapped child protection systems to identify gaps in provision since 2005, UNICEF 2011. 2. Assessing risks and drivers in context, pioneered by UNICEF's Drivers of Violence Study, Maternalwska and Fry, 2018, discussed in Section 3. 3. National surveys directly asking children themselves. Examples of good practice in LMICs are the violence against children and youth surveys led by the Centers for Disease Control as part of the Together for Girls partnership, which is a public/private partnership of governments, UN agencies and the private sector working to eliminate sexual violence. www.togetherforgirls.org. Together for Girls has completed and published violence against children surveys in 17 LMICs, Botswana, Cambodia, Colombia, El Salvador, Haiti, Honduras, Indonesia, Kenya, Laos, Malawi, Nigeria, Rwanda, Eswatini, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia and Zimbabwe. Other countries have surveys underway or are awaiting reports. The Haiti, Kenya, Eswatini, Tanzania, Zambia and Zimbabwe survey findings have been influential in informing the development of strategies or national action plans (NAPs) on violence against children. From this work, UNICEF, the CDC and Together for Girls, TFG, partners, have helped develop global indicators and a common survey instrument and methodology, UNICEF, 2011. TFG has made the anonymous survey data available for further research and secondary analysis, thereby creating a valuable resource for comparative research purposes. 4. Situational analysis in humanitarian contexts, bringing together data from services and key informants in the locality and ethically involving children. For example, SAVE the Children has invested in consultations with children and has produced guidance on child participation, Bala. 2018, Benelli, Fikiri and Dumrai, 2019, Lansdowne, 2014. Save the Children, 2015, 2018. Large-scale consultations have enabled children in humanitarian contexts to identify priorities, Benelli, Fikiri and Dumrai, 2019. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 4 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 69. 5 System-focused participatory action research, a flexible, ethnographic and community empowerment approach that builds on the strengths of grassroots knowledge and action in the local community context, drawing on extensive research into community-based child protection mechanisms and child welfare committees. Wessels, 2015, has observed how child protection system strengthening mechanisms in the formal, state-sponsored sector in low-resource contexts can be based on evidence from the global north and may not be relevant to the communities they serve. If governments or international NGOs impose systems that reflect outsider values and do not build sufficiently upon existing processes, local people are likely to use informal processes that in some respects conflict with the formal aspects of the system. The resulting informal-formal misalignment can impede the coordination that is required for the system to function effectively. To address this problem of misaligned formal /informal sector actions, an approach that builds shared ownership of the problem and responsibility for change and addresses the interface across the 3 levels of national government, district / regional centers of power and communities is proposed. Children, young people and their families are the starting point for, and at the center of, this approach. National leadership and ownership of the process, preferably at ministerial level, is important to move from research to evidence-based policy and programmatic action. However, research evidence needs to be contextually relevant to enable shared understanding and responsibilities across all levels of the formal and informal child protection system. A strong message from each of the 5 approaches to gathering and using evidence outlined above is the importance of national, district, community, child and family level collaboration, partnership and participation in defining challenges and implementing context-relevant responses. Regional and national action plans. There has been rapid progress in developing regional action plans, RAPs, to coordinate prevention activities and develop intergovernmental policy frameworks on violence against children across Africa and the Middle East, the Americas and the Caribbean, Asia and the Pacific, and Europe. Council of Europe, 1 in 5 campaign. 2010-15, Cavidry Johnson, 2017. Almost 100 countries now have comprehensive policies in place. United Nations, 2019a. The African Union has led a campaign to end child marriage which is reported to have had a clear Impact on legislation and policy across the continent. United Nations, 2019a. Many states have adopted national action plans, NAPs, as a first step in the commitment to preventing violence against children, UN Women, 2012. NAPs set out government plans to prevent sexual abuse and exploitation, and an increasing number provide support and funding for awareness-raising campaigns to change Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 4 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 70 Attitudes and Norms. Countries where there has been a national survey on violence against children, such as Eswatini and United Republic of Tanzania, have used the findings on the scale and impact of the problem to inform their NAPs. The focus on sexual exploitation in NAPs, initiated by the 3 World Congresses, has widened to cover more forms of child sexual abuse and exploitation. But NAPs still vary in the extent to which they address child sexual abuse and exploitation in different settings, for example, the home or school. Some countries opt for plans that focus on the wider system of child protection, for example, Benin, Ghana, or gender-based violence, for example, Sierra Leone. An increasing number of countries are developing NAPs that address sexual violence against women and children, UNICEF, 2011. Stakeholder and child participation in developing NAPs is very limited. Only one country, Indonesia, in the Azorn region enabled child participation in the development of the NAP. Cavadri Johnson, 2017. Cambodia's more recent NAP has included child participation, Cambodia, 2017. While progress can be seen in the growth in the number of countries that have adopted NAPs, identifying clear objectives, implementation, allocation of resources and monitoring are common issues. A review of the content of 68 child maltreatment prevention policies and plans in Europe, covering 75% of European member states, found only 34% included a budget and just 6% had quantified objectives. Ramiro Gonzalez et al., 2018. Self-monitoring by governments is a requirement for implementation and has been supported by the activities of organizations such as EGPAT and national, international and global efforts in the follow-up and progress reviews following the 3 World Congresses, EGPAT, 2009. There is nonetheless still a lack of monitoring data. UNICEF collects data on implementation but has noted that few state reports have quantitative data. UNICEF, 2009. Those that do collect data from sources such as the police or courts on trafficking or prostitution rarely cover all areas of child sexual abuse and exploitation. Independent monitoring has been recommended but is not often found. Inspire offers an alternative action plan and monitoring system for nation states which lack national plans. A review of implementation research studies to identify best practice for the prevention of child sexual abuse in organizational contexts found the evidence to support any particular implementation framework is inconclusive. However, the findings on best practice show the following. Factors are important: building the competency and skills of individuals and organizations, supporting individual behavior changes, well-planned and staged processes of change with adequate time for implementation, assessing the needs and readiness of organizations to implement change, training and supporting staff, having a continuous quality improvement, review and adapt processes, and building in an early focus on the sustainability of change. Parenting Research Center, 2016. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 4. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence. 71. Legislation. An enabling environment for preventing and responding to violence against children by implementing laws and policies is one of the 7 Inspire strategies for action. WHO, 2016a, and aligns with Sustainable Development Goals 5.c, to adopt and strengthen sound policies and enforceable legislation for the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls at all levels, and Target 16.3, to promote the rule of law at the national and international levels and ensure equal access to justice for all. Children's rights to protection from violence need to be formalized for implementation by legislation, and around 60 countries have comprehensive laws to ban all forms of violence against children, including at home and in schools. United Nations, 2019a. There has also been progress on ending female genital mutilation, FGM, and child marriage, with a growing number of countries adopting legal and policy frameworks to outlaw these harmful practices. Prevention, protection, recovery and children's rights to participate are all areas that can be addressed in national legislation, although more efforts seem to have been spent on protection. The CRC, OPSC, and Palermo Protocol provide a framework for legislation to protect children from sexual abuse, trafficking and exploitation. Guidance on implementation and legislation has been regularly produced. For example, more than 10 years ago, ECPAT produced guidance containing a number of checklists on strengthening the law on sexual exploitation, ECPAT, 2008. Guidance for parliamentarians on how to translate these commitments into legislation is provided by the Council of Europe, 2011. The United Nations have published detailed and updated guidelines on the implementation of the OPSC, United Nations, 2019b. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, have produced a number of tools on supporting child victims and witnesses of crime, including legislative guidance. For example, the Handbook for Professionals and Policymakers on Justice in Matters Involving Child Victims and Witnesses of Crime. See also the website of the UNODC Global Programme to End Violence Against Children. https://www.unodc.org/en/forward/prison-reform/global-program-to- end violence against children_publication and resources.html. The International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, ICMEC, has been monitoring child sexual exploitation materials online for 15 years, and surveys responses in 196 countries. It also produces and updates recommendations on key areas for legislation, ICMEC, 2018. WIPOTECT Global Alliance also contains guidance on legislation. WIPOTECT, 2016. The Evidence Review by Together for Girls produced recommendations for legislation specifically to prevent child sexual abuse and exploitation, Ligiro et al., 2019. This initiative by Together for Girls is welcome as primary prevention has had less attention and legislation or investment in resources to address the root causes of violence towards children has been rare. Economist, 2019. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 4. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 72. More countries have taken steps to criminalize child sexual abuse and exploitation, to harmonize laws to international standards and to develop systems to support and reintegrate victims. In 2011, 5 years after the publication of the UN Study of Violence Against Children, Pinheiro, 2006, a global survey of states' progress was launched by the UN Special Representative of the Secretary-General on Violence Against Children. Over 100 states submitted replies. The results showed that violence against children had gained visibility in national agendas, with increased legislative activity, awareness and information campaigns and other initiatives to improve data on children's experiences. Over 80% of states had legislation on violence against children, and over 90% had specific legislation prohibiting sexual exploitation of children, including in prostitution, and provisions on child sexual abuse materials. The Economist Intelligence Unit out of the Shadows Index project found that states scored highest in the Policy Progress Assessment for passing legislation on child sexual abuse and exploitation, with 27 out of 40 countries assessed scoring between 50 and 75, where best possible score for legislation aligned with international standards was 100. International coalitions can be a path to legislative reform. Countries that scored very well on the latter had strong fundamentals in place, including designated national plans, policies and institutions to respond to sexual violence against children. Economist, 2019. While much has changed, it is still the case that more is known about the gaps in national policy environments than is known about what works. Common gaps in policy are discrepancies in laws on the age of consent or failure to define a specific age of consent, SIHRSAT, 2017, UNFPA. 2017, exceptions to early marriage with parental or judicial consent, CHE and NGO, 2017, Wodon et al., 2017, laws that only criminalize the prostitution of children below the age of consent or define prostitution in gender-specific terms, or exclude certain sexual acts. Some national legislation in South Asia on trafficking focuses on sexual exploitation of women and girls, which neglects trafficking of boys for sexual Exploitation. The sexual abuse of boys is a neglected issue. Economist, 2019. Regards child sexual abuse materials. Online, the laws in 62 countries surveyed by ICMEC were rated as not sufficient to prevent this form of abuse, and 16 countries still had no legislation at all. ICMEC, 2018. Contradictions in law on the age of a child, a policy focus on child protection with no specific reference to child sexual abuse and the culture of silence and stigma preventing disclosure and reporting of child sexual abuse means that implementation of policy to prevent and respond will be difficult because at the level of the community, victims and others are unlikely to report child sexual abuse. National policy and legislative changes need to be supported by resources for implementation at the level of communities, including training and education for social workers, teachers, community leaders, religious leaders, parents and children, providing information about rights and sources of support, and providing relevant and accessible services directly to victims and families. However, considerable progress is possible even in contexts where resources are scarce. Economist, 2019. It has not been possible to identify evidence to show what has influenced some countries to support and enforce Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 4. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 73. Legislative change on child sexual abuse and exploitation, while others have been less able to do so. Research indicates that the forces that can influence social change are complex and vary historically and culturally, although in HIC's campaigns by women's rights and child protection organizations have been significant drivers. Bolt, 1993. Dabash and Dabash, 1992, Donzelot, 1981, Garland, 2001. Gilbert, Parton and Skivens, 2011, Gordon, 1989, Parton, 1985. Important aspects of change in both the United Kingdom's and the United States. Strategic approaches to gender-based violence in sustainable development have been creating partnerships with women's rights organizations, strengthening women's leadership and voices at the national level, mobilizing change through community engagement, including men and boys, as resources and supporters for change, and raising awareness of gender-based violence as a significant social problem. TFID 2012b, USAID, 2012. Building service capacity. Guidance for professionals. Professionals cannot implement policy and legislation efficiently without training and guidance. UN, 2019a. A systematic review of national guidance and protocols for care of child survivors of violence from 23 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean region, and a review of research on health care responses found that although many national protocols existed, there were some weaknesses that limited their effectiveness for practice. Wirtz et al., 2016, 2017. Healthcare professionals were often unaware of national protocols and lacked training and resources to implement them in everyday practice. Limited infrastructure and inadequate human resources Economics can severely challenge a practitioner's ability to adhere to guidance. No guidance was available on how to aid access to child protection and support in rural areas, where provision of services can be limited. There was a lack of collaboration between protocol developers and practitioners. Some protocols lacked a definition of violence against children, while nearly all suggested children who were harmed should be referred. Few gave guidance on the referral pathway or system. Wirtz et al., 2016, 2017. Positive findings, however, were that nearly all, 90%, of the national protocols reviewed contained elements of trauma informed care approaches for child victims and their families. See discussion of this approach in Section 8. This approach could be strengthened in guidance and practice in LMICs. This comprehensive and wide-ranging review makes recommendations for best practice principles in protocol design. The World Health Organization has published evidence-based guidance for healthcare, clinical treatment, and support of sexually abused children and adolescents, WHO, 2017, and has updated evidence-based guidance for multi-sector professionals responding to child maltreatment and neglect, WHO, 2019b. Strengthening Workforce Capacity, UNICEF, have recently published evidence-based guidance on developing capacity in the workforce for child protection and social work, UNICEF, 2019. There are examples of positive outcomes in terms of increased reporting of Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 4. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 74. Cases of violence against children. In Serbia, for example, UNICEF supported improvements in the national reporting and referral system for violence against children, focusing on the capacity of social workers. This led to an increase of 92% in reported cases of violence against children by 2015, UN, 2019a. Coordination. Coordination is important because the availability of services to respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation in many LMICs is thin and unevenly spread, with rural communities tending to have poorer service provision than urban areas, as in Kenya, for example, UNICEF, 2010. Coordination can help prevent unnecessary duplication of efforts that wastes resources. It can greatly improve efficiency in service delivery and help prevent children falling through gaps between the responses given by different sectors involved. 2/3 of states responding to the UNSVAC follow-up survey mentioned that a national coordination body existed, Human Rights Council, 2013. Well-coordinated responses may start from a wider multi-agency strategy so that agencies and actors know what their responsibilities are. Multi-agency meetings may be held to address sexual abuse and exploitation and wider issues of child protection. Coordinating a multi-agency response to all forms of sexual abuse and exploitation requires agency commitment to cooperation, ethically and safely sharing information, leadership and good management of all the actors and agencies involved. National, regional and local area coordination groups have Potential to greatly improve multi-sector responses. There is more information on the failings of coordination among different agencies working together in HICs than there is evidence on effectiveness and impact, although good working together is nonetheless regarded as being crucial in an effective child protection response. The success of any coordinated response is largely dependent on strong support for the issue at a strategic level and multi-agency engagement. Beckett, 2011, Jago et al. 2011. There is practice evidence that appointing a lead specifically for sexual exploitation can catalyze and inform responses. Jago et al. 2011. Multi-agency coordinated child protection responses are recognized in LMICs, and responsibilities for coordination are generally set out in NAPs or in RAPs. One example is the ASEAN Regional Action Plan on the Elimination of Violence Against Children 2013, covering the 10 member states in the region. The RAP involves 8 areas of action, including coordination and management. A progress review involving stakeholders and children in 2018 found that the RAP had accelerated action and encouraged the development of more comprehensive approaches to prevention and response. UN 2019. Investment in hub and spoke or task force models, where specialists in the multi-agency hub or task force work with train and support practice development in communities in other areas, can be a helpful way to develop the capacity of coordinated responses. Bailey et al. 2015 and Mace et al. 2015. See discussion of reset in Section 6. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 4. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 75. Review Question 1. What is known about effective implementation and enforcement of national and transnational laws, policies and strategies to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse and exploitation, online and offline? An effective child protection system response is essential for the implementation of children's rights as set out in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, and for meeting the commitment of Sustainable Development Goal 16.2 to end violence against children by 2030. Responses towards child sexual abuse and exploitation at the national level must be integrated into broader prevention system building responses to violence against children and women, as these experiences are interrelated and often coexist. Considerable progress has been made in the past 5 years through global partnerships such as Together for Girls, End Violence Against Children, and the WIPOTECT Global Alliance in developing and using research evidence on violence against children, including sexual abuse and exploitation, to inform policy and action by national governments. National child protection system building responses have included developing and implementing regional and national action plans, legislative reform, strategy development and planning, coordination, mapping needs and gaps in services, capacity building, developing service structures, and mobilizing to change attitudes and behavior. Progress can be seen in the increasing number of countries that have adopted NAPs for child sexual abuse, exploitation and trafficking, and encouragingly, Some states have enabled children's participation in developing action plans. Plans with defined responsibilities and resources, sustainable implementation, and monitoring of change to agreed and workable targets are more effective. Children's rights to protection from violence need to be formalized for implementation by legislation, and around 60 countries have comprehensive laws to ban all forms of violence against children, including at home and in schools. Despite this activity, there are gaps to be addressed in legislation on child sexual abuse and exploitation in many countries, for example regards online child sexual abuse, defining the age of a child, the age of consent, child marriage. Legislation on child sexual abuse and exploitation needs to comply with international commitments. There is guidance on model legislation. Legislation alone will be insufficient without cultural change in norms, practice and perceptions. Prosecution rates for child sexual abuse and exploitation are low in many countries. If more perpetrators of sexual abuse and exploitation are to be identified and prevented from reoffending, legislation needs to be implemented, resourced for delivery, ensure services for victim support, guidance and training for professionals. Parents hold primary responsibilities to safeguard children from sexual abuse and exploitation, supported by a number of different governmental and community-based organizations. Actions can be conflicting and ineffective without good coordination. The success of any coordinated response is largely dependent on clarity about roles and responsibilities, strong support for the issue at a strategic level, and multi-agency and community engagement. For children separated from parents, adequate guardianship and / systems of advocacy are necessary. Having a designated child sexual abuse and exploitation strategic lead can catalyze and inform responses. Lack of political will and lack of adequate resources are often cited as the reasons that systems do not work or that children do not have access to services. However, much can be achieved in contexts where resources are scarce. Evidence-based policies in this context can aid decisions about which responses may be most effective. UNICEF have recently published evidence-based guidance on developing capacity in the workforce for child protection and social work, UNICEF, 2019. There are examples of positive outcomes in terms of increased reporting of cases of violence against children. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 4. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 76. Primary prevention strategies. Primary prevention strategies can be universal, covering the whole population, or targeted towards groups identified as vulnerable. 3 approaches to prevention were found in the evidence review. 1. Those aimed at mobilization to change social norms, attitudes and behavior, most common. 2. Situational prevention, altering the environmental and situational context that provide opportunities for abuse, and 3. Prevention, by reducing risks and vulnerabilities of children to victimization via programs for social and economic empowerment such as cash transfer and social safety net, SSN, projects, life skills training, education, and awareness raising about risks and protection, and programs that target parents to help them better protect their children. Increasingly, primary prevention efforts adopt a combination of these strategies, and these have given better evidence on effectiveness. Prevention activities that address the perpetrators of child sexual abuse or the demand side of child sexual exploitation should form an important part of overall prevention activities, but these are still underdeveloped. Although recent attention given to organizational drivers has improved knowledge in this area, as other studies show, Yunt, Krauser and Miedema, 2017, most evaluation evidence was found for the prevention of gender-based violence and abuse in adolescent intimate partner relationships. Few evaluations were found for sexual exploitation or trafficking prevention programs. A major challenge for primary prevention research has been demonstrating sustained change over time, with many studies being of relatively short duration. Achieving a cultural or population-wide change in norms, attitudes, and beliefs can take time. One-off prevention initiatives are unlikely to be sufficient, as shifts in attitudes tend to be short-term and regress to pre-intervention levels after brief follow-up periods. Davis and Little, 2002, Hepner et al. 1995. Outcome measures also vary between studies, with many studies focusing on changes in attitudes and levels of knowledge and fewer on changes in behavior or rates of victimization and perpetration. 2. Few evaluations have looked at whether or not primary prevention efforts have improved children's safety. There are, however, some very well evaluated studies of prevention responses in HICs and in LMICs that can be used to identify promising programs for development and testing in different contexts. 5. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 77. Primary prevention. International and national responses. Online national primary prevention. There have been considerable international and national primary prevention efforts against child sexual abuse and exploitation online, but no robust studies of impact were found in this review. International bodies such as the Internet Watch Foundation, IWF, based in the UK, and Cybertip.ca, based in Canada, block and remove child abuse images from the Internet to prevent access and trading by potential child sexual offenders. Performance evaluation reports indicate these have been successful, showing some positive output measures, although impact cannot be assumed from these. Cybertip.ca 2018, IWF 2019. For instance, the IWF found record amounts, 105,047 URLs, of child sexual abuse imagery in 2018 and removed 29,865 posts of child sexual abuse materials from public access. Most of the child sexual abuse materials found were hosted in Europe, 79%, with 47% hosted in the Netherlands. Child sexual abuse materials hosted in the UK declined from 18% in 1996 to 0.04% in 2018, IWF, 2019. Technology has aided detection and removal of child sexual abuse materials. Technology such as photo-DNA can help speed up the detection and assessment of the criminal images. Project Arachnid uses technology tools to crawl links on websites that have previously been reported to cybertip.ca, detect child sexual abuse materials, and determine where these materials are available on the Internet before issuing a notice to the hosting provider requesting immediate removal of the illegal content. Project Arachnid detects 100,000 unique suspected images per month and issues approximately 700 removal notices each day to service providers. Industry can also use the Arachnid API 55 to quickly detect child sexual abuse materials on their service, rather than waiting for Project Arachnid to detect material and send a notice. ICMEC, 2018. Although work has been done to address this, there is still a delay between the time taken to block an abusive image site, which usually occurs in a matter of minutes from receiving the report, and removing a site. This gives the distributors time to relocate the abusive materials elsewhere so that materials removed are hosted and shared elsewhere. The technical challenges in preventing child sexual abuse and exploitation on the Internet are considerable, particularly with the increased use of dark web peer-to-peer networks and encryption methods to evade detection, and a worrying growth in online live abusive image streaming. In 2019, the UK government issued proposals to introduce comprehensive regulation of service providers to prevent all forms of online harm, especially to children. HM Government, 2019. Preventing Trafficking, a systematic review of 20 studies on preventing cross-border trafficking to reduce sexual exploitation, drew no conclusions about effective responses, as all the studies were poor quality. Van der Laan et al., 2011. There have been some recent efforts to understand the root causes of human contents. Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 78. Trafficking, but there is still more reliance on awareness campaigns targeting potential individual victims without complementary programs to address social norms, change contexts, or offer viable alternatives. Brody et al., 2018, Hines et al., 2019. A public health approach has recognized the effects of precarious employment and extreme exploitation on health. Zimmerman and Kiss, 2017. Structural determinants of vulnerability throughout the process of trafficking have been captured in process models emphasizing pre-departure, destination and return aspects of public health. Zimmerman and Kiss, 2017, and processes of displacement. Hines, 2017. Good practice in this area remains largely undefined, but pockets of emerging, promising or good practice are becoming apparent, although these are not always evaluated or monitored within trafficking interventions. Hines et al., 2019, Zimmerman et al., 2015. A compilation of a promising practices database by the Walk Free Foundation has allowed for emerging evaluation work to be identified. Bryant and Landman, 2020. National Primary Prevention Planning. It is recommended that national plans should aim to prevent and protect children from all forms of violence. ECDG. Justice, 2015, UN, 2011. However, research by the World Health Organization in Europe found that only 22 out of 51 countries responding to a survey had a national child maltreatment prevention plan in force. CSAE et al. 2013. The focus on child sexual abuse and exploitation is not shown, and the effectiveness of the plans is not discussed in this WHO report. Other research suggests that there are fewer countries that implement comprehensive plans covering primary prevention and responses to child sexual abuse and exploitation. A survey led by the European Child Safety Network on implementing policies to prevent violence against children across Europe found that of the 19 respondents out of 32 European countries contacted, 89% had a national plan to prevent violence against children, and 93% of these addressed child sexual abuse. However, only 56% of the plans had resources allocated for implementation, and only 44% were said to have any monitoring of impact. Radford and Mackay, 2015. The most comprehensive plans were found to exist in Sweden and Norway. Radford and Mackay, 2015. Social marketing and the media, advocacy and campaigning at the macro level are important activities that assist in keeping sexual abuse and exploitation and violence in general on the radar. These activities can influence government policy and raise awareness in communities. For example, advocacy efforts in the wake of the 2004 Asian tsunami led to a government ban on adoptions and limitations on the travel of unaccompanied children. Delaney, 2010. Social marketing and media campaigns designed to promote awareness and understanding about child sexual abuse and exploitation have been very much part of international, regional, and national strategies for universal primary prevention, promoted by governmental bodies. Home Office. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 79. 2015, and are part of UNICEF's Communication for Development, C4D, activities. Some awareness and media campaigns have been promoted by governments, such as the Teen Relationship Abuse Campaign in the UK, and others by NGOs, such as the NSBCC's Pants Campaign, Soul City in Africa, Don't Trade Lives in Australia. Both government and NGO-led approaches are discussed together in this section. Public awareness campaigns can have varied aims, not all geared towards primary prevention. Often primary prevention is mixed with improving responses by encouraging victims or perpetrators to seek help and adults in a community to help them do so. Kems Hall and Molden, 2017. These type of media campaigns need to be supported by investment in partnership development, Policy implementation, training and other resources. Kems Hall and Molden, 2017. Evidence on impact tends to be limited, with evaluation data on audience reach or calls to helplines usually produced but rarely any information on audience attitudes or behavior change. Radford et al., 2017b, Sud and Cronin, 2019a. Few compare outcomes for those exposed to those non-exposed to the campaign. Changes in attitudes or behavior, when measured, are often short-lived, suggesting that media campaigns alone are not enough. Example of evaluating public awareness. Darkness to Light, Ringold et al., 2007. This was a small-scale evaluation in the U.S. of a community-based child sexual abuse prevention campaign delivered by the non-profit organization Darkness to Light. 200 parents with at least one child aged under 18 were recruited as participants and randomly assigned to one of four groups. A group shown a video on preventing child sexual abuse, a group given an educational pamphlet on preventing child sexual abuse and exploitation, a group who watched the video and also were given the pamphlet, a control group who received neither of these resources. Self-report. Measures were used immediately after the delivery of the education program to assess level of knowledge about child sexual abuse and responses to vignettes portraying hypothetical situations. This was followed up 1 month later with questions about impact on behavior. Exposure to the Darkness to Light campaign had a significant impact on short-term knowledge, no significant impact on attitudes about child sexual abuse, and a significant impact on prevention responses to the hypothetical vignettes. However, the follow-up data was limited with only 37%, 73, parents taking part on the follow-up interviews 1 month later. The knowledge scores were lower among those exposed to the video alone compared with those exposed to the booklet or to the video accompanied by the booklet. Gains in knowledge were small. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 80. In LMICs, health-led initiatives on prevention tend to gather more evaluation data on impact and a review of prevention found that projects on child sexual abuse and exploitation linked with sexual health and AIDS/HIV prevention in low resource settings have been evaluated more consistently. Usdin et al., 2005, with changes in attitudes and sexual behavior tracked through use of surveys such as the Demographic and Health Surveys, WHO and UNAIDs. 2010. Campaigns aimed at gender-based violence are increasingly being delivered through joint programming with HIV programs, based on compelling evidence that the two issues are strongly related. UN Women 2010, WHO. 2010. Initiatives in LMICs have also aimed to involve men as positive partners in ending gender-based violence. Spratt, 2012. Some of these programs are media-based campaigns or social norms marketing, Palak and Ball. 2010, and include the One Man Can campaign and Project H in South Africa, Colvin, 2009, Pulowitz and Barker, 2008. Soul City, a very well-known awareness program in South Africa, who 2010, employed a model of edutainment, using soap storylines and positive messages to educate the community and broader society about domestic violence, as Dinit al. 2005. Evaluations include improved access to support services measured by increases in knowledge about helplines, although data on primary prevention such as shifts in attitudes and perceived norms was also gathered, as Dinit al. 2005. The Soul City approach was adopted in other countries, who 2010, with monitoring data collected across different jurisdictions, Skeepers et al., 2004, Soul City, 2008. Evaluations in Botswana, Kehemp and Shipana, 2009, and in Namibia, Nkwet, 2009, found adolescents exposed to the sexual abuse materials of Soul City showed increases in knowledge about sexual abuse and where to go for help. Although both these studies lacked comparison groups, other media-based campaigns have been carried out that focus on cross-generational sex and are therefore relevant to preventing child sexual abuse and exploitation. Examples include PSI/Kenya and Plan Kenya, which used a variety of media strategies to reach young people, Hope, 2007. Although evaluations here are also limited, research shows that the most successful media interventions are those that begin by understanding the behavior of their audience and engaging its members in developing the intervention, who, 2010. In a study across Albania, Vietnam and Nigeria, there were mixed views from survivors about the effectiveness of awareness raising in preventing human trafficking. In the absence of context change, Hines et al., 2019. Public awareness campaigns may have a role in primary prevention as part of a comprehensive program of action guided by a clear theory of change, Horsfall, Bromfield and MacDonald, 2010, Kems Hall and Molden, 2017. Soot and Cronin, 2019. A systematic review of UNICEF's Change for Development. C4D, activities which included media and awareness campaigns makes several helpful recommendations for further research and practice, Soot and Cronin, 2019. UNICEF has published guidance for effective programming on C4D based on this evidence review, Soot et al., 2019b. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 5 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 81. Primary prevention. Multisectoral responses. Due to the complexity of the issues and the needs of those affected, almost all responses to child protection issues involve working across a number of different service sectors and across the life course, Follew et al., 2017. Within prevention, this is also the case as the forces that influence vulnerabilities, as previously shown, operate over different levels and across different organizational sectors. Coordinated multisectoral responses to child sexual abuse and exploitation often combine prevention and protection activities delivered by a range of different agencies, and it can be difficult to disentangle the research evidence on Specific primary prevention activities from those that address protection responses, effective multisectoral responses, need leadership, coordination, resources and commitment from agencies involved at national and local / community levels, plus community involvement, WHO, 2019a. Multi-sectoral responses commonly have a lead agency with responsibility for coordinating activities across the different sectors and organizations involved. This section focuses only on the general research on multi-sector primary prevention. Multi-sector responses where a particular sector has taken a lead role or where there are combined interventions in the community involving service partners are discussed under the later section headings. Using risk checklists to screen / identify and target primary prevention, risk checklists and needs assessments are widely used across child protection and criminal justice systems to guide the type and intensity of service responses, so that, for example, those who are highest risk have highest levels of control or treatment. Knowledge about common risks has also been applied, however, to target vulnerable groups who might benefit most from primary prevention programs. There has been considerable research and debate about the effectiveness and consequences of targeting child maltreatment prevention. Resources towards children in the community assessed as being in greatest need on the basis of a high number of adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, Felitti et al., 1998. Hughes et al., 2017. The research suggests that high rates of ACEs in childhood are associated with sexual risk-taking behaviors, Hughes et al., 2017, which, as argued previously, can increase the risk of sexual abuse and exploitation. Specific checklists have been developed to identify children in communities who may be particularly vulnerable to sexual abuse and exploitation. However, a practice-based review of 10 of these used in the UK found that most of the risk indicators were not based upon sound research evidence and were unlikely to be effective in multi-agency screening for vulnerabilities or for rates of risk. Franklin, Brown and Brady, 2018. Further research is needed to inform targeting policy, training and resources for professionals for primary prevention. Multi-agency training on primary prevention of child sexual abuse and exploitation has had some limited evaluation, although here also there is a crossover between preventing sexual violence before it happens and identifying previously unidentified victims or perpetrators. Ringold and colleagues, 2015, describe an independent Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 82. Multisite, controlled evaluation of stewards for children. A child sexual abuse prevention program developed by the organization Darkness to Light. Stewards for Children provides training on primary prevention of child sexual abuse and on what to do if abuse identified. The primary prevention education includes information on nature and extent of child sexual abuse, how to identify risks and how to reduce risks, especially in organizational contexts, and preventing adults having unsupervised access to children. Childcare Professionals, N equals 306, were recruited from children's advocacy centers and received either a web-based or in-person training on child sexual abuse prevention, or they joined a wait list control group. Pre- and post-test assessments were completed, with a follow-up assessment 3 months later, with 267 participants. Changes in prevention behaviors were measured using a 21-question inventory. The researchers found encouraging increases in knowledge, attitudes and in self-reported preventive behavior among those who received the prevention program online or in person. Further research is needed to assess, however, both whether knowledge and behavior changes are retained over a longer time and if this preventive approach has any impact on the extent of sexual abuse in communities. Creating safe organizations. The Australian Royal Commission into Institutional Abuse included an extensive review of research evidence and has published comprehensive, evidence-based recommendations to create child-safe organizations. Australian Royal Commission into Institutional Abuse, 2017. Primary prevention. Sectoral responses. Crime and justice sector primary prevention responses. Many of the activities within a justice system will focus on upholding the laws of a nation and are likely to be reactive rather than preventative. However, crime prevention has been part of government policy in many countries for several years. Historically, and currently in many jurisdictions, sexually exploited children have been criminalized by laws on prostitution rather than being protected and helped as child victims. The need for greater efforts to be made to shift attention onto perpetrators and work preventively by regulating the demand for sexual services that influences the sexual exploitation of children has been endorsed by the UN Special Rapporteur on the Sale of Children, Child Prostitution and Child Pornography, UN Special Rapporteur, 2015. Not enough is known about the factors that drive demand. Although there is evidence that most offenders have no particular pedophilic preferences but are best described as in the home or situational offenders accessing children and adolescents through prostitution because they are available. To partly address these issues, regulating access to victims through legislation and policy that targets demand and those who pay for sex, as in Sweden and other European countries, may be effective, provided vulnerable women and girls involved in transactional sex are not criminalized and persecuted as a result. Radford et al. 2017b. Further research is needed on this topic. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 83. Sex Offender Registration and Notification. SORN, and pre-employment checks as primary prevention. In some HICS, methods of notification, vetting and barring and criminal records checks have traditionally been viewed as a preventive measure to keep pedophiles and known sex offenders out of areas where they have contact with children and out of organizations with a duty of care to children. Notification schemes require convicted sex offenders to notify the police of changes in their name or address so that the Police know if they are residing in a particular area and able to access public places where there are children. Vetting and barring enable police checks to be done on sex offending records for employment that involves contact with children. Approaches to SAE differ across countries, particularly in the US where there are public notifications included so that community members are informed if sex offenders are residing nearby. In the UK, which has had one of the strongest sex offender regulation systems in the world, notification, vetting and barring procedures are supported by a range of other types of community surveillance of known sex offenders, but without public notification requirements. While these checks may be effective at preventing convicted sex offenders working with children, they cannot prevent abusers who have not been detected or those who are yet to abuse from entering organizations to work with children. A further discussion of the research on the impact of SAE policies on managing offenders and preventing re-offending is included in Section 7. South, Schlensky and Milden, 2014, reviewed the research literature on pre-employment screening checks, 25 studies, and found no rigorous evaluations at all. Screening tools identified were ineffective and not ethically feasible in employment practice. However, even if unproven, the researchers concluded that the deterrent effects of pre-employment checks cannot be discounted. If combined with other organizational safety policies, as discussed earlier, they may play a part in preventing child sexual abuse. Situational crime prevention via hotspot and safety zoning. In some countries, child safety zones, loitering zones, have been created, which aim to stop sex offenders from hanging around areas where children meet. The primary aim is to prevent re-offending, although there may be prevention of victimization for children. There is limited research evidence on the effectiveness of these strategies, although there is some data from the US based on forensic analysis of case files. A study by Colombino et al. 2011 looked at places where sex offenders might first come into contact with their child victims, and whether those places were different to where offenses against adults take place. A review of an archive of 1,557 sex offender cases was carried out, which found that 2/3 of perpetrators against children met their victims in private residential locations. Only 4% met them in child-dense public locations. However, in the sample of child sex offenders, where only 3.7% re-offended, they were more likely to do so in a public, child-populated arena. Research into incidents of sexual violence reported to the police in the US over a 5-year period by Bud, Mancini. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 84. And BN, 2019, found that it is adults who are most likely to be the victims of sex offenses in public spaces such as parks rather than children. This suggests that geographical limitations in public places may not be effective as primary prevention strategies against child sexual abuse and exploitation. Regulating known offenders is discussed. Later in the section on preventing re-offending. Early help for sex offenders in the community. Reaching out to undetected or potential sex offenders in the community to prevent offending is an example of a primary prevention strategy that has been used in HICs and is now developing in countries in the Global South. This is a strategy that blurs with providing early help and treatment for offenders who have already sexually abused children but who might not have come to the attention of authorities. Providing help for sex offenders should not replace law enforcement, justice and protection of child victims. However, intervening to stop violence before it occurs may be a better strategy than waiting for it to happen. The research evidence on what works in this area is very slim. Stop It Now is an organization that originated in the USA but has since rolled out to Australia, Canada, Ireland, the Netherlands and the United Kingdom. It provides a helpline for adults concerned about somebody else's or their own behavior or sexual feelings towards children, and as such is an example of an early identification approach for potential offenders in the community. The purpose of Stop It Now is to offer an early response to those likely to commit an offense to prevent this happening and to provide an accessible service for sexual offenders who call the helpline because they want to stop. An evaluation of the program in the UK, Ireland and Netherlands found actual and potential child sexual offenders are willing to make contact, so the approach is effective in reaching some offenders. Brown et al., 2014, Van Horn et al., 2015. Advice provided by the helpline follows the Good Lives model of working with sexual offenders, Ward and Brown 2004, in which the motivations of callers are addressed and they are encouraged, through agreed actions, to develop a life in which their human needs are met positively and children are not sexually abused. Qualitative feedback from interviews with 112 helpline users was said to be overwhelmingly positive, with reports made of increased knowledge of protective behaviors that may aid desistance from child sexual offending. Similar results that previously unknown offenders will come forward for treatment were found in Germany from the Dunkelfeld program. This provides early therapeutic help to prevent offending among previously undetected offenders. Evaluations for the volunteers to the one-year treatment program showed uneven impact on offending behavior. 5 of the 25 sexual abuse offenders and 29 of the 32 online abusive image offenders continued offending while on the program, and none of the offending came to the attention of authorities. This raises ethical issues about confidentiality for undetected offenders and concerns that while on the group program, men may learn to adopt online child abusive behaviors. The evaluators of the program concluded that further research is needed to determine which contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 references Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 85. Unidentified offenders may be most effectively deterred. Bayer et al., 2015. Following a feasibility study in 2017, the Dunkelfeld program has been adapted for implementation in India, although as yet there is no evaluation of outcomes. See http://www.pppsv.org/treatment/ Health sector primary prevention responses. Integrated health responses have been developing worldwide to respond to violence against women and girls, including sexual violence, Ellsberg and Arcus, 2001. There are different models of integrated health services in LMICs, such as the integration of gender-based violence / violence against women services into reproductive health services, Watts and Mayhew, 2004, or cross sectoral collaborations between the health sector and the police, Keysbury et al. 2009, and increasingly a joining of gender-based violence with preventing violence against children, Ligero et al. 2019, WHO, 2019a. These services primarily address protection responses and play an active role in identification, support and referral. Primary prevention, however, has played a small part in the wider health strategies for responding to sexual violence. In LMICs there are HIV health prevention initiatives that have included the prevention of early sexual debut, and these are relevant to sexual abuse prevention given the increased risks of sexual abuse among younger girls by intimate partners or by boys and men that they know. Health services have been involved in the delivery of primary prevention programs targeting parents, and these are discussed later in this section. Education sector primary prevention responses. Schools are among the priority areas for violence prevention activities under the Inspire program, WHO, 2016a. A range of different primary prevention programs have been delivered in educational settings from preschool, nursery provision through to elementary, secondary and higher education. These programs target different groups aiming to prevent victimization, or sex offending, or both. Primary prevention in education can be grouped under the following headings: sex education to reduce risky sex, teaching children self-protection, partner abuse and sexual violence prevention, whole school approaches, sex education and preventing risky sex. Schools are an efficient way to reach children and young people and their families, although they can only reach children who attend school. Religious and cultural beliefs may make sex education difficult to deliver in some contexts. Schools have nonetheless taken a proactive role in preventing HIV and AIDS by introducing reproductive health classes into the curriculum, many of which also address the related issues of consent and gender equality, discussed further below. In HICs, school-based sex education classes are increasingly being seen as a vehicle for delivering messages on sexual violence and safe relationships. Radford et al., 2017b. A systematic review of sex education in LMICs found that 9 out of 63 studies included focused on abstinence and were ineffective. The comprehensive sex education programs were found to be effective in improving knowledge about contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 86. Safe Sex, condom use and risky sexual behavior such as multiple partners and early sexual debut, Foner et al., 2014. Education programs involving a range of school-based and community-based components had the largest impact on changing HIV-related behaviors. A systematic review of the community-based HIV prevention program Stepping Stones, Skevington et al., 2013, found 7 studies with mixed results and measures of impact on both gender inequity, risk reduction and HIV. Only 1 study assessed and found a decline in reports of transactional sex, Jukes, 2007. Teaching children to protect themselves. There are a large number of evaluations and systematic reviews of child sexual abuse-specific school-based prevention programs that aim to teach preschool and school-aged children and adolescents, in HICs and LMICs regions, skills to be safe from sexual abuse. Baker et al., 2013. Brennick et al., 2014. Bustamante et al., 2019. Sitark et al., 2018. Chawinski et al., 2018. Dake, Price and Mernon, 2003. Dejenault, Herbert and Turigny, 2007. Frieder and Hume, 2015. Gibson and Littenberg, 2000. Holloway and Pulido, 2018. Ermac et al., 2018. Gin et al., 2017. Kenny, Vertel and Alonso, 2012. Cray and Knappert, 2009. McIntyre and Carr, 1999. Moreno et al., 2014. Muller et al., 2014. Pitts, 2015. Pulido et al., 2015. Tutty, 2014. Walsh et al., 2015. Weatherly et al., 2012. Wood and Archbold, 2015. Zwi et al., 2009. Most of these programs focus on improving children's knowledge about body parts, safe and UN-safe touch. They also address boundaries in relationships, where to turn for help. They address wider and related issues such as negotiating safe relationships. And increasingly child sexual abuse prevention is being included in broader programs on all forms of violence against children. The evaluations and systematic reviews show that these prevention programs improve children's awareness. Tutty 1997, Zwi et al. 2009, and can sometimes promote disclosure. McIntyre and Carr, 1999. Some have found that children exhibit less self-blame if they are victimized later. Finkelhor et al. 1995. Some have cautioned, however, that the gains made by children are small and that for some children they are negligible. Tutty, 1997. A key concern with these programs is whether or not they may have adverse consequences for children, such as causing fear or nightmares. A Cochrane review by Walsh et al. 2015 found no evidence of adverse impacts. Retrospective survey research in the US where these programs have been widespread found little impact on community rates of sexual victimization. Finkelhor, Asdigian and Zubal-Leatherman, 1995, conducted a telephone interview survey with 2,000 randomly selected children and their caregivers to compare outcomes for children who received a prevention program in school. 67%, 37% in past year, with those who had not received a program. They assessed knowledge, disclosure, and the use of self-protective behaviors. Children who received comprehensive prevention education performed better on knowledge about sexual victimization, were more likely to use recommended self-protection strategies, and more likely to feel successful in self-protection. They were not able to limit the seriousness of the assault, and for sexual assaults injuries were worse. Programs. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 87. That included comprehensive parental education, however, did help limit the seriousness of assaults. A later survey involving 3,391 children aged 5 to 17 years, Parent Proxy Reports for Children aged 5 to 10 years, by Finkel-Horit al. 2014 c. found only 21% of children had ever had a child sexual abuse prevention program. There were no statistically significant associations found between experiences of sexual abuse in childhood and participation in prevention programs, and no changes were found in disclosures. Gibson and Littenberg, 2000, surveyed university students retrospectively and similarly found there were no differences in the childhood disclosure rates for those exposed to prevention programs and the non-exposed. Smallbone and McKillop, 2015, note that a limitation in the overall philosophy of prevention programs that teach children to stay safe is that no similar expectations are made that children should be taught to prevent adults from mistreating them in other ways, by, for example, physically abusing or neglecting them. The resistance training emphasis of child sexual abuse prevention in education should be replaced with a developmental prevention approach, guided by a resilience-building model that targets evidence-based individual, for example low confidence, loneliness, and family vulnerability factors. For example insecure attachments, domestic violence and so on. This is the approach often taken in the life skills and empowerment approaches in low-resource settings. Discussed in detail later. Online abuse school-based prevention programs. There are also school-based programs aiming to educate children, parents and teachers about the dangers posed by sex offenders in cyberspace. Such programs are now routinely delivered to secondary school children in the United Kingdom, other countries such as Canada, New Zealand and the United States, and Brazil. Davidson and Martelloso 2008, Ligero et al. 2019, Ospina et al. 2010. In HICs, a number of these programs are designed and delivered by law enforcement agencies but targeted at children in school. Early evaluations of some of these programs found they can help increase knowledge about online safety. The Safer Surfing program in the United Kingdom, for example, was modeled on NetSmarts, an American program developed by the Internet Crimes Against Children, ICAC, task force. 5 a.m. pre- and post-test evaluation that also used a comparison group of children who had not yet received the Safer Surfing program showed that children made significant improvements in knowledge about safety and the dangers of chat rooms. The evaluation concluded that children receiving the program had learned key program messages and were able to discuss safety strategies. Davidson and Martelloso, 2008. Another school-based program is the CSAE Commands Think Uno, TUK, Internet Safety Program. In the United Kingdom, in 2011 there were 70,000 professionals registered with the site. At the publication of the 2011 annual report, CSAE Command 2011, the 5.4 description of the ICAC, c. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 5 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 88. Program had been viewed over 8 million times by children in the country. The evaluation surveyed 1,718 children nationally aged 11-16 years old and under. Took focus groups with 84 children to explore their online behavior prior to the intervention and its impact. Many reported having engaged in high-risk behavior online, and 1 in 5 reported sharing their full name, where they go to school, and photos of themselves. The survey found that 48% appeared willing to have some sort of interaction in the future with strangers receiving messages or adding them to their social networking friends group, irrespective of whether they have received online safety advice or not. Importantly, this evaluation suggests that messages need to be child-oriented and not adult-oriented. Messages to children should explain the problems that can arise from interacting with people online, as opposed to simplistic messages that merely tell children what not to do. Davidson et al. 2009, UNICEF. Innocent Research Center, 2011. Thus, while it can be seen that initiatives such as Think Uno are good at gaining direct access to children and adolescents and alerting them to internet dangers, long-term impacts are less clear. Both evaluations mentioned above used very different methodologies, making comparisons and conclusions difficult. Further research is needed to show if increased knowledge leads to reduced risks and experiences of victimization. It is also not clear whether the findings are relevant in LMICs, although there are similar examples of school-based programs, for example, SaferNet Brazil, UNICEF. Innocent Research, 2011. Capacities to deliver these programs on the scale of HICs will be different, given that it is often voluntary organizations with few resources implementing them. Given that the distinction between online and offline communication is increasingly blurred, prevention programs that target both online and offline safety are more relevant for children's experiences. Jewett and Finkelhor, 2020. Self-protection with adolescent girls. Empowerment and self-defense. Self-defense for rape survivors was one of the services rape crisis centers initially provided in the 1970s, although this is an area of violence prevention that has been under-researched until relatively recently. Kelly and Sharp Jeffs, 2016. There are studies that have found that self-defense programs that teach adult women to verbally and physically defend themselves increase women's confidence and self-efficacy, and reduce rates of rape and other sexual victimizations. Hollander, 2014, Senate al. 2015. No evaluation studies were found in HICs on self-defense against sexual violence for girls under the age of 18. Empowerment and self-defense (ESD) programs for adolescent girls, including those aged under 18, as developed by the U.S. NGO No Means No worldwide, have been established and evaluated in Kenya, Decker et al., 2018, and Malawi. Sinclair et al., 2013, Sonquist et al., 2014, Bioki et al., 2016, and have found reductions in self-reported sexual violence, measured as being forced against your will to have sex. The programs delivered over 6 weeks in schools or informal community settings teach girls Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 89. Empowerment, De-escalation and Self-defense Skills. The evaluations include cluster RCTs of the Empower ESD program developed in context by No Means No worldwide in Kenya, Bioki et al., 2016, and in Malawi, Decker et al., 2018. Both evaluations with large samples. 141 schools covering 5,199 primary school children and 1,455 secondary school children in Malawi, 28 schools covering 5,686 girls aged 10-16 in Kenya, found reduced past year sexual assault prevalence among students exposed to Empower compared with those in the control groups. Girls in intervention groups said since taking the program they had used skills to stop sexual assaults. In Kenya, 35% of girls in the intervention group reported having used skills to stop a sexual assault, 37% used verbal defense skills only, 23% physical defense skills only, 40% both verbal and physical skills. Bioki et al., 2016. In Malawi, 43% of girls within the intervention group said that they had used skills to stop forced sex since Empower ESD training. Of the girls that used the skills, 49% used verbal defense skills only, 13% used physical defense skills only, and 38% used a combination of verbal and physical skills. Decker et al., 2018. The program evaluations also show improvements in the girls' levels of confidence and self-efficacy after exposure to Empower. Parallel programs for boys to run alongside the ESD programs for girls have been developed in Malawi. 50 hours 50 minutes program, and in Kenya, Your Moment of Truth. The boys' programs aim to address negative attitudes towards women and equip boys with skills to intervene against gender-based violence. The quasi-experimental evaluation of Your Moment of Truth, YMT, in Kenya found the group exposed to the program were more likely than the control group to intervene successfully. when they witnessed physical or sexually assaultive behavior. At 9-month follow-up 79% successfully intervened in YAMAT group compared with 26% in the control group, Keller et al., 2017. As full anonymity was given to children and young people who completed the self-report surveys for these studies, it was not possible to analyze change at the level of individual children. Dating, rape and interpersonal violence school-based prevention programs, other school-based interventions such as dating violence programs aim to address gender norms and equality early in life, before gender stereotypes become deeply ingrained in children and youth, who, 2010. Some systematic reviews of these programs conclude that these programs show changes in attitudes but little evidence of impact on behavior. Fellmeth et al. 2013, Frieder and Hume, 2015. Ricardo et al. 2011. Looking at 140 programs and policy to prevent perpetration of sexual violence, DeGuitt al. 2014, found only 2 primary prevention programs. Safe dates and shifting boundaries, discussed later, had positive evidence of impact. Some of these programs have been tested in HICs with very good results. Ballett al. 2009, Wolf et al. 2009. Dating violence prevention programs have been found to be more effective if they are interactive. Hepner et al. 1995, are delivered over multiple sessions rather than in a single session. Anderson and Whitson, 2005, Brecklin and Ford, 2001. Use local data on sexual violence and culturally specific contents. Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 90. And relevant information in the curriculum, Hepner et al. 1999, and aim to change attitudes rather than just provide information to young people, Stanley et al., 2015. There is also some evidence that these programs may be more effective for men if delivered in single-gendered groups. Brecklin and Ford, 2001, Colombini et al. 2008. The Safe Dates Program, Foschi et al. 1998, 2000. 2004, in particular, has been identified across a number of reviews as an example of good practice because it has been rigorously evaluated through an experimental design, showed positive impacts on attitudes and behaviors, and has been formalized, allowing it to be rolled out by external parties, who, 2010. Safe Dates is a multi-component prevention program designed for middle and high school students. It aims to challenge violence-supportive norms, increase students' help seeking knowledge and behaviors, enhance healthy relationship skills, and reduce physical and sexual abuse, perpetration and victimization in dating relationships. The evaluation studies found reductions in physical violence, psychological abuse and sexual abuse for up to 4 years after completion of the program. The program was designated as a model program by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and in 2006 it was selected for the National Registry of Evidence-Based Programs and Practices, NREP, in the United States. 6. In the U.S. Outcomes for school children, aged 11 to 14. Exposed to a multi-component dating violence prevention. 6. http://www.nrep.samhsa.gov/. Program Dating Matters were compared with Outcomes for Children Exposed to Safe Dates by itself. Dating Matters aims to address unhealthy relationship behaviors and reduce the risks of gender-based violence by delivering a multi-component program for children of different ages, parents, teachers and school staff. 46. Schools in low-income and high-risk areas were randomly assigned to receive the intervention, Dating Matters, or the Control/Standard Condition Safe Dates. Both programs were delivered in the schools for 4 consecutive years, those providing safe dates alone delivering the program to children just in grade 8 each year, while Dating Matters was delivered each year for grades 6, 7, and 8. Self-report measures of dating violence, covering physical and sexual violence, were used to assess prevalence at different time points and across the 2 groups. Risks of perpetration and victimization were found to be significantly lower in the groups exposed to dating matters compared with those exposed only to safe dates. Nylon et al., 2019. The majority of evaluated school programs for dating violence have been conducted in the United States and other HICs, and evidence on these programs in LMICs remains limited. No Violence, 2017, although initiatives such as safe dates have been implemented in LMICs. Ricardo et al. 2011. Studies of behavioral change which aim to encourage men and boys to challenge norms that support gender-based violence, as in bystander programs, show limited findings regards sexual violence prevention. Miller et al., 2012, Giles et al., 2019. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References. Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence. 91. Whole School Approaches to Sexual Violence Prevention. These types of programs aimed at children and young people in their school environments appear to be promising in tackling peer-to-peer sexual and physical victimization, although sexual abuse and exploitation in schools is not perpetrated only by adolescents. Studies such as the CDC/Together for Girls/ UNICEF Violence Against Children and Youth surveys and reviews in HICs and LMICs have identified significant levels of sexual violence in schools. Antonowicz, 2010. CERT and DevTech Systems, 2008, Ligero et al., 2019. Sexual abuse/harassment by educators is widespread in many parts of the world. Antonowicz, 2010. School environments are not always safe, and it was observed some time ago that in some countries this has led to a reduction in girls' school enrollment. Bott, Morrison et al. 2005. For example, it was observed several years ago that parents' fears about their daughters' safety contributed to reduced school attendance in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. Mensk and Lloyd, 1998, Sathar and Lloyd, 1993. In response to this, wider strategies for change have been developed to include training and awareness raising for educators and staff, improvement of school infrastructure to increase girls' safety, school-based counseling and referrals, development and implementation of codes of conduct, and school-based education for students. On sexual violence, Antonowicz, 2010, Bott, Morrison. It al. 2005. Whole school approaches for addressing gender-based violence are developing worldwide. Such approaches aim to challenge entrenched attitudes that support gender inequality and violence, including sexual violence, in school cultures, targeting not only students, but staff and management as well. Shifting boundaries combines gender violence education with hotspot and situational crime prevention, interventions with perpetrators and providing resources for young people who experience victimization in schools. Taylor et al., 2013. The curriculum for the classroom program focuses on the legal consequences of dating, violence, gender equity and healthy relationships, and is supported by a building-based intervention where students and teachers identify hotspots where violence and harassment are often perpetrated and increase adult supervision in these places. The building-based interventions also allow for students to receive temporary restraining orders, called respecting boundaries agreements, and include posting signs about sexual harassment. Taylor et al., 2013. In a cluster randomized trial with 20 schools and more than 2,500 students, schools were randomly assigned to receive the building and classroom program, the classroom program alone, the building intervention alone, or neither. Students who were exposed to both the classroom-based and building-based interventions reported lower incidence of sexual harassment and sexual violence perpetration and victimization. The building-based intervention alone was also effective at reducing sexual harassment perpetration and victimization and sexual violence perpetration, but not victimization. The classroom-based intervention alone was not effective at reducing violence or harassment. Taylor et al., 2013. A subsequent RCT found the program to be Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 92. Effective for Primary and Secondary Prevention with Boys and Girls, Taylor, Mumford and Stein, 2015. However, a higher level of saturation for program delivery, not limiting the curriculum to just one school grade, led to reduced rates of sexual harassment. Taylor, Mumford and Stein, 2017. Other whole school approaches have included training teachers to change their attitudes and prevent teacher-pupil sexual abuse. There are promising findings from whole school violence prevention programs such as the Good Schools Toolkit, trialed in Uganda, DeVries et al. 2015, 2017. The evaluation found significant reductions in overall violence in the past week and the past term for boys and girls in the intervention group, with larger changes for boys observed. The findings on preventing sexual violence, however, are rather limited due to lower rates of reporting these experiences at baseline and at end of study. Social Welfare and Child Protection Service. Primary prevention. Social safety nets and economic strengthening. Social safety nets, SSNs, aim to address poverty and gender inequalities through economic strengthening. There are a variety of different approaches, from microfinance payments such as small loans, conditional or unconditional cash transfers, payments in kind such as livestock or resources to set up a business, public works or vouchers or fee waivers. Peterman et al., 2017. The schemes are often combined with community-based vocational and life skills training. The majority of these schemes have targeted adult women, for example De Wolk et al., 2012, some including girls from the age of 15 years, and primarily aim to address gender inequity, with some including prevention of intimate partner abuse. Microfinance has been found to have positive outcomes for preventing /reducing levels of intimate partner victimization for adult women in Guatemala. Cepeda, Lacal Calderon and Torralba, 2017. Cash transfer programs provide money to ease poverty as well as, for example, increase school attendance or help prevent children being separated from families and becoming institutionalized as a result of poverty. However, few of these programs specifically address child sexual abuse or exploitation, although a study of 10 to 18-year-old boys and girls in receipt of state child-focused cash transfer schemes in South Africa found reduced rates of engagement in transactional sex for girls. Kluwer et al., 2013a, and receipt of school fees was found in another study to reduce risky sexual behavior in girls. Bed et al., 2010. Girls who are missing from school and do not have parental support may be vulnerable to unsafe work, including sexual exploitation. UNAIDS, 2004. Thus, a number of programs have been established that approach prevention by responding to the poverty and economic and gender inequalities experienced by adolescents. Sewell-Menon and Bruce, 2012. An RCT evaluating Malawi's Zomba cash transfer program targeting girls, including those who had dropped out of school, with cash and school fees to encourage school attendance. Baird et al., 2010, found Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 5 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 93. Girls who received the conditional cash transfer, CCT, had increased school enrollment and attendance, showed a decline in early marriage, teen pregnancy and self-reported sexual activity and sexually risky behavior 1 year after the program. No data was collected on whether the CCT reduced levels of sexual victimization, so the impact was on associated risk factors only. A quasi-experimental evaluation of an economic asset strengthening program targeting girls aged 10 to 19 years in Uganda, Austrian and Muthanjai, 2014, compared outcomes for girls in 3 groups: 1. Those who received the full intervention with the 4 components of safe spaces group meetings: reproductive health education, financial education, and savings accounts. 2. Those who received only the savings account. 3. A comparison group who received no intervention. The full intervention was associated with improvement in girls' health and economic assets but not in reported rates of sexual harassment. Girls who only had a savings account increased their economic assets, but were more likely to have been sexually touched and harassed by men. This suggests that economic asset building on its own, without the protection afforded by strengthening social assets, including social networks and reproductive health knowledge, can leave vulnerable girls at increased risk of sexual violence. Peterman et al., 2017, reviewed the impact of SSN's economics on childhood violence, including sexual abuse and exploitation. Results from this study also indicate that SSNs are not standalone solutions for violence prevention, but within integrated protection systems they have potential to reduce the risks of violence, including risks associated with child sexual abuse and exploitation. Other than partner abuse in adolescent relationships, we have been unable to find any studies assessing the impact of SSNs in preventing the sexual abuse of younger, pre-adolescent children. Combined gender equity, economic empowerment, and skills, an evaluation of the gender equity HIV prevention program stepping stones, discussed earlier, combined with economic empowerment in the Creating Futures program, found significant improvements in the monthly income of males and females and a decline in intimate partner victimization reports for women from 30.3% to 18.9%, Chooks et al., 2014. The program evaluation involved adults, 232 young adults aged 18 to 30 years, so it cannot be assumed the impact would be the same for adolescents. A later RCT reported by Gibbs and Bishop, 2019, involving 677 women and 674 men involved in creating futures in South Africa, found men's perpetration of partner violence and non-partner sexual violence dropped from 27% reporting at baseline to 22% at follow-up after the program end. No declines in victimization were reported in this study by women. 3 other combined gender equity and economic empowerment programs were also evaluated by Gibbs and Bishop in Afghanistan, Nepal and Tajikistan to assess the impact of these programs if adapted and implemented across different national and cultural contexts. The RCTs for all 4 programs, Creating Futures in South Africa, Women for Women International, WFWI, in Afghanistan, Samanit Jeevan, Living with Dignity, in Nepal and Zindagi Shoista, Living with Dignity, in Tajikistan, found positive impact from Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a Review of the Evidence 94. All programs on economic strengths. Findings on IPV and sexual violence were however mixed. In Afghanistan, Women involved in the WFWI program reported no subsequent decline in IPV. However, a subgroup of women involved in the program who had moderate food insecurity at baseline showed a 44% decline in IPV after the program. In Nepal, women who received the Sammanit Jeevan, Living with Dignity, program subsequently reported a decline in IPV physical violence from 10% to 4%, but an increase in self-reported sexual violence at endline. The evaluators suggest this may be because the program broke the silence on sexual violence and women were as a result more likely to report these experiences. In Tajikistan, the Zindagi Shoista, Living with Dignity, program brought significant reductions in women's experiences of emotional, physical and sexual IPV, which were retained at follow-up 30 months after the program end. Men perpetrating IPV declined from 48% at baseline to 5% at the end of the program, with a slight rise to 8% at 30 months. The findings from this study are encouraging and highlight the importance of careful monitoring of factors in different contexts that can influence a program's intended outcomes. All 4 programs, however, involved only married or previously married women and girls above the age of 15 years and male partners over the age of 18 years. In Tanzania, the World Education's Together to End Violence Against Women, TEVOR, program combines savings and lendings groups for vulnerable families, known as LIMCA groups, with gender equity and empowerment training on business skills, literacy, IPV, and HIV prevention. An RCT evaluation tested the direct impact on women and their male partners. All women received the full LIMCA program, but partners received one of the following 3 options. 1. Participation in male peer group workshops to explore gender norms, IPV and HIV prevention. 2. Training community leaders to facilitate dialogues with male partners about these issues. 3. No specific intervention. No statistically significant impact of partner involvement was found for the women on the LIMCA program. Men in groups 1 and 2 had lower odds of perpetrating IPV, suggesting that involving men and community members in gender equity programs may be promising and worthy of additional research. Messersmith et al., 2017. Further evaluations that specifically disaggregate data on the impact of these gender equity programs on adolescent girls and boys would be helpful. Adolescent Life Skills and Empowerment, the Empowerment and Livelihood for Adolescents Project, ILA, was set up initially by BRAC in 2003, a development organization which has been involved in microfinance activities in rural areas since 1974. It has reached over 290,000 young people worldwide and is running in 6 countries: Bangladesh, Uganda, Tanzania, Sierra Leone, South Sudan and Liberia. ILA programs combine microfinance and life skills training. In Uganda, the ILA program targets adolescent girls and young women aged 13 to 21, especially those who are out of school. It aims to reduce risky behavior and improve girls' health. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 5 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 95 and well-being by socially and financially empowering them, providing them with a safe space to socialize, receive mentoring and life skills training. Like many projects targeting adolescent girls in African countries, it has been greatly influenced by the need to reduce levels of HIV and AIDS, and as a result has addressed sexual health, teenage pregnancy and experiences of forced sexual intercourse. ILA projects vary according to context but generally have three components: creating safe spaces close to the home, where adolescents can discuss problems with their peers in small groups and build their social networks, away from the pressures of family and male-centered society, health, education, life skills and confidence building, and economic empowerment via livelihood training, microfinancing and help to become self-supporting. A randomized control trial in Uganda, Bandira et al., 2012, 2018, tracked 4,800 girls over 2 years, comparing outcomes for girls in 100 communities randomly assigned to receive the ILA program with outcomes for girls in 50 control communities without the ILA program. At the time, the Uganda ILA program had no microfinance scheme relative to adolescent girls. In the control communities, the combined intervention of simultaneously providing vocational training and information on sex, reproduction and marriage, showed that 2 years later girls had a 72% increased likelihood of engaging in income-generating activities, driven by increased self-employment. Girls also had a 41% increase in monthly spending on consumption. There was a 26% decline in teenage pregnancies and a decline in girls reporting having had unwilling sex from 14% to 8%. Bandira et al., 2012. Primary prevention and the private sector. Code of conduct in travel and tourism. In the private sector, the travel and tourism subsectors have taken the lead on preventing child sexual exploitation and were well represented at the First World Congress on Child Sexual Exploitation, ECPAT, 2009. The international travel and tourism industry has concentrated efforts on educating members on child sexual exploitation and offering them guidance on how they can contribute to its prevention and eradication. Codes of conduct and charters have been key strategies for regulating this industry. Umbrella organizations have developed in this sector and established charters to control and regulate membership. For example, the Universal Federation of Travel Agents Associations, UFTA, developed a child and travel agents charter that includes a feature requiring members to assist organizations that provide recovery support to victims of sexual exploitation. Efforts to prevent sexual exploitation in the tourism sector have led to the development of the Code of Conduct for the Protection of Children from Sexual Exploitation in Travel and Tourism 7. UNICEF, 2016. The code is an instrument for self-regulation and corporate social responsibility, which is intended to provide increased protection from sexual exploitation in travel and tourism. In 2003, the Federation of Tour Operators, FTO, formed a Responsible Tourism Committee, which signed a statement of commitment to initiate responsible tourism practices. 7 http://www.thecode.org/. Contents Section 1 Section 2 Section 3 Section 4 Section 5 Section 6 Section 7 Section 8 Section 9 References Section 5 Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 96. And to support and help ECPAT in developing guidelines for tour operators. Regional action has also been evidenced. For example, the Group of National Travel Agents and Tour Operators Association in the European Union, ECTA, passed a declaration against child sex tourism in which groups committed themselves to excluding without delay any member proven to be engaged in sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism. As noted earlier, UNICEF was instrumental in supporting the development and implementation of the Regional Declaration for Central America and the Dominican Republic, and corresponding Plan of Action, UNICEF 2005A, in 8 countries in the region to prevent sexual exploitation of children in the travel and tourism sector, UNICEF TACRO 2005. Charters and resolutions are clearly positive steps in the effort to tackle child sexual exploitation. They have been described as the closest form of law in the workplace in some low-income countries, Baker, 2005. However, a key disadvantage is that they are voluntary in nature, and members may well ignore the resolution. Some commentators have noted that the implementation of the Code of Conduct mentioned above, and adapted codes in some countries, are deficient in that they are not well embedded into company policies, guidelines or audits, COC 2005, and monitoring systems are not well developed or even utilized. Monitoring voluntary codes such as this can be particularly challenging, especially when they sit outside of government control. Some governments, such as Costa Rica, have included compliance with the Code within licensing of tourist operators, UNICEF, 2016. Researchers from UNICEF, 2012b, reviewed the impact of the code via a literature review and case studies of implementation and impact in Costa Rica, Thailand and the Netherlands. There was generally positive feedback from the case studies, but the poor definition of outcomes in all 3 countries made it difficult to assess any change. No evidence could be found on the impact of the code on child sexual exploitation in tourism. A later publication on child sexual exploitation and travel and tourism for UNICEF comprehensively reviews the commitments made by nation-states and the private sector, but similarly found a shortage of research on the impact, UNICEF, 2016. The report recommends that responses should focus more on primary prevention, be integrated into broader national child sexual abuse and exploitation strategies, and aim to address the risks and drivers of child sexual exploitation, going beyond reactive and situational initiatives. The urgent need for research on impact is also noted. National and international efforts to respond to the sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism have been reviewed by the non-governmental organization ECPAT. International, Hawke and Raphael, 2016. The report found law enforcement agencies such as Interpol observing an increase in rates of sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism, a decline in national action plans that specifically address this problem, and a very low rate of convictions for sexual offenders who travel for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Few countries are able to show how many of their nationals are involved in these crimes. The British and Dutch law enforcement agencies are noted for the efforts to Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9. References: Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence. 97. Track and provide data on the sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism relating to their own nationals. Child protection certificates developed in both countries enable police checks on nationals seeking work in schools, charities, and other facilities serving children and young people in other countries. To support these efforts, ECPAT call for further preventive awareness raising, discussed in more detail below, and a strong industry focus on strengthening implementation of the Code of Ethics in travel and tourism. However, as the nature of the sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism has changed, it is proposed that a wider, more comprehensive definition is required to address the fact that those who sexually exploit children in this way are not only wealthy Western tourists but also business travelers, expatriates, volunteers and pseudo-carers who travel abroad and regionally. The proposed definition is acts of sexual exploitation of children embedded in the context of travel, tourism or both. Hawke and Raphael, 2016. Private sector and online abuse prevention. There are examples of cooperation between Internet service providers, ISPs, the online payments industry and other private sector stakeholders to track child sex abusers and to close down channels to this type of crime. For example, the Financial Coalition Against Child Pornography, set up by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the United States and supported by banks and other institutions, among others. Microsoft has also partnered with law enforcement agencies and ISPs in various countries to develop initiatives to stop child sexual exploitation over the Internet. UNICEF. Innocent E Research Center, 2011. Primary prevention. Community-level interventions. Well-evaluated prevention efforts aimed at changing norms and attitudes of individuals in communities towards child sexual abuse and exploitation are minimal. There are community-level gender-based violence prevention programs such as CSAE, with evidence to show these programs are effective in changing knowledge, attitudes and behavior as well as promising for reducing child exposure to domestic violence. Keegum et al., 2014 and 2015, but the impact of these programs on childhood sexual violence is unknown. Examples of community-based primary prevention programs that cover child sexual abuse prevention include the White Ribbon campaign, which operates in some HICs and some LMICs, and engages men and boys in community work and education programs to end violence against women. White Ribbon Campaign Namibia, 2009, and prevention. Programs such as the Rotherham City-wide Community Education Programme initiated by the UK children's NGO Barnardos. There has been a mixed methods evaluation of the Rotherham programme, which drew data from interviews, training evaluation forms and case documents. McNeish et al., 2019. The programme was said to be well received in schools. The outcomes for vulnerable children targeted by the programme were said to show improvements for the majority of children. However, the evaluation included no tests on statistical significance for outcome findings. Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 5. Ending Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation, a review of the evidence 98. Primary prevention, child, family and relationships. Parents and caregivers play an important part in safeguarding children. Parenting programs are varied and well established in high-income countries. They may be led by a range of different sectors, with health sector responses involving nurses and community health practitioners tending to dominate, although NGOs have also pioneered many services. To simplify the discussion, all parenting-focused interventions, regardless of lead sector/agency, are discussed in this section together. There is extensive literature on parenting and early intervention to promote child well-being and to prevent child abuse and neglect. Wessels et al., 2013. Much of the literature has focused on parenting and supporting parents in the important task of raising physically and emotionally healthy children, able to achieve their full potential in adult life. Early intervention approaches often promote the preventative targeting of support for parents whose children are likely to be vulnerable because of poverty or other family and environmental adversities. Dodge and Lamberley-Coleman, 2009. The evidence on primary prevention of child sexual abuse and exploitation from this literature is limited, as impact specifically on sexual violence has not often been assessed. Child sexual abuse and sexual exploitation covers a range of different types of offenses and, unlike child abuse or neglect in the family, the main offenders are not necessarily parents and caregivers but include known and previously unknown /unacquainted adult and peer offenders, and boyfriends. Nonetheless, there are important aspects of the public health targeting of support to address family and environmental risks and vulnerabilities, shown to be effective in preventing child maltreatment, that are likely to be equally important in preventative work for child sexual abuse. Parenting support and home visitation. Parenting support and home visitation programs are recommended as effective strategies to prevent violence against children as part of the INSPIRE package of evidence-based strategies, WHO, 2016a. Although there is substantial research on home visitation and parenting support, Mejdoubi et al., 2015, Olds, 1986 and 1997, data on the impact of these programs on reducing or preventing child sexual abuse is limited. Desai et al., 2017. No violence, 2017. Reviews of the evidence suggest that parenting programs appear to have a positive effect on risk factors or proxy measures associated with child maltreatment, such as maternal psychosocial health, and parental perceptions about harsh parenting practices, and thus may contribute indirectly to preventing child sexual abuse and exploitation. The Early Head Start, EHS, program is one of the few parenting programs which has published evaluation data on child sexual abuse, screened from Child Protection Service records. EHS is one of the largest federally funded parenting support initiatives, which in the U.S. it works with low-income families through pregnancy and through to the child's first 3 years. Analysis of findings from the randomized controlled Contents Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 9 References Section 5